Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome to Worcester Council Theater 3000. Wow, what a day!
What a day!
Bill is a Fed now.
I just got a job with the DOJ, doing
Congratulations.
DOJOIs. Yeah, I mean, shit. This is huge news. I mean, if you're watching, you probably knew already, but the Department of Justice has launched an investigation into the Worcester Police Department for racial and gender bias, as well as use of force techniques. And that's huge. I mean, we saw that with Springfield. That was going on over the past year or so, maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm halfway through writing a post about this, but like, I went back and I re-referenced Chief Sergeant saying he's never seen an instance of racism in the Worcester Police Department. The fact that he said it twice in 2020, and here we are. The Department of Justice sees fit to invest a lot of time and resources into figuring out if there's any racism in the Worcester Police Department. I think they're going to find quite a bit.
Unfortunately, they're not going to find it on the union Facebook page because they went and scrubbed that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So here, I'm going to put it in the chat, but I'm working on that because they might have scrubbed it, but you can't scrub screenshots, right? And I know there's a lot of people out there, probably a lot of people watching and listening to this that have those fucking receipts. So here, I can't post in the main chat, but I'll throw it in the private chat. This is a Google Drive document that is WPD receipts repository. And if you have anything showing anybody in the Worcester Police Department or, a relative or whatever, you just throw it in there and we'll get it together. We'll get it organized and we'll send it over to the Department of Justice. So it was kind of weird that they had a community meeting this afternoon. They announced this investigation like this morning, I think, at like 10 a.m. And then they had a Zoom meeting that a surprising, like a lot of people attended. There were like 40 people in there from Worcester and like 10 probably people involved in the DOJ in one way or another. But I was there and I took some notes. And the main takeaway is that they're not just going to be looking at, policies and procedure documents and, disciplinary records and all of that. They really want a lot of stuff from the community that wouldn't make its way into like an official report. And
they specifically said that they take anecdotal evidence because it leads to more.
Yeah. Right. And that's where we posters come in because my God, since I don't know, April, May of 2020, we've had so many instances of Worcester Police Department people acting like fucking fools online. And it is in the best interest of everybody to make sure that the Department of Justice has that because, who knows, it might open up a rabbit hole for them to jump down. Or it might inform their an investigation based off documents into a police officer. I mean, the Richard Cipro race in 2021 alone is like just ripe with bullshit. Yes. And I have like 20 screenshots already pulled. I haven't put them in the document yet, but
I would, if there's even a possibility that there's any documentation of, let's say, the people that were parking police cars in Shaun Rose's driveway and Trillo's driveway and making cutthroat gestures at them. If there's any documentation of that at all, I would be so happy.
And we need to make sure that they get interviewed too. So if I pull off my stunt of tweeting my way into the employment of the Department of Justice, then I'll make sure that this all works out and that we get all of it.
Who was it that said that? Was it Rachel Rollins?
Yeah, it was Rachel Rollins.
DA.
So I sent in the Zoom meeting where they were doing this, I sent a question asking, why in Springfield they just focused on the narcotics department for their investigation. But for this Worcester release, they didn't give any indication that they're looking at specific departments. They're just looking at the police department overall. So I asked why that was, and Rachel Rollins goes, "Oh my God, that's such a great question. I mean, I wish I could hire you onto the team." So I tweeted at her and I was like, "You can hire me onto the team."
Yeah.
Accepting job offers.
I would do it for free, man. I would be such a resource for them. Just like, I mean, shit, they could probably find enough stuff to issue a consent decree based off of my Substack.
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is huge, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the city council processes this. If they talk about it, if Joe Petty lets anybody from the public talk about it, since it's obviously not on the agenda.
Yeah.
And what their opinion is going to be. Everyone should tweet at Kate Toomey, and be like, "Hey, why didn't the public safety subcommittee look at any of this stuff? Why is the Department of Justice got to do it? Are you running a fake committee?"
This needs to be the issue. This issue needs to be a hand grenade with the pin pulled that Kate Toomey has to carry like a baby kitten for this entire election cycle.
Yeah, exactly. We have our golden ticket to bullying Kate Toomey out of office. And Kate Toomey, if you're watching right now, I mean that. I'm not joking. Like, this is getting stuck on you. If your committee doesn't earnestly take up this DOJ investigation, even in an informal sense, even if you can't really be helpful, if you're avoiding the subject and you're chairing the public safety subcommittee, then you are just 100% straight up, you're not doing your job and you should be fired.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, I mean, that should be their committee should have a calendar set from now until infinity, which is just updates on what the Department of Justice is willing to share with the community. If they don't do that, I mean, it's just a giant charade.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that it is a giant charade. Charade?
Etsy?
Etsy. Go to Kate Toomey's Etsy page, where she eatsy some boot leather. Yeah, Kate Toomey would probably just cry if you were to ask her about the Department of Justice investigating the Worcester Police Department.
100%.
She would just be like,
might cry tonight.
My friends don't deserve for the big bad lawyers to come and look at what they're doing. Yeah, no. So I thought it was interesting the way that Rachel Rollins described the process. We're not going to hear anything substantial on this for a long time. She said that what they do is they make a big public splash when they launch the investigation, and they ask for, all the information out there from the public. And I'll get the email address to send shit to them. There's an email address on the call-in line. But then she said, what did she say? She phrased it weird. She's like, then we go underwater, is what she said. And they're going to be really quiet about
to hunt and kill Mo Bergman. That's what,
yeah, right. To hunt and kill Mo Bergman where he lives, because there's water and sewers.
The beast.
Yeah, and then once they have they have what they need, then they kind of go public again. But there are going to be more community meetings that have more, more of a heads up. Because it was really weird. It was like, oh, you announced it today, and then you have your community meeting at 4 on the same day.
Yeah.
And I was really encouraged to see how many, just busybody losers like me were like, oh yeah, I have time to sit in and watch this hour-long meeting with no heads up.
Bill, I wasn't in the meeting at the beginning. Did they indicate if there was like any one particular thing that triggered this, or
no? So I tried to ask that. Brad Patrician tried to ask that. They basically gave non-answers every time. and pretty much said in, you know, like a roundabout lawyerly way that if they were to talk about what triggered the investigation, it would like hurt the investigation.
Got it.
And I tried to get them to say why that is, because I think it'd be pretty important to like, I mean, that is the biggest question right now. Like, what actually did they see? Because there's so much bullshit.
Right.
What took you this long?
Yeah, right. And what did you actually see?
Because one of the things that jumped out was the mention of gender-biased policing as well. I don't recall seeing anything that would potentially lead up to a consent decree from the Department of Justice that focused on gender. And maybe they're just doing that by as a standard of practice now. But one of the things that popped into my mind was it wasn't too long ago that I believe it was their in-house diversity officer at the Worcester Police Department made a couple public statements about the lack of training and how unprepared they are to deal with anyone from a gender-based policing perspective, especially with
yeah. I got to pull that article up because that was actually MassLab did a good job with that, and that kind of because they paywall everything.
Yep.
It really went under the radar, but it was very weird to see the they have a chief LGBTQ liaison officer, right? And she was the one that was basically like, yeah, we do an awful job with this shit.
Correct. Yeah.
So
let's bring in Yenni here. Yenni's here as well. Hello, Yenni.
Hey, Yenni, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing? I actually met her during my campaign. She was at a LGBT asylum task force dinner, and she said the opposite to me. She said that everything so she's trans, and she said that she's been in the force for a long time and it's doing better than it ever has.
See, I don't
so they got to her.
But
yeah.
Was that was before or after the article?
It was a year, way before, because the article just came out like a month ago.
This was in during my campaign, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's weird. You know. Yeah. So maybe there was something that made her change her mind, but
and there could be something. It could be completely unrelated to that statement as well, too. It wasn't that long ago that we fired a Worcester police officer for raping women on duty. So yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that intersect with gender that could be on their radar, but it's.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Worcester Cryptid. That is so true. They're gonna have to look into the cocaine and Jenga incident. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine you're a researcher with the DOJ and you're like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Yenni, was there anything during the Zoom that jumped out to you? Especially
the fact that they've only investigated 80 police departments since '94, and they've picked Worcester as another one.
Right.
It kind of like seems
the Worcester
to me
Renaissance.
like there's something bigger going on that none of us have heard about.
Yeah, no, this is a really big deal. I mean, this whole process that we're about to go through is the storyline underneath the show that came out last year on HBO. We Own the City, right? I mean, this is the recent history of the Baltimore Police Department is very much their navigation through a consent decree with the Department of Justice. It is not a small deal at all to have something like this come down to the city. Springfield's, as Bill mentioned, was very focused, but the things that were going on in their narcotics department were ridiculous to have the Department of Justice step in.
Oh,
it'll be really interesting, I think, to see what we're missing as a community that's happening right in front of us on a regular basis when all is said and done.
Yeah, right. And who knows how long it's going to take, but it's going to be a wealth of information once it's brought out.
Yeah. And
even
also,
if you have to...
when they get the consent decree in place, it should say that I get to fly the drone once a week.
Yes, clearly.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think
that should be like a round robin thing. Like there's a lottery. Like each day somebody gets to fly the drone.
I think so. Yeah. Like who was it that has people? Tig Notaro has people run her Twitter once a day. I think everyone runs the drone once a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
My other thing with the stuff that came up, I sent them an email talking about an incident that I saw. I mean, my neighbors are Ghanaian, and one of the kids on site had a mental health break. Why did there need to be 6 police cars with him face down on the dirt in the median with one of the police officers with their knee on his back in late 2020, mentioning the fact that his pulse is thready and doing nothing about it? So I emailed them. I emailed the DOJ team because I'm just like,
Good.
My neighbors did not want that talked about, didn't want it like being made a deal of, but at this point, the DOJ
Let's stand for again, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the.
Yeah, can we just mute this for a while?
Yeah.
That's the stuff. Even things like that. Those are the small bricks that make up the
police cars.
Yeah.
For a mental
Hey, when
health
was
wall.
that? Was there a story on that?
No.
When was it?
My neighbors asked for it to be not made a big deal of.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. But yeah, so there's a lot of information here to collate, and collect. Even if I don't get the DOJ job and start my career as a Fed, I think that I'm going to try to be pretty active in making sure they get as much information as possible. Seems like they want people from the community to be like that. And I think that we should all do our best to kind of comb back through the record and find as many links to stories and screenshots and pictures that we can and
Especially
get something.
Screenshots.
Yeah, because there's so much bullshit. Public comment's going to be interesting, and I wonder if anyone's going to try to talk about it. I also have to be honest. The time that I was going to use to read the agenda, I was working on the DOJ stuff. So I really have no idea what's happening at this council meeting besides the Batista shit. And how funny is that, dude? What a harbinger of bad. Yeah, what a harbinger of bad times to come when you thought that you were going to have to deal with everyone screaming about how the canal district is falling apart on your first day that you get your contract signed. But nope.
What a fucking week in Worcester, guys.
Instead, I had the same issue, but I saw a tells thread on a bunch of the items. The chickens are back on the agenda. There's stuff about
the chickens are coming home to roost.
Housing, and getting a report on if houses have been bought by LLCs or with cash or what's happening there. And then there's a bunch of other things that Rose, and I don't remember what the other item was that he put on there. I read the thread earlier today, and then everything got eclipsed by the DOJ thing.
It would be fascinating if they spend the entire night singing Eric's praises, and then when he gets a chance to speak, is just like, fuck that noise, and walks out of the room.
Dude, imagine if he's like, oh, I don't want to deal with a Fed investigation. I'm not taking the job. And then we're like, fuck. Oh, shit. Plan B. Let's do a search. Wow, what a crazy week in Worcester, huh?
Whereas
it's just so needs, which the search thing feels like a million years ago.
Whereas
also, side note of our stream last week, which I thought was very successful, our election coverage, huge night for us personally. Really wish that Joe Petty came out of the shadows to join us on the stream.
Yeah, I know.
He was in the background a couple of times when we had when both Robin was on and the congressman was on. He was lurking about in the background, like he kind of wanted to, but that was about it.
He's lingering.
He glared at me one time.
It would have been amazing to ask him about the search at that party.
Yeah.
Corners of our community. Now,
have you found anyone in this room who might be eligible?
Do you want to do an extremely localized search?
Hunger and Homeless Awareness Month in the city of Worcester.
How does it feel to watch your popularity rapidly drop based on the decisions you've made over the past month?
Morales and
Mayor Yee. That's
oh man.
I heard you guys being there upset some people.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like, it's just like Democratic Party people.
Good.
They can tend to be kind of tight, you know.
He does a lot of work taking care of
tight-wadded.
the
We
city
showed
them.
making sure they're okay. And so I just want to reward her for that. If you want to
Did
come
the up, closed captions just say
and
Mayor
make
Joe
announcements
Petto?
for this
Oh my
too.
God, what a good nickname.
My Day
Clip that,
Morales,
clip that, clip
Yeah,
that.
if it did,
Director of
clip it.
Emergency Services at
What
Catholic
a
Charities,
good
Worcester City
nickname.
She is, where she oversees numerous programs, the agency, including 4 regional area offices across Worcester County and the Catholic Charities.
What do you guys
Homeless
think the
Nurses
split
Shelter.
is on
She's
the
been a Worcester
council
resident
of
for
people
over 2
who
years,
actually
Worcester
understand
community
what
serving
this Department of
homeless
Justice
families, feeding residents,
investigation
struggling,
means?
and
Like I was thinking today,
charity.
like, do you
Helping
think the
set up
mayor's
shelter
office is
during the
aware that,
pandemic,
like, when they say,
coordinate
"Hey, we want
community
emails,"
efforts for
they mean like
Hurricane
going back to
Maria, Jack
1998,
Louise, and now
Yeah,
Hurricane
right,
Maria.
right.
and it's not like the
We're ready to
Telegram when you can
welcome
just
new members to the community.
stick around
Evacuees
for
from Puerto
10
Rico
years and
for
pretend they don't
undocumented
exist, or
families
Yeah,
still
they'll
are
just go
greatly
take 'em.
affected by the pandemic. My Day Morales has been in the front line serving and supporting our most vulnerable members of the Worcester community. And it's only right and fitting that you receive the highest honors for everything that you do. It's my pleasure to present you the key to the city of Worcester in recognition of the service to the people of Worcester and Worcester County.
Oh wow, popular. Yeah, they only read things that are printed out and put on their desks.
I read an article that the DOJ is corrupt and they drink babies' blood. So I don't think these people should really be investigating our Worcester police officers, who I know for a fact have never drank the blood of children.
This department is different. Oh, Kate's going for a hug, not just a handshake. A hug.
I don't know if anybody else noticed, but Kate going in for the hug ruined Nico's photo that he was trying to take there.
That's awesome.
Actually dropped his camera.
Someone like Nico's really got to feel like a babysitter with the city council, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, I can only imagine what the Telegram commentators are saying about the DOJ investigation. Oh my God. Thanks, foot job, Brandon.
Probably has something to do with them throwing the election in Arizona and how it relates to Worcester.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's not a coincidence, you know?
Okay, next we have the
That was nice.
Yeah, Matt, it's like the Anchorman teleprompter thing. If you just like write order to abolish single family zoning, and he just read it and go all in favor, and everyone's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Did Sarai go full Carmen San Diego tonight, or is it? Am I seeing things?
It's transmitting information communication.
I'm pretty sure she's wearing like a full 10-gallon hat right now.
Yeah, she's getting ready to steal the Acropolis.
Is the CLE out there? I thought I saw him. There he is. Roll
Councilor
call.
Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Yep, there she is.
GA?
All right.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Councilor Nguyen?
She just did she just come back from Coachella?
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Let me take a
Next is
look.
recommend the appointment of Theodore Costas to the Citizen Advisory Council. We're from a roll call. I don't know if Theodore's here or. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
I don't know if anybody saw on the agenda, we got a sore loser with the CPA.
Councilor King?
Yes.
He wants to, there's a petition on 8M
Yes.
Councilor
to
Rivera?
assess whether it was legal
Rose?
Yes.
that people who
Councilor
don't
Russell?
own
Yes.
property
Councilor Toomey?
could
Yes.
vote on the
Mayor Petty?
CPA.
Yes.
Because only
Wow.
property owners are paying the tax.
Service. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Poll
Thank you.
tax?
I think that only people who own property should be able to vote. Everyone else, their vote should count like 3/5.
Next, we have public participation.
I was so astonished by that item. That was the other item on the Twitter thread that I didn't remember.
Your name is
Yeah.
How much you want to bet there's serious discussion about it?
Oh, totally. No one, I mean, the city council doesn't want
there he is.
CPA.
I really don't know what number it is because I really didn't look at it.
Nor can I count.
But whatever number the item of one Eric Batista to be named permanent city manager is on, that's the one.
Okay.
So, we've been playing this game now since
What
June 1st.
I wish we were
Eric
playing a
Batista
game.
took over as city manager.
We're not
acting
playing- we're
city
just
manager.
We're just
It was
ignoring
originally said,
the good thing to
9
do.
months, but the council, in its thought process, thought at the same time they're going to send out a search committee. Well, I think that didn't go anywhere. So one of two things here. You can either play ball with Eric Batista and name him permanent city manager and give him nothing less than a 2-year contract. Because if you start playing around with this man and you always said to him, well, you haven't really proven yourself, we're going to give you a 1 year.
The fuck is he, a mob boss?
I think Fred Nathan has a crush.
Tonight, and you will not
Yeah.
have a city manager.
Okay. thank
Listen, you gotta play
Anybody
ball.
else?
What did he even just say?
I have no
They
idea.
need to give him a
Your residence
2-year
number?
contract, or he
It's
don't, or
Casey
he
Starr,
probably
Worcester,
Eric
heard that
Massachusetts.
from Eric.
I'm
Eric
just
Batista was
thinking
probably
about
like,
both.
"Yeah, I'm not
I don't
doing
know
it
if
for
I got
one
4
fucking
minutes
year."
'cause
You
I'm
tell
speaking
them.
2 items, but I'll be quick.
You
I'm
get
just-
only get 2 minutes.
All right, got
total.
it. I'm at 19E and 19F. They're separate, but they're somewhat related. In 19E, I just want to take a moment. I've been at the Maine South CDC now 15 years. I've been facilitating and participating in neighborhood meetings in that neighborhood for the full 15 years. And I can tell you that this issue at 19E has been coming up at neighborhood meetings for decades. Through the chair to the city manager, one of the things I think that our current acting city manager is best at is fixing broken systems, and this system is totally broken.
All
I
right.
can tell you from the
what-
context of
Name
In what
one
way?
system.
all the way
what?
to enforcement.
I'm gonna need
It's a
some
broken
documentation
system.
on that.
Yeah.
I have
Citation
here a
needed.
I get it. You're making an
permit that was
appeal, but
provided
come on.
to one church for 2 days a week from April
He's really good
through
at fixing
September.
systems. My Xbox
So
got a
just the
red ring
idea
of
that
death,
there is
and
going to
he
be,
sent it back
this affects
to
people's quality of life
the
that you
company and got a
cannot
new one.
imagine. You cannot imagine how many phone calls I
Did
get,
you
how many
all
text messages
actually
and
watch
emails
the body cam
all
footage from
weekend.
the Baptist
The
church?
amplification of
No, I
outdoor
didn't.
services
So Mass Live has the whole
really,
thing
really
up. It
impacts
is
the
worth
quality of
watching
life of
only for
residents.
the
There's some
absolutely
challenges with the way
spectacular
the
display of
permitting
Worcester
works.
accents.
It's unclear. There's not a
Everybody
lot
in the
of
video
clarity
is
around that.
screaming
I've
with the
seen
most
permits
comical
provided
Worcester accent
to properties
possible.
that people
And
don't own,
it's
or
just,
not
I mean,
to
it's
properties
kind
at
of
all,
horrific,
on sidewalks,
but
which
it's
is actually against our
just
ordinances
also completely
anyway.
objectively hilarious.
Then when we're supposed to call when it's happening,
I got a taser on my ass.
That's basically it. The entire,
the noise
it's a
is
half
a weird
hour of
thing.
just
Noise travels in weird
screaming,
ways, especially
angry
the
Worcester
topography of our
accents.
city
That's awesome.
with like the hills. And so I just want to, I know that there's a lot on the council and it often feels like this isn't that important, but you cannot imagine how much this matters to the quality of life of residents. And this is an equity issue. Like, this is not happening off of Salisbury Street, right? This is only happening in inner city neighborhoods where there's some type of assumption that people need to be saved in those communities. And I just ask that we could have some clarity around a better process for permitting and a clear process for enforcement, because it just takes up a lot of people's times trying to communicate with how to address
Oh
this.
my
And it's an
God. The timing
ongoing
of this
issue.
order
We
from
just
Kate
need
Toomey,
some
I'm looking at the
work on
agenda.
this. This has been going on
Request city
forever.
manager provides
And
city council
then
with an update concerning the physical
similarly,
condition of the Worcester Police
19F,
Department
I really
headquarters,
appreciate Councilor Rivera
including the
putting
roof
this
and
on the
ceiling
agenda.
leaks, air ducts, and
This
elevators.
also is an equity issue.
It's going to be so awesome to hear her
there's an
talk about that
oversaturation
amid
of rooming
the
houses in particular
backdrop of
programs in
the
particular
DOJ
neighborhoods.
investigation.
This is not happening citywide. I took a look at who has lodging houses in the city right now. Over half of them are in one neighborhood, and over almost 80% of them are in District 4, Counselor. This is, an ongoing issue. And I think we need to come up with some type of clear policy so that certain blocks are not oversaturated or certain neighborhoods are not oversaturated, because everyone throughout our city needs services. There's not only one neighborhood that requires services, right? So we need to figure out an equitable way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, anybody else want to speak? This is your time. Use your name, city of residence, and either the item number or the subject matter on the council agenda.
So good evening, everybody. Buenas noches. My name is Maritza Cruz, and I'm a resident of Worcester. And I'm going to be speaking on just what Casey spoke, which is items 19E and 19F, which have been put forward by Councilor Rivera. I am the co-chair, community co-chair for the Maine South Peak and Brightly Neighborhood Association. My family has been in Maine South for over 45 years, literally, on the same street for that length of time. When we talk about equity issues that affect the quality of life of the residents, not only the residents, but also the businesses that are located specifically right in the heart of Maine South, this is a real serious problem. And it's an ongoing problem that has been affecting this neighborhood and the residents of this neighborhood. We're talking 30, 40 years at this point. So when we look at this oversaturation of programming, that is, we're not saying we don't want the programming, because the programming is very much necessary. But when you have an oversaturation of rooming houses where people are just warehoused and they're not being given the services that they require in order to improve their lives and be able to move on and become productive and have a quality of life also, this is not acceptable. And we've been asking, actually, I want to say probably 20 years ago, we asked for a mortuarium to be put in specifically those neighborhoods. We have a problem in the city. We have a problem with addiction. We have a problem with people who require services. It is not fair, and it is not just that this burden falls specifically on the shoulders and the people who live in Maine South. So we need, if we're going to be giving people lodging house licenses, we need to look at the entire city, because this is not in my backyard. We can say that in Maine South, but no one listens to us. So we're asking here, and we're actually at this point really demanding that you actually take a look at all the rooming houses that are in the city, all the programs that are also for recovery, and not have them put in the Maine South area. That's talking about equity, and that runs across the board. The other thing is here, I'm also here to speak on the noise ordinance. That's another quality of life issue. Again, why are people being given permits to come and preach? I have nothing against religion, but it is also an issue when you have such noise levels that you can close your windows and they can have an amplified microphone on Main Street and you hear it 2 blocks up. It's not fair for the people to be able to have to put, that's noise pollution, it's a nuisance, and it's usually not enforced. So we're asking again, please look at the process of permitting. Why is someone getting a permit to actually go and do this every single week or every week where it actually interferes with people? The other third things I want to speak at here is that I am in support of having Eric Batista to be named.
The real problem is that the unhoused don't go to enough restaurants.
Fair contract, just like
Notice how he
every other city
immediately stopped
manager in
cutting
the
her
city
off?
has been given before.
Yeah,
He has
he's
proven
terrified
himself,
of her.
and I would like to see that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does your name say your residence?
Good evening. My name is Ruth Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I just have one little suggestion.
I got coffee
to this
with Ruth the
council,
other day.
and I will be willing to drive.
I had to
a
buy her a
bus.
smoothie. It was like $9.
I wanted
But she's awesome.
the
She's
mayor
great.
to come with me. I want you to take a ride in Maine South, and where the working class and the poor people live, and you see the street, the bumps and the trash and everything that happens in Maine South, and then we'll take a ride up to the west side, where the grass is green and everything is nice and clean. I want you to think about how the city can show its humanity to all the residents. That's my suggestion for you. I also want to
Would be nice.
be an advocate for the great Eric Batista. Our community needs someone who understands our people as well and understands every. And this man has shown that he can do the job. Again, Batista, pa'lante contigo.
Does your name say your residence and item number?
Not to put, well, okay, I'll just say it. Who cares? But I met with Ruth to talk about that. She was like, it seems like you wouldn't come down this hard on a white candidate. And so I wanted to have that conversation with her. You know, and I think I made myself pretty clear. But
On the different people around here, you know, I believe the children are the future, and when you mess with my kids and say their education cannot be taken seriously here.
this guy, I need to talk. I need to do like a 3-hour interview with this guy and just put it online.
The different people around here, I'm not into that. You know,
He seems so
but,
interesting.
And I'm also not into, he don't get the job because he's Hispanic and the other guys were white guys. And we just let everything slide right on through for the white guys, but we're not gonna let it slide through for the Hispanic people. I'm going on the experience that.
That's
you know,
such an
I'm
annoying.
not supposed to be
I don't know.
annoying. You know, we took care of
It's
it.
tough
Something to talk
because,
about.
well, it is in
Yeah, the
in-
white guys did slide through, but that was also
Yes.
a problem.
That
Right?
exactly, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's
That I've
what
known
holds me
about
up about a lot of it
the
too. Is
things
that like,
down there at Washington
yeah,
Square
if
when
anyone's
my
gonna
family
slide through,
came
then
here
yes, it should be
on
like
plane.
Right.
I'm okay
Got
with like
on plane
like
and
if
came
you know
in
if we're
from
just doing the
Virginia.
slide through thing, then
There's
yeah,
too
cool.
much
I'm rather
stuff
have a
here.
person of color slide through
If you get the
for
job,
sure.
I'm willing to work. You're
But
willing to work.
I
There's a
don't.
whole bunch of
Yeah, I didn't
people out
want
there
Augustus to
willing to
be
work.
city
But
manager
you know,
either.
I
Like,
just heard the other
And
day.
you know,
What
it,
happened to
yeah,
the
so Ruth and a lot of people are like, well, there was no one like yelling about how this is messed up back then. And it's like, well, yeah, but there also wasn't like a real like sort of lefty media ecosystem back then. You know, this point of view was there's no way to express it to a large audience. It was just Nicole Apostolo, and that's it.
Yeah.
So it seems like
I'm coming back. You know, I may disappear for a little
I don't know.
while because of certain circumstances, but I'm gonna let you know
Okay.
I'm coming back.
I
Thank
don't
you.
feel bad about anything that I've said, but I think that it's kind of tough to explain to
Okay, we
a
have.
certain frame of mind.
Idella has
well, I
it.
mean, I
think
don't
we're
blame
writing. Here you go.
City has
her
it.
or
Worcester
anybody in
is
that
arranging all
community
religious groups to
for
see council
feeling that
prayer on a
way.
rotating
Honestly, I
basis.
don't. You
Yes,
know,
they
Yeah,
have.
right.
that's why all
And,
these, you know, nothing is cut and dry.
in
All these
regards to
issues are
having
intersectional for
the
sure.
religious groups come back
So it's a
and
complicated
pray
issue to talk about. My bigger issue, my biggest issue isn't even Eric Batista becoming city manager.
We used
It's
to
the
have-
process,
Yeah.
you
and they
know,
don't
and
have
So they didn't even
it's
interview him.
exactly.
They did not
It's
even
we used to
interview
have
him. You
it's
know,
our
that's the big
city
religious leaders
continuously
from
failing
different
at
denominations
delivering
and even
on
different
promises,
faiths
one, and two, about
come and
doing
pray and
normal
open the meetings.
processes.
due
Like,
due
And they
diligence.
do it
Yeah.
on a rotating basis.
you know, I don't, you know,
So
and I
that
said I emailed the whole city
a
council and
nice,
Eric Batista
warm way
multiple
of
times.
opening
Obviously, I've never got
the
an answer on any of these,
meetings.
but I said it in
And
there. I said I don't think this
it was
helps
nice to see
Eric Batista. He maybe just
different
wants
No.
the
people
job, and I
from
understand
different
why
faiths.
he's
It was a
willing to do
way
it
of
this way
bringing
because
the
it
community
works.
together
But
Yeah.
it does him
week after
no
week,
honor
different
to
denominations,
get the
different
job this
faiths,
way, and it hurts
Yeah.
the job in the
and we
city,
would all
and
pray together. And it was a
you know,
nice
so whatever, it's
feeling.
gonna happen. But
And this happened week
you
after
know, I think
week.
we
And
you
then
know,
it
there's no reason
kind
not
of
to hold the city
slowed down.
to a higher
And then we
standard,
just
you know,
strayed
and I
from
don't
Yeah.
hold him to a
complete-
higher standard than Ed Augustus. I don't,
And I would like
you
to
know,
see that happen again.
I just
I don't
that
know
was
why
fucked.
we broke
This is
away
fucked.
from that tradition.
You
And it
know,
was a
I'd
And it was
rather, I
fucking
guess
the
I'd rather,
exact same
that
way.
happened.
yeah. And I
Since
guess, you
It
know, I
was
don't
fucking. It
begrudge
was the
him,
same
and
exact process. You know.
a
yeah,
village,
it's I guess
a
we'll take it as
town,
progress
and
that
a
it's
city.
it's
It
benefiting
just stopped.
somebody
It seemed
like
like
Eric
a
Batista
couple
as
of
opposed to
years
somebody
ago.
like Ed Augustus.
Well, actually,
But
Yeah.
that's
started
not
to
good
dwindle.
progress, I don't think.
But I would like to see that happen.
No, I
Yeah.
feel like it hits the point
And
of like you were
last
saying
year
about
we
it
had
being
them
like,
come
yeah,
in
it's
and
good
pray.
that it's somebody who
But I would
we would
also
like to
like
see in
to
the
say
position
that I
in
don't
terms of
think
demographics.
that we should
It's
just
expanding
settle
that, but at the same time, like just letting them
for
skate doesn't help.
Eric Batista
No.
It was
as our city
there was an
manager.
example given on the Worcester Political
should make a
Dialogue
search,
Facebook group by
and we should
Gerardo,
settle for nothing but the
who
best.
said something along the lines of
Worcester
comparing the
deserves
role
the
to a
best.
CEO. And
If
I'm
it
just like,
proves to be
CEOs
that Eric
all get interviewed.
is the best,
Yeah. That's not a good
That's
argument.
That's not a good example to
for
give
or
when you're trying to
against.
say
Yeah.
that like sometimes people just hire from
of
within.
Worcester
They still get
deserve
interviewed.
the best. And
It's
that's
insane.
what we should
Yeah.
have.
It's been a very hard thing
And
for
I'd also
people who
like to
don't
applaud
already understand to understand it. I feel like
They're up to date on the books.
there's just having never seen it happen
There's
before. People are like, I don't know.
intergenerational
I don't know what you're talking about.
activities going on.
And it's just like the city manager job in Worcester is just not what it should be.
Playing
I
chess
don't know.
and all kinds of things.
I think I
And
understand
it's
where people are
almost
coming
like a
from when they
social
say that
service
they at least
agency. I'm
perceive
loving
that
it.
there was no outcry
And I've been
regarding
reading like
Ed
crazy,
or
but when I go
Michael
in, I
Bryan.
see all kinds of wonderful
But that
things
definitely wasn't the
happening.
case. I mean, there was a lot of outcry about the lack of
Yeah,
process
yeah.
with both of
Yes,
them.
Anybody else? Seeing
I
nobody
feel
else, anybody
but maybe this
online?
validates the point that people
Yes,
are
Mayor, we do have a
making.
few, folks
A
on
lot
the
of it was
Zoom
private
platform.
conversation and behind
First
closed
caller,
doors.
you
It
can
speaks more to the
identify
people who
Paul
have like
Hoppenchuck.
maybe
We'll
one
try
foot
to
in the
get those
door
in
when it
now.
comes to the
Paul?
ability to express displeasure without having to show up to a public meeting.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
evening.
Oh, okay. We'll come back to you guys in a second. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Paul Papenchuk. I live at 34 Midland Street in District 1. I'm a retired engineer and a member of 350 Central Mass. But most importantly, I'm a grandfather. I wish to speak on agenda item 9.36, finance item M, a resolution to accept the grant of $150,000 from the Mass Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs to support the forestry tree planting program. I'm extremely grateful to the city for their vision and commitment to creating sustainable and a resilient future for our city in light of the threat posed by climate change. This vision is not just words, but our political leadership has shown
I don't
real
know
action, such as creation
how
of
to
the
talk about
Worcester
it off the
Green
cuff,
Plan,
but
installation of more than
a,
13
a system of
megawatts
transparent
renewable energy
cronyism
on city
that is
property and
perpetuated
buildings, the
by
creation of the
old
community
white
aggregation
men.
electric supply program that brings
Even
greater
like if
amounts of clean energy to
it's
our
a
fellow
continuation of
citizens,
that system and a
and the
perpetuation
support
of
for
that
construction of the
sort of
new
like
near net
failure
zero Doherty High
to treat
School,
the city
just to name a
council
few. In
seriously
February,
and
the
keep
United
the city
Nations
manager job sort of in the
Intergovernmental
family.
Panel on Climate Change
And that
released their sixth
modus
assessment
operandi, I
report,
guess,
which
is
focused on observed and
born of
projected impacts and risks
a
due
white
to climate change.
conservative
Each of
entitled
these
culture
6
that surrounds City
IPCC
Hall,
reports
and
have become more
that
urgent and
someone
momentum over
of
time
color
in
getting
terms
a
of
job
the impacts and risks
through that
they state
system
human-induced
without it
climate
changing in
change,
any way
including more
is
frequent
not
and intense
a
extreme
W, in
events,
my opinion.
has caused widespread
Right.
adverse impacts
Yeah, we need
and
to
Because it wasn't
losses
like he was
we
chosen over other
to nature and
candidates.
people.
yeah.
There were no
also
other
Yeah.
candidates.
that
You
And that's
know,
the thing.
I
And
don't
I think
know.
yeah, I
regions,
mean
the
you talk
most
about
vulnerable people
you know,
and
we're all
systems
white
who
people
are
here,
least
but we talk
responsible
about
for climate
dismantling
change
like
are
white supremacy
disproportionately being affected. They
systemic
also
white
acknowledge
supremacy.
that the rise in weather and
It's about
extreme
dismantling it. It's not about pulling other people
climate
into it. It's
extremes
about
has
dismantling
led
it.
to
And
irreversible
you know,
impacts
so again, it's
Right.
hard
natural
to
and human systems
it's hard
that
to
have been
begrudge
pushed
you
beyond their
know
ability
him
to
or
adapt.
this community,
One
and
of
it's
the most
hard
important
to
tools in combating the worst effects
explain
of
where you're
climate
coming
change
from when you
are our
say
mature
I
trees.
don't think
I
you should
honor
get the
the
job,
city for having created an
but
urban
mostly it comes
forestry
down to I don't think you
advisory
should get the
committee
job
with the
this
mission to
way
preserve and
Right.
protect and
because of what it
expand our
does,
urban
because of how it
forests.
Wrap it up,
it
Paul.
pulls him into
Okay,
that
the
system as
multiple
opposed
benefits of
to
mature trees, including
breaking
removal of
down
Right.
that system.
CO2
And
from the
also,
atmosphere
who do you think he's
and
going to really
sequestering of that
represent
carbon in
when
the
it comes down
soil
to it?
is essential.
Is he
I
going to
Yeah,
hold
the
up that
people
system?
people he actually is actually beholden to. You know, yeah.
Finance Resolution 9.36M.
The 10
We need
guys
the
that
generations
decide what
thank
goes
you.
on in Worcester.
No time to waste.
Yeah.
Okay, good job.
Yeah.
You know, Mike Angelini. Yeah.
You should name and say your residence.
So, you know,
Good evening.
Exactly.
George Cortez, long life resident of the city of Worcester. And just, I'm going to be briefly
I feel like he
speaking
may
about item
do
21,
a
in other
fantastic
words,
job,
the
but
selection of the
according
next
to the people
city manager.
that
In this case,
are putting him there.
supporting.
And
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, who defines what's good?
I feel like he's
after
getting
having said
given the short end of the stick with the fact that the
I'm just going
DOJ is
to tell you
investigating.
who I am for those who
Yeah,
Like,
he's
not
inheriting
exactly
a nightmare.
set up for success right
Is
now.
okay, now do we have to recontextualize this whole thing? Because the whole time we were thinking, even just quietly, that Ed Augustus was leaving to get out of the way of something that involved him directly. Is this what it was?
Oh wow. That'd be fun to see. It's a fun question to consider.
Is Joe Petty and the people that are pressing for this, are they desperately trying to get him in there so that they have somebody permanently in the job before the city gets thrown into chaos based on the federal government coming in and taking over our police system?
Right. That'd be a fun ploy to see if there's any just keyword search DOJ from the city manager's emails. I don't know. I don't know how far in advance people know about that shit.
Yeah, and this is an extremely good point. Is I'm open to the idea. I'm open to the idea of him being potentially great at this job. We don't know because we don't really know a lot about him, and that particular sales tactic is not. It doesn't work with me because I think we can all agree that, at least amongst us here, the way that things work in the city is not something to be striving for.
No.
And I think if you asked people in the vacuum, all these people that are calling in and standing up in support of Eric Batista, if you ask them in a vacuum, do you think that the city of Worcester should operate as it has? They would say no. So,
I fall back on what school committee member Novik said when they were starting their search, that just simply there is nobody in the city of Worcester qualified to do this job. That's it's a bold thing to say, but it's also, it's a really difficult thing to say too, because you are knocking 220,000 people and just hand waving them away in terms of their qualifications. It would be nice if somebody was able to say that here. Again, it's not that Eric couldn't do a very fine job in that role. There is nobody in the city of Worcester who's qualified to do this job right now, because all of us, like even the four of us sitting here, are too close to the process to actually be able to have enough of the 30,000-foot view required to make substantive change that the city needs. And I mean, think about how insular this city can be when it comes to big picture issues, right? We're about to go headlong into a recession that is going. I mean, I know we've been joking and whatnot about closings of restaurants around a baseball stadium and people trying to point fingers as to what the root cause is. This is happening everywhere in the country. It's going to continue happening. It actually probably has very little to do with local economy and very much to do with the national and global economy. Eric's going to have to go from 6 months ago celebrating everything that's wonderful in the city to apologizing for everything going sideways in the city. And that's just the start of his tenure. That's a terrible place to be from a leadership role. I feel, unfortunately, we've got a lot of people that are going to view it the same way people tend to look at like the presidency. It's like, oh, it's our guy. Everything's going to be fixed now. It's like, you get this massive bureaucracy in front of you that one person has very little control over.
Here today, not because Eric represents the Latino.
I think there's also
Eric represents everybody in the city of Worcester.
I love it when my brain just completely loses sentences and beginning to speak.
By the way, was that Jose Rivera before?
Yes.
That was speaking.
The perception is that some organizations in the city that say they represent all the minorities in the city have taken issue that they want the city council to take a process that does not work, has not worked.
It'll come back to me if it matters.
Opening up and looking for
the angle that's also weird to me is like the Colleen West style weirdos that desperately want him to become city manager. Like,
the city has
what's their
hired
angle?
someone that's homegrown.
I mean, it's probably very similar. He's Ed's guy, right? And Ed's approach to law enforcement was extremely hands-off, that they can do no wrong. We let them do their own thing, and we don't pretend that we have head of public safety in our actual job description.
Because some of the councilors are not supporting him, do not support Eric Batista. We do support Eric Batista, and he has worked and he has been involved in the community and does not need to be shown or represented into the community again that he lives in for many years and knows very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my brain's stuck on doing that loop of
Anybody else?
you were about to say something,
one
it
more
was going to be
person?
important, but now you can't remember what it was. So
Hi,
now you're really trying hard to remember what it was, and you're getting even further from remembering what it was.
It'll come back.
And it sounds like I'm probably going to get a little.
I saw someone
pushback
mention
here
in the
because,
chat
I'm curious
briefly
why
a bit
you
ago, I
called
think,
off
about
the
the
national
they kept
search,
it
that
the
you
city in
were
the dark until 30
all
minutes
committed
before. That came up
and
during
why
the
you're not
Zoom
keeping
call.
this process
That they let the
You know,
manager's office, the mayor,
I know
the
nothing
head of the
about
police, and
any
some other
candidates you've
person, I don't
even
remember
looked
who
at.
they named,
Someone had said
The
no,
solicitor's
30
office.
minutes before they
you know,
put
6,
out
7
the
months
press
ago,
release.
they weren't really interested. They didn't think
Just
he was
from
really
a, like, I
interested in
think
the
that they
position,
called
so
it a
therefore
courtesy
that person wasn't
information,
going to support him.
that they gave it to them 30 minutes
Someone
ahead
else,
of time so they
we have
weren't
170
completely and
jobs
utterly
that we have to
blindsided.
fill. This one's filled.
Which I appreciate
I don't know much about this
because
guy. I mean, I know what he's done with it, but
from like the
why
managing a city
so you
perspective,
couldn't
like
just ask
you need to know that the DOJ is about to
women
start like
really
smashing their
ridiculous
weight around in your
like
city.
You know, there's
But
so many things
like
that
the
we're
fact that it's
facing,
happening
especially
now,
what's in the news
today,
recently.
the day that
You
he's
know,
going to be
these are things that
getting
we all have to address.
brought on as the
And
city
I
manager,
feel like you're holding the
that says a
process
lot to me because I feel like
and not including the
the
citizens
federal government
by doing a national search and keeping
should
it
at
true.
least minimally be
And I
aware
think you're
of
telling
what's
us
going on
no.
in a city when they're about to do
I
an
just,
investigation.
backroom deals aren't cool.
And I feel like
And
that
you just gotta stop acting like a podunk
completely
anymore.
didn't go
You're
on
the
their
second
radar at
largest
all,
city in
and
the
that
world. I'm
from an
going next
internal
month.
perspective we're
I'm
seeing this and
going
going,
next
this
month.
this is
It
like
feels
really
like
tied
this
together. But on their end,
council's
during
a
the
little
call she was
divided.
talking about
I
how
think we've
the
had enough
mayor
of that
hires the chief of police
the
and
last
got
many
corrected in the
years.
chat multiple times
So I think you
and
should all
still kept saying it. So like they're
reconsider
not really on top of what's
until
going
that
on here in Worcester
No.
in general
Yeah.
either, it seems.
I think you
So
owe it to the citizens, particularly with the growth.
Some of this woman's comments are
and the
absolutely
challenges
amazing.
we're facing. How many restaurants just closed this week in our precious canal district? Come on,
oh,
guys.
that was what it was.
Was there
The
even a
tech
meeting
sector
about
is seeing a massive loss. We
the
just lost
ballpark
more
and
jobs in the
the
past
canal
month or
district? I
so
don't see
in the
nothing.
tech sector
What,
from
in different
just like the Big
states,
Ten
New England
companies
states?
Mm-hmm.
than
Did
we
you
lost in the
vote it?
dot-com bust.
Come on, guys, you got to step up.
But I mean,
a bit.
Yenni, the
Granted,
thing
the
that's
population's
You
higher,
gotta
but
step up.
yeah,
You gotta
but
start
it's also
looking
the
for
most
people.
transparent. It's the most predictable thing ever. It's
And we
only going to
want
continue as soon as you hit a recession and
You might
lending
wanna
rates hit
go
a certain
back and look
point. Profits come
backward
before growth, and the
and think
fastest
of
way to hit profits is to claw back your growth.
you know,
Can you wrap it up?
because
I mean, you're going to
it's
literally
really
see
a crime
trillions of dollars of venture
divided.
capital investments start
And
just
it's nice
vanishing
to
into
see
the
a
ether over the
colorful
next quarter.
council
It's
for a
going to be
change.
absolutely
Like to see
mind-boggling, the
that
kind
happen.
of
Now, this is nothing about
money that is lost in the tech sector in
Can you wrap
particular.
up?
Yeah, and
But
this
yeah,
has nothing to
restaurants
do
are going to
with
look like nothing when it starts
acting
hitting biomed
city manager.
research and education
I'd
in the
like to
city.
see information on him too, as well as other viable candidates.
Okay.
Completely true, Matt. We're a bunch of neighborhoods. We're a bunch of neighborhoods that act like towns.
Is your names to your residents and the item number?
So Gerardo being just posting that is just a perfect encapsulation of what the fuck are his politics.
Permanent city manager.
Cannot figure it
He wants to invest in Worcester.
Like
He's
there's some
obviously
things that
vested
he and I agree with entirely, and then there's others where like I want to like just like shove his nose in it like dog poop.
We're not going to celebrate that
Like,
beard.
what are you doing?
A great beard. Truly a great beard. Great voice too.
Yes.
Raymond Semide, Worcester, Massachusetts, longtime resident. I just want to say national mistake in my national search, in my opinion, is a mistake. I think the search for city manager is right in front of us. I want that person. If my vote counts, if my word counts, if my tenancy in Worcester counts, I want it to be with someone that I see.
No, if you're a tenant, you don't count.
Face to face with what needs to happen and what needs to be, and the challenges that are met. He's already in the role.
Just for clarity, that was sarcasm because I don't think that quite came across in my voice.
Trial by fire.
It did.
Doing the job. What do we need to search for?
I have to be like cautious about that as a landlord.
I'm in support of that. I echo all the sentiments here, and I'm for Eric.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing nobody else, we are going to see who's online. You have a couple hands up.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we've got 2 calling users. I'm going to start with the first one, Casey Burns. I'm going to mute the resident now.
Yeah, I was gonna call in. I was gonna write something to say and all that, but
Casey, can you hear it? There you go.
the whole
You
DOJ
just
thing just
muted
completely
yourself.
took all the time I was gonna prep that.
Casey, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Sorry,
we can.
yes. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Casey Burns, resident of the city of Worcester, and I'm here to speak on 19K and 10A. I believe I got those right. I want to support Councillor King's order to support a community engagement process for our new to be city manager to engage with communities across the city, to be able to lay out his vision and to give the opportunity for community members to ask questions, give feedback, and build a shared vision and agenda together. I know we have a really strong track record of the power of these kinds of community collaborative efforts. We have models
about
and
knocking
examples
down
of the Greater Worcester workout.
opposition
We really
before
rely on this effort of
it
engaging with
happens.
the community to set priorities.
Hey, there he
in
is.
order to
Hey,
really understand and lay out
I had too many tabs open or something. I don't know.
city manager.
Yeah, you gotta
If
watch
anyone
out.
has a,
Soda before
I know
bed like that
he
is
has a
tough.
strong track record in the city of Worcester.
if
but
anyone
this
has
is
a
his role, and
good
we want to hear
computer
his vision
and they're selling it
his
for cheap,
leadership on
let me
this
know.
effort. So I really would
My
support,
computer doesn't
Councillor
handle
King's
this shit very
efforts,
well.
petition on
All right, we gotta
on,
get that happening.
19K.
Yeah.
And then on 10A,
We need our
I want to
once
speak
you get on the
behalf
DOJ
of the
team,
development of a
we need
task
your
force
insider
in
info on
order
this
to
stream.
explore
Oh,
and
yeah, I
draft
know.
a chicken ordinance.
I'll blow it all
I
up.
am
I'll get
the
fired. I'll
co-chair
get fired
of
for the lols.
City of Worcester Task Force on Food Security, as well as the Worcester Food Policy Council, and we would be happy to help to support this task force effort, to house that within our collaborative
Like
efforts, and to support
doesn't
the
crash because you're
city
doing a
residents
stream
like Amanda who have really
that
shown
everyone else's
leadership in
computer
bringing this
handles
forward.
fine.
We want to support with best
You know,
practices and
something like
models
that.
and exploring other
I
gateway
mean,
cities
I've
to
probably
really
got
understand what they've
like
learned and be
3
able
or
to draft an
4
ordinance
spare
that works for our
computers
city.
sitting in
Thank
my
you so much.
office that meet those qualifications. So
Whoa. Could I take one out on loan for a streaming rig?
I will figure out which one actually has all of its components.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Because it would also be nice to
Fantastic.
be able to
I live
use
in
my
Worcester
computer
on
for
Water
writing
Street,
while I'm doing this shit.
And I'd like to speak to
But
number
that can't happen right
7A,
now.
which is the National Grid.
Yeah, we
conduit
don't
under
get
Harvard
rid of our old
Place.
computers. They kind
Because
of
more
just like have been
importantly,
stacking up
I
since
actually,
college.
we own.
Oh yeah, I mean,
under
eventually there'll
Harvard
be
Place
vintage tech.
and are
You can
restoring
sell
it
them
with
for
hopes
big
of living
money.
there someday.
Yeah, right.
And I just want to thank National Grid.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
being
like I have an
willing to
unopened
run the conduit down the street.
CPU that was like
resolved most of our
$600
electricity
new.
problems.
That's
issues we
from
have,
like
and
8
makes
years
the
ago
whole
that we just
restoration
found sitting on
process
our
much
shelf.
easier and better.
Like that we
And
were
I think
intending on putting in
eventually
my
we'll just
computer,
be
but
able to
then never got
remove
around
the
to, and then got me a
utility
different
pole that is
computer, and
4
now I'm on a
feet from the front of
laptop
the
pretty much
house.
permanently.
And it's a bit of an eyesore. So
Yeah, I want
just
one of
wanna
those
thank the
Alienware
public,
computers
Thank National Grid for doing this, and I want to
Yeah.
thank the city for your support.
so I can play Second Life
Thank you.
Thank you.
and ruin my
Mr. Mayor, I think
real
that
life.
people
Your
were
first life?
interested in
My
speaking
first
on the
life,
Zoom
yeah.
platform. I do have one testimony that was emailed to me tonight
Let's do it.
from Parley
Yeah, that'd be
Jones,
awesome.
Worcester resident and business owner of the
I
village.
would
of
play
Worcester,
Rocket
14
League.
Street.
I keep forgetting
I'm
we
gonna
can
add that
do
to the
this. We can
testimony
email
in the minutes for
Nico
the
and he'll
next
read it.
month's meeting.
That is a fantastic idea.
Wait, somebody
I think that's
submitted
everybody on
a
the platform.
testimony digitally, and he's including it.
Yeah.
We're going to go to hearing.
I don't
He
think
read
Last
it?
time they did
Yeah.
that, he read it, but he
Yeah.
didn't read this one. He just
Open the
submitted
hearing.
it
All
to
those in favor,
the
opposed, so
record.
reported.
Interesting.
Second motion is the
Okay, so now we're done with public comment, right?
first of all,
We have been done.
the
Yeah, we
conduit
just
system
finished.
Harvard Place, the gentleman just talked about.
Interesting.
Anybody oppose that?
You know,
Seeing opposed,
they could
to,
suspend the rules
adopt the
and
proposal.
do a conversation about the
So recorded.
DOJ investigation if
petitions.
they wanted
They
to.
won't.
That
If
is
they
something
do-
that they could do.
I was kind of thinking they would be more likely to go to executive
Total
session
on
and
the
tackle that
item on the
and Eric's
agenda.
contract at the same time.
8A to 8E.
Yeah.
Refer to
I don't
public
actually know
works
the
and-
rules on going to executive session under suspension.
Chairman, Councilor Russell?
That might not be okay.
Guess that
I
goes
don't
to the
know.
administration,
Okay.
just because it's an engineering thing instead of the Austin committee.
So the 8A is amended to the administration, 8B, C, D, and E to the Public Works Committee.
I'm telling you, once we
Proposed to order.
complete the Marxist-Leninist takeover of Worcester City Hall, we'll just be the only stream for the city council. You'll have to watch us.
Yeah.
Is Michael Grandone here?
Yeah, I mean, we're already officially like,
Okay, we have several
endorsed by the McGovern crime family, and
It's true.
you
I
know,
can't believe Jim McGovern talked to us. That was awesome.
That was so weird.
Free yearly exam test
He's
for
cool.
firefighters.
He's really cool.
Yeah, he was cool.
Yeah,
he
he
said
said-
some sassy shit about Lauren Boebert.
Yeah.
Unknown.
Yeah.
He was like,
And agreed with us on the statue.
yeah. But
Yeah,
also, isn't she now actually going to win?
Yeah, I
That's
don't
gonna
know.
be one
Yeah.
more recount. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, he did. You know what? The spirit of this stream is bullying the mayor, and he bullied the mayor on the stream with us. So
It's true. He joined in.
Yeah, that's all I can ask for.
Yeah, that was a good question, Brian. I proved that I am incapable of asking a good question at a campaign event. I'm just drinking beers. I'm having fun.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, I
was
literally
the
asked
best
Robin
question.
Kennedy.
That was
Dude,
the
I
best
remember
question that's ever happened.
when I asked that question, you literally went like this. I looked over and you were like this. And I was like,
so,
yeah, fuck
I
yeah.
was so happy. That made me
Yeah.
so happy.
I was like, Robin, I know that I already have your number, but can I get your number? You know, like,
I did want to make a comment.
do you want to go get drinks sometime?
8 a.m.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
For humor.
Yeah, for humor.
So I
That
actually
was
have,
yes, that was pretty great.
on this issue.
And also when we got the ask about streaming at that party, from the very moment that was the only reason I was like, we're definitely doing this, because I wanted to ask Jim McGovern about the statue. That's all I wanted to do. I bought a lot of tech, we spent a lot of time setting that up, and that was only because I wanted to ask that question, and the whole night was amazing.
I just wanted to thank Robin Kennedy and her team for letting us be a part of that, because as Travis joked, there were some people that weren't necessarily thrilled that we were there. To be honest, I'm going to say, Travis, I think that there are people who, even if I was there without a camera, they wouldn't necessarily have been thrilled, but that's just, I don't know, because I'm old and kind of an asshole sometimes. But yeah, no, Robin was great, and she made sure that we were a part of it, and
yes,
very thankful for that.
What is this about religious clergy?
It was very difficult to get that commitment from them. And I think that's why it stopped.
She's
Maybe
talking
once a
about
month,
not being
maybe
able to
we could
find
step
enough
back or
clergy
something like
to
that,
do
but,
something.
If we could consider something to
what like hide drug money?
Send that to the clerk. I think I've had a discussion last month with the clerk about this issue. So thank you for.
Oh
your
yeah,
item,
the
and,
prayers that they
send
used
that
to have at the
city
meetings,
clerk.
they couldn't find. I think it's that they couldn't find enough.
So.
Oh, I forgot they did that, like an invocation or whatever.
Yeah.
And Mr. Grant.
Didn't they used to bring Sarai in to do that? Like, wasn't she on the roster, and then she had to go and get hired?
Yeah, I think I remember that happening one time. Yeah, Matt, they actually did do that. They'd like bring in priests and stuff from all sorts of different faiths, and they'd be like, "God bless the Worcester City Council," and everyone would go, "Yep."
Oh, Mr. Grandone.
That's true. I don't know. It was weird.
He has a few items on tonight.
Maybe you guys should worry more about doing your fucking jobs than having a priest there. I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe if you did your fucking jobs, you wouldn't need so many goddamn prayers. Nobody.
Yeah, my thoughts and
do,
prayers are with Kate Toomey in this difficult time for her.
Yeah. I do want to. This is a good point. He is. Yes, he is an institutionalist. I also think he's an incrementalist, though, too. So, as personally liberal as he may be, he's fine with things being small movements, and that's. I guess it's. I guess it's fine. Better than not being, an incrementalist in the other direction. But
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is the petitioner
it's
asked to withdraw
I think
this,
it's okay to be frustrated with him sometimes too.
Oh, absolutely. I honestly, I think he welcomes that. I agree completely with that comment, and it's just, I think it's one of those funny things too. I love hearing people sing Jim's praises in Worcester, because again, it's one of those kind of like local things that you go to almost any congressional district in the country, find somebody of that congressperson's party, they're going to tell you they have the greatest congressman in the country. It's the reason why Congress people have such high return rates. Congress has the lowest popularity rate of any institution in the country, and Congress people tend to be the highest vote getters of any institution in the country. It's but they also do kind of really fit, I guess, that liberal mold, or that they all end up being somewhat moderate. I mean, AOC could probably be viewed as a moderate in the right context if you look at the entirety of your district. But I mean, even in the entirety of her district, it's she's probably not as far left as some people in her district would like her to be.
Right.
Definitely.
You don't hit that 65% mark that keeps you safe and raising money without kind of hitting the note hitting a note with everybody.
Carlson.
Main South Mom, I'm really glad that he couldn't read the computer screen he was sitting in front of then last week, because
Yes.
he would have been upset.
Information communication of the Worcester Jobs Fund fiscal year 22.
They hate over it because they all got diarrhea at Shooter's Bar and Grill.
Years ago, it's grown, I think,
or whatever that restaurant is called.
Lead poisoning.
So we will send that. You want that NED, Counselor? We'll send that to Economic Development. Congratulations, Mr. Manager, on putting that together, and the whole committee. Those in favor?
They just
Opposed,
skipped
so ordered.
acting right there again.
Transmitting information
They
communication
know.
of the water supply and drought alert.
Yeah, it's over.
Just from
It's
a
in.
procedural perspective, it just bugs me. Because, like, yes, he's going to be, but he has not been voted that yet. It is not his title yet.
Update on the
Yeah.
recycling program.
And talk about like fucking just signaling that you're a rubber stamp, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't even like put on the public airs of like pretending that you're his boss,
Increase
you know?
hourly rates for the winter operations hired equipment. The motions to adopt.
This is this is absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just be recognized.
Oh, yeah.
tonight on this item. This is an item that we heard.
We love our congressman. He gets all of us our jobs at every institution of significance in the district. I mean, the McGovern crime family is like a joke, but it's also
I mean,
born of a truth, you know?
Yeah.
He is a power broker for like a ton of really important institutions.
Yeah. For us too, it came from for me it came from how like
proposal that came in September
like
had roughly about
just
15% increase.
strongly he defended Hillary Clinton, literally he was on the Sort of Late Show in 2016, I think 2017 maybe,
2016,
and talked about
I don't know.
He came on and talked about how like he owes his political career to the Clintons and stuff like that. We're like, okay, so again, institutional. No, that's what we thought it was strange. That's why we started like.
I can understand when
The 90s were weird, man. I mean, that was after the Lewinsky thing blew up. You know, nobody would go near Clinton with anything, and
10-foot cigar.
And Jim took a risk and brought Clinton to Worcester, I think, on 2 different occasions. And both their popularity turns out was actually really high in Central Mass and throughout Jim's district. So it did work out for him.
Bring your own truck, pay for your own repairs, pay for your own gas, pay for your own.
I actually
insurance.
had.
So I am going to support.
It's funny because I grew up in Westchester, New York.
And I hope we have enough equipment.
The area that they said ended up settling into, and one of my mom's best friends was in Bill's spin class.
The council can't tell
Is
him
he did a spin class at the gym?
Make recommendations.
Really? That's sick.
When he first started doing it,
I just hope we have enough trucks out there on the street.
That's awesome.
Small trucks don't show up.
What a fucking goofball. You love to see it.
So
what's that with like fucking presidents love falling off bikes?
I thank the administration for working with the
Obsessed with it.
drivers and with the companies and working with the Public Works Committee and listening. I appreciate the 30% increase from last year and the 15 or so % increase from the September number that they came in with.
But I'm really sad about the increase of natural gas prices because it's harder for me to cook sausages on the grill with the peppers and onions.
Thank you, Council. The motion is to adopt. Roll call.
That's the only missed opportunity from the party last week is that you didn't do George Russell voice to Robin Kennedy or Jim McGovern.
Yeah, right.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Jim McGovern, what are your thoughts on George Russell just as a guy?
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
You think he's pretty cool?
Information communication relative to supplying a portion.
Bill,
of
you
the
should
town
start
levy
following the city solicitor in and out of the building at City Hall every day, just asking him for his thoughts on the DOJ investigation.
Right.
Like knowing he's just going to keep walking, but then just like every single day, just be waiting for him outside his office and then outside his car in the morning.
Right. It's like, hey, you couldn't win a similar lawsuit against the local newspaper. How do you think it's going to go against the U.S. Department of Justice?
Our issues with
Mike,
our water.
how do you think that's going to go?
Anytime we get into any other towns, just inquiring about.
Is Soraya
Is Soraya asleep?
Agreeing.
That's so sick. She literally looks like she's taking a nap under a tree.
There's the strong weekend at Bernie vibes going on right here.
I couldn't tell. Yes, she's got a little Real Housewife vibe. She's got a little bit Clint Eastwood vibe though. She might.
She does.
Gun somebody down.
I mean, she was just talking to anti-racist grandma.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the timeline of 10 years, it seems appropriate as far as.
She's going to pull apart that sash there, and it's just going to be two bandoliers with shotgun shells in it.
Significant in what we have. It does represent a increased revenue stream for the ratepayers, which is why, since we typically have sufficient water, okay, we can support that. If we were in a situation where we were in drought conditions year after year after year, and concerns of our water supply, I would tend to agree with you.
Nicole is wearing great boots tonight. Zero fucks given about the Department of Justice.
The current drought restrictions that we are in is because of the drought.
Nicole has the energy of someone who's too important to be fired, but just does not give a shit if she's fired or not. It's awesome.
We really want to fire you, but we don't know how we would make it without you. So
thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like that's where Trainer is at.
Mr. Chairman, I requested this comes before.
Trainer is like the attorney from Arrested Development.
I want to see what ends up.
He's
happening
Henry
with
Winkler in
Trainer
Arrested
with the
Development.
DOJ thing.
Oh my God, he's gonna get chewed out.
I hope he does. I hope we get to replace him.
I think it's something that should go before Public Works Committee.
Do we have time for that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll give George. Councilor Russell will get it back quickly. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to see this in committee. Just had a quick question to administration before he returns to the chair. Very brief. Just along the lines of some of the concerns as relates to droughts.
The city solicitor is Mike Trainer. He used to be the head of economic development.
Is there any?
I'm not sure if he has a law degree. He might. And in the past couple of months, on a couple occasions, he's proven that he doesn't really understand the law very well.
If he does have a law degree, they should be able to take it away if you lose too much. Like he should get relegated, like in the English Premier League.
Then this
Yes, the mustache man.
out of town user, as well as others, would be paying their proportional share of those increased costs.
I mean, we've lost what 30
Thank you. So send that to
cases
Public Works. All those in favor?
in the last couple of years. I think it was like the last 5 years that we've lost 30 cases, paying out over $2 million.
To the master plan.
Well, I mean, it's
I don't know where that I saw someone mention 2 million somewhere, but I'm just like, wasn't there like just a single case that was 2 mil on its own?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
That was just it was 30 over 2 million, and I mean I think you have to just look at it from the proper perspective.
Oh, 30 cases over 2 mil, so over 2 mil each, probably.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all the Department of Justice really tracks is the ones that hit a 2 million mark. But we
That's
should be looking
a
at
lot
it
of
from the
money.
healthy perspective that we won those cases, right? Those are cases that the residents of the city of Worcester won. So yeah, that's a kind of a good thing in a weird way. I mean,
Well, kind of one. We still had to pay for them.
As a result of
yeah, I mean, but you know, it's like kind of getting the lottery, right? Somebody's paying for it, but
That's such a specific way to put that, Matt.
I'd like to ask a few questions.
He is a licensed attorney, yes. But He's a dog shit lawyer.
Encrypted.
Through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner Spencer, for the
Here in the
report.
city of Worcester, we only hire licensed attorneys.
The report on emergency services that was presented to us at the last meeting regarding the protocols and emergency services. And I just want to commend your department for doing a really good job at taking care of our residents. One of the questions
Wonder
that came up
is
for
Jack
me as
still
I
in the
was reading
comments?
both
Does he want
emergency
to speak
services,
to the hullabaloo that he caused
report
on
as well
Worcester
as
Eats
this one,
by
it still sounds as though
taking
through the
Ziggy
chair,
bombs to
it's not
task?
clear as to who pays for shelter in the
Wow.
first days of a disaster like the one.
Kid gets around.
Few would dare
Yeah.
Oh, this is
to
about
do
the
something so
emergency
bold.
services thing.
It wasn't clear in
The
either of
emergency fund.
reports, and maybe if the acting city manager could also
Oh, hold on.
respond to this.
This is about
Who
like the
pays
Mill
for
Street
shelter, for
fire and
example,
stuff.
for first
Oh, okay.
In general, on a fire, a lot of times it's the Red Cross. In a collapse, again, these are different things that we haven't dealt with a lot in the past. So there are some provisions
I
in the
didn't even know what
sanitary
Ziggy Bombs
code
was
talking
before
about
this came
providing
up,
that for
by the
that
way,
cost. So there
when I
is
saw Jack
a
post.
way for the city to do that. But again, that would fall under the sanitary code, and then that has to get reimbursed.
Great. So in other words, if through the chair, if we were to encounter similar or close to similar disasters like the one that happened in Mill Street, through the sanitary code, the protocol for activating and paying for shelter would be essentially activated.
Yeah, but again, in general, through the chair, in general, the responsibility is on the property owner. It's always on the property owner, and we do what we can to facilitate that.
Thank you. And I understand that specifically this
There is
property
absolutely
owners
no
must
legal
perform,
requirement for the
exemplary
property
in their
owner to do
behavior
jack shit.
and or response
Right.
to our residents. So, and I appreciate
So what the
both
fuck was he
your
just
help and
saying?
that of emergency services. And it was really great to see in the report that we have new partnerships with Central Mass Housing Alliance and other community organizations to amplify and complement. I do want to say that going back to what an order that I had put in a few weeks ago regarding an emergency fund is specifically because as a city, we don't have the capacity to pay for multiple days at a time, as it happened in the case of the Mill Street residents, but also for other survivors of our victims. I just want to bring us back to the importance of really establishing that fund and doing so with the expediency that those kind of emergency situations require. Another question that I had through the chair is that it was really good to see that the city got reimbursed by the property owner, what happened at Gage Street. But I was wondering, as I was reading through the reports of what happened at Mill Street, I noticed that at least, and this is through a testimony, one of the residents, a mom with 2 young children who ended up going into the building because the property owner, against your order, allowed her to go into an unsafe building. She hurt her foot, fire and emergency services were called. What do we do in those situations? Does the city recoup the costs that it took our emergency services? Or does it bill the property owners?
No, generally with emergency services, because they are emergency services, we don't go in and try to recoup those costs, partly because we don't want people to not call for emergency services.
Mhm.
So,
All right, I'm going to take like a half-hour break and write about the DOJ thing.
there was a
I'm really
fire,
stressing about getting
people
this
will be
out
reluctant to call. So we're dealing
in
with
appropriate
mainly the
amount of
costs
time.
related
But I'll be
to
back and text me if there's anything
building things that
I
the
can just
property
hop it
owner
back
is
on. if
Bill,
there's anything cool.
before you go, I have one question.
Yeah,
And through the chair,
Are you
another
having
question
fun?
that I had is, I recently learned that
I'm having so much fun right now. It's so glad it's so great of you to ask,
and or giving us the green
you know,
light for buildings.
I like that you're worried that I might not
Could
have
you talk
been.
a little bit through the chair about the role
but-
of the Worcester Board of
but
Health?
You'll have plenty of
I-
material.
In the case of Mill Street?
Yeah, yeah. All right. I'll be back in like in a little bit.
Chair, in
Great.
the case
See you
of Mill Street, it would be through our building department as well as our housing inspectors as well. So that's where the responsibility.
I don't want to
would look at both
get
under the
anywhere
building
near
code and under
Jack's
the sanitary code.
Ziggy Bombs controversy
you.
here,
And
but
through the
when
chair,
did
my
Worcester
last
become
question is,
such
it
a
was really
weird,
good to
like,
see
steak and
also
cheese
that
city?
OSHA, I found out recently has fined the
When the
subcontractor,
telegram started Worcester Eats.
for what
Okay.
happened at Mill Street. But it's
It's
still
just
is
such a
really
weird
good
thing
question,
it
and
happened
get
about the
excited
same
about.
time that we
solicitor or
became the
the
donut
acting city
capital.
manager could answer this. through
Which
the
we're
chair.
also not,
What
but and
happens
also like a
if
weird
we
thing to
know
like,
that
I
a
don't know,
construction company
get
or
excited about, I guess.
subcontractor
Well, I
clearly
mean,
has
we actually
violations
have,
like the one
I
that
think it was
happened
like
in
one
Mill
of the
Street.
top
Do we
per
how do
capita
we
donut
monitor
shop
their
count
behavior, sort of the projects
for
they do with the
for
city?
non-chain donut shops in like the
Relationships
region.
that we have
which
I
is
don't know
really
if that
weird,
was like
or at least
Northeast
it works
or
in
like this
parallel.
part of Massachusetts,
Chair,
but
We also
what
have
we would
20%
be doing
fewer
with
fitness
any kind of,
centers in
contractor or
gyms
anybody
than a
who's
city our size should
acting
have. So those
in a
two
way
things, I
outside
think,
of what the rules
intersect
and
nicely.
regulations allow for them. We'd
You
be working
know,
with the state
I think
for
with
both
I think we all know that
construction
Worcester is hot dog town.
licenses and other licenses that allow them to operate.
So
It
through the
just
chair,
is.
as a follow-up, essentially, we do have a way to hold these folks accountable if this does happen again. But at least there are extra eyes on these particular subcontractors if they do similar projects or other projects throughout the city.
Yeah, through the chair, we're always looking at past practices and things like that, but we don't supervise construction sites. So we are there for inspections when called for inspections. So we monitor the code itself, but we're not in a position to supervise the construction aspects of the way
It has a lot of
operate.
historic,
Thank you,
value.
Commissioner Spencer. I
It's
appreciate all your work.
the site of
As my last remark, I'd just
Kennedy
like to
not
say
tipping.
that,
So I
for
think
folks that have
we
been
should
following
have a
what
plaque
happened
up,
to the Mill Street
get it on
residents,
the register.
I believe almost all of them are out of the hotel. It took them a really long time. Thank you, Acting City Manager, for stepping up, and to DHCD and the
Thank you,
state.
Attell,
Again,
for
I will say what I
continuing
said
to
at
say
the
acting.
beginning of this, that we as a community are ready to wrap our arms around people who are either survivors of fire or natural disasters and or collapses like that happen in Mill Street. But it shouldn't fall on us. We need to have a way to hold property owners accountable. And to this day, I do not believe the property owners of Mill Street have been held accountable for the harm that they have caused to the residents of Mill Street. But I
No,
want to
they
leave with the
haven't
positive
had to pay out a damn thing
to
yet.
say that hopefully the emergency fire fund that would support
We'd love to know what kind of snacks,
not
too,
only
is
fire
eating.
survivors, but also survivors
Making me
of
really hungry.
disasters like Mill Street can really put us on a path for not substituting
No, they
for
didn't
what property
fake an
owners should be
anniversary.
doing,
It's just
but
complicated
amplifying and
history.
supporting our residents, because as we see, our city
It
resources are
started
scarce.
as a
We have
diner
limited capacity in our nonprofit sector,
and then
honestly, it
switched
shouldn't really
to
fall on
what
our
we know it
shoulders
as
to step up
today.
for the
So
mistakes of
technically,
irresponsible property owners.
it's just
So thank
weird
you, everybody,
about
for
how
all the
you
work
count it.
on
So
getting Mill Street residents
they didn't
safe.
fake it, but it's muddy. The history is muddy.
Thank
So
you,
they
Mr.
they
Chairman.
did their best to celebrate
Good to
100
hear
years.
some of the developments as relates to this matter on Mill Street. I do have a question to the administration, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to our interdepartmental responses to this Mill Street situation, and perhaps Gage Street and others, I'm just curious through the chair if there were any adjustments or differential responses that we can anticipate via policy, procedure, or practice that we learned through this process. So I'm not looking for specifics right now. I'll ask for that in the report. But I'm just curious, were there areas of growth that we can anticipate as a result of our
Who's your cousin?
response to this matter through the chair?
Because yes, we still do comedy shows there. Hot Dog,
To the
comedy
council,
variety show.
A quick answer to that is yes.
It's quarterly right now, but we're coming back monthly. Oh, your profile picture makes so much more sense now.
Particularly to the residents.
I love Brandon. One of my favorite little monsters that has ever existed.
Services. As we know, we've understood the American Red Cross has taken a little bit of a step
He still
back,
has a great joke about
since
Worcester,
mass housing
about how we're a
alliance,
bunch of
United Way and
sailors
others
nowhere near the
took a
ocean.
step forward to try to support in this effort. But I think the coordination and the communication.
Brandon is
in terms
incredible.
of
I
that
miss
matter,
him. I haven't seen him in
was kind of up in
since the
air.
last time I think he was on Hot
the
Dog.
leadership to try to,
Actually,
bring that ahead as an emergency management to take that on and make sure that we triage every situation through emergency management. We're in the process of recruiting a new person that's going to lead this in the department, as well as we've had long conversations with Central Mass Housing Alliance, and then being the core center agency in which housing needs are being met for the residents. So there are going to be further things coming along within that for emergency response purposes, but in a quick answer is yes.
Oh, that is even better now.
As we move
I got a
towards our
response
budget
from Sue
season,
about what they're eating.
I'll be interested to
It's
see
stroopwafel.
the administration's
I love
projections for
stroopwafel.
budgeting as relates to housing and emergency management and things of that nature. I know that retention in that particular department has been a challenge over the years, and I look forward to some retention and sustainability. So I would like that in the form of a report, Mr. Chairman, just in order that we get a report back to be sent to committee in regards to the interdepartmental response and any changes in practice, procedure, or policy. I know that while there are areas of growth, I also know there's areas of strength. And I commend folks for the good work in the public service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to thank Commissioner for this report. Definitely want to have this go to my committee, Public Safety, for emergency, as it's emergency related, and Inspectional Services is under that committee as well. And I do want to state that I think that the new software programs that we have are really going to enhance further all of the efforts that are being put into place. So that being said, I would like to discuss this, and I know we've got the next item is 915B, and I would also may I speak on that now, or do you want to wait?
No, we'll get that to a minute. Let's do this one.
Okay. All right. So at any rate.
So I stand for no reason in particular. Just wasted everybody's time, but
So
thanks for listening to me.
All those I'm sorry, Public Safety. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell.
May I ask to suspend the rules to allow a couple of folks to speak? I understand via your eye contact that a couple of the plow drivers were here. They came specifically wanted to be heard tonight, and they're out in the hallway, and they're kind of upset. They didn't understand the process and all that. So I'd ask my colleagues to suspend the rules. Mr. Perro.
So we have a motion. We have a motion to suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
If one or two of the representatives of the plow drivers would like to be heard, even though we've already taken the vote on the item, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to hear their side of it.
Is your name and city of residence?
Ken Perro, and I live in the town of Millbury. Been a Worcester guy.
Get out.
I've been plowing in the city since 1978 with second generation, and now I'm full-blown construction company. Got 11 pieces of equipment in the city. I know you guys just voted on what the commissioner adopted.
Oh.
We had sat down at many meetings.
Trump
sent a few
announced.
letters. I'm not sure if anybody on the full council have
Surprise,
seen
gasp,
the emails
shock.
that were sent to Mr. Fink and a couple of the Public Works Committee members regarding what the city of Worcester is all about for plowing. And with the 250% increases in the last year and a half, and the city's been way behind on certain pieces of equipment that they haven't every year gone up. It's been a long lag, and we're just trying to get the rates up so we can at least make a little
Oh, Brian,
bit
I
of
don't know if you saw it, but or heard. I
right now there's
found out what Boo's
top
eating.
5 or 6 lines.
Oh, what?
That are part of the
Oh,
city
hell
package
yeah.
for the plow application.
Fantastic snack.
Lots of money. So like myself, I have 5 pickups. As of today, they won't be plowing for the city. I'm gonna put them somewhere else where I can make some money. There's not enough. There's overhead for a construction company.
Hey guys, I'm just going
A
to
lot
restart
more
the stream
than
real quick so we can
just-
fix this lag.
us.
What exactly was that guy's issue?
The plow drivers are trying to say, like, hey, it's not profitable for us to plow for you guys. You need to raise the amount you're paying us. Otherwise, we're not going to plow for
have
you. And
11
you're not going to have enough
pieces.
plow drivers.
And some of
We
them
don't.
making 1,020 before Paul Musi
Also,
passed
why
away, went up
why do we ever
40%
sell
on your heavy equipment,
all the
and he
plows?
went up to like 58%.
Like, there's no like
Those
municipal
numbers are in
plows
line.
anymore. It's all
It's the top 6 on the
contractors, subcontractors, and contractors in pickup trucks doing, frankly, an awful job.
3 of them that plow for the city. They're a third of your.
And we can't control how they do it or how they
hire
train
about
their people.
300, so they
Yeah.
say.
Those
In
huge
the last
plows
couple
that
of
used to
years,
come
it's been a lot
around.
less, as far as I'm concerned.
What man?
We're not.
It was a different world. It was
I know
nice
this
when
is-
we had public
haven't been-
services.
Not related to Worcester at all, but Trump hasn't announced yet. But if you tune into his live stream, they're currently playing the soundtrack from Top Gun Maverick in the background, and it is
pull the guys
really
in.
ominous and awesome to hear that gong constantly playing in the background and over the crowd
I'm not
waiting
sure
for
what
him.
they're gonna do.
Oh, it was
I can
another Twitch
guarantee you
streamer
right now,
that
today, my
that I
farm won't
follow
be here
that I
for
saw
pickups.
notice from,
So,
but
I just
it
hate
might
to
have
see
just
that
been the
happen
title
'cause
of
I'm
their
kinda
thing,
cemented in
their
the city.
stream
I'm a
to
Graffiti
watch the
Hill guy.
stream.
I've been here all
Yeah.
my
That
life,
might have been it.
and I've been working for the city.
He's gonna
Yes,
answer
Molly,
anyway.
that is Jose Rivera.
About
We did
programs
discuss
and
it.
leaves and everything else.
Okay, thank you.
So we missed our calling on the agenda, and I apologize for that. We were trying to be polite. There's six of us out there.
Y'all
So
ready for the
that's all
snow
I have to
tonight?
say is I think that the
Not
rates
the
for
city's
5 and
not.
6
Look, we got no
are
plow
lagging
drivers.
behind.
No.
They're not up
They're all in Millbury.
beats for
We're gonna have
people.
Millbury's
problems.
going to do awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where we're at. I just
Everyone's gonna
wanted
forget how to
speaking
drive
for
when
a
we get
few,
that dusting
not
of snow
trying to
tonight.
mess up the works, but just fighting for what we think is right.
What
The
is
city,
it with it?
as you know,
Like the second
is
it snows,
New
even if
England.
it's
It's
just a
got the worst
dusting,
terrains, the
everybody
highest,
forgets how to
steepest
drive.
hills.
Yeah.
Sent out a
Well,
letter
people
to
are,
them.
you
Well, not
know,
everybody, but
By far one of
people
the
are
hottest
watching
cities
their
to plow
Twitch
in the
streams while they're
all of New
driving,
England,
like Mo
South Worcester
Bergman.
side.
So it gets tough to pay attention.
Get on-street parking, 210,000 people, 3 families, like up to 4,000, 3 families. And it's not as easy as you think. Unless you're gonna get in your own pickup and go plow, work all day, work all night, fix all night, go back plowing again, then you'll never know.
Thank
And
you.
I honestly think that that's where you're at.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I used
Anybody
to
else, or are we all set?
do dog walks for one of the Worcester plow drivers, and he had to stop doing it because he was just not making enough money to even be out of the house that long.
Is your name and city of residence?
It was like
Billy
I would
Sarancini,
for my
live at 5
like
Gregorio
2
Drive.
visits that I'd usually do over
I
a
also,
snowstorm would take like half of his
provide
pay,
about 7
and
or
I
8
didn't even really
pieces for
charge
the
all that
city.
much. I was charging him just like
you know, as Kenny does,
like my minimum
the
minimum
equipment
rate
ranges
for the
from
2 hours I would go there
pickups
every
to
time, just to
loaders,
make sure the dog would eat and
backhoes,
stuff because he had a
sanders.
problem dog. But
I personally think
like
that
I was
the
only
rates
charging like a
straight
regular
across the
visit,
board are
and
pretty
that was taking up
significantly
half
low
of
to
the amount he was
other
making in over
towns,
24 hours of solid
cities,
driving.
state. I'm not even asking for those type of numbers for an increase now, but if we could at least catch up, you know, like Kenny said, slowly but surely, you know, there's, you know,
Just
I mean,
like
there's
we
a
just
lot to
brought
be
all
said
the
for going out there in the
buses
middle of
in
the night
house, we
when
need
the
to bring the
streets are
plows
glare
back in
ice
house.
and it's snow
Yeah.
and, you know, when
Absolutely.
you're trying to make a clear road for people to go to work and school. It's not as easy as you think. I just think that, you know, you guys should really consider the price increase across the board for all equipment.
Doesn't it feel like the first guy had all the talking points,
Everybody
and then
else
this
set
guy
then?
like
Okay.
got the
Anything
Cliff's
else?
notes and then forgot half of them?
Yeah. So you're gonna get in there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna pay you for 2 hours, and you're gonna talk, and you're gonna say all this stuff.
I do have a question to the administration. It was represented that perhaps the update of for some of the trucks or indoor equipment were not increased to the degree that the other, I guess, lines were increased. I just want to question through the chair to the administration. Is that accurate? You know, what was that sort of differential increase? I know that, and also when was the last time that those particular lines that are being referenced were increased through the chair?
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the counselor. My understanding is the trucks hadn't been increased in a couple of years. The yellow equipment had been increased significantly. So, you know, what has been in front of this body is basically increases over last year's rate of upwards of 30, plus % per line item. Now, there was a significant increase in the construction equipment, backhoes, loaders, et cetera, a few years ago. So those rates originally had not been proposed to be increased, but those have all been increased to 5% per hour. So, I mean, you're looking at your rates, at the low end for a pickup truck, it's sitting at $95 an hour. There are other incentives and other items that go into these into these contracts, into these signups that folks get. So if you break
What's
it down by
something
number
we
of
could
hours of
text
work,
Bill
it also
that'll
adds
make
to
him
that
come back
increased
to the
hour.
stream in a
It also
panic?
goes up, as high as.
I'm not doing. No, I refuse to do that to him.
No, I know.
No, but we can
Just
still
to
brainstorm.
speculate. Yeah.
Kate is
Yeah.
talking about the DOJ.
Well, yeah.
To
Yeah.
the piece of equipment that's out there. When we set up these rates, we did.
Peter Dunn is playing drums live.
Trainer did not dismiss the property owning. That would get him back on here.
That was a rate that was put forth by the street superintendent at that time, because it was like, let's
Tell him
get out in
Trainer's
front of
wearing a
the gate,
barrister wig.
in front of this and put a rate out there, put an increase out there. So those that were applying for us knew we were serious about, recognizing their costs are going up, meeting that cost, and getting them to sign up. As time went by and we started asking some questions about some of these rates, we recognized that those initial rates were too low. So we did go back and again, increase those rates. We came in front of the Public Works Committee, and at the Public Works Committee, we again heard from a number of contractors that need to catch up, needed more on the hourly rate. So based on that and based on the motion of the Public Works Commission, we did go back and again, adjust those rates upwards. At some point, I don't know where you draw that line of saying, okay, you've caught up, you've adjusted, we're there.
But we're not.
And in front of this body this evening, I feel it was fair. I think it's pretty accurate as far as what other communities are paying. And I mean, if we have to change a business model, then maybe we need to look at doing something else. This is the one service that the city does not put out for a bid. So, it's us putting a price tag on there for the service that we're provide. And if we need to change up, then maybe we need to change up.
Please do not put this out to bid.
Unfortunately, here we said November 15th with snow at the doorstep, and I don't think there's a time or the place to start to question what's in front of you. What is in front of you is a significant increase over last year. That much I can tell you. We can continue down this road, can see where costs go as we get through the winter, but what we've put in front of you, I believe, is the best information that we've got at this point.
Nicole actually said that she did not want the job.
And it's apparent that the Public Works Committee has been dealing with this matter.
Just regarding what's happening in chat.
Appreciate the adjustments from September. I would like,
and I do not blame her.
No, she doesn't want to go to federal prison.
Competition for hiring people within city government, with folks that contract with us, and we need to be competitive. I'm not talking about changing the business model whatsoever. What I am concerned about is the public safety.
That would be hilarious.
Over a number of years, this council, a lot of my colleagues have really been pushing for improving our snow removal and service, and I think we've done that. I'm very concerned.
I think the real only thing that would fix our snow plowing stuff is to bring it back in house.
And it's clear.
I don't understand
I would like
why
to
that's
see
not
what
even
comes out
being
of
brought up
committee,
by
but also would like
folks
to
in the city
see
council or administration.
for our eyes and for the committee's eyes. Really,
Yeah, I mean,
what we're looking at, and if there's any necessity to increase, I
don't
would
make no
certainly
sense to me,
support that. I
but
wanna make sure
it's
I mean,
also
yeah,
a
it's
big, the big
significant outlay
undertaking. So
at the front, but
are taken care of, and that folks are being paid a fair and equitable wage, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Ben.
And I certainly support giving this another look as soon as possible. I know tomorrow it's going to snow, right? It's supposed to snow tomorrow, I think, Wednesday. Today, Tuesday? I don't know. Tonight, mercy. So we appreciate your service.
What's today? Tuesday. Okay.
Let's take another.
They're probably confused because it's been so long since they had a city council meeting on Tuesday.
Away from the folks that have been
Yeah, I think the issue is the cost
Thank you, Mr.
involved with
Chairman.
equipment that there's no guarantee it's going to be used every year. Like when we have school buses, bringing those in house made perfect sense because we know exactly how many students we're going to have in going into the future, and buses, routes, what the needs are and whatnot. Snow, like last year, I don't know. Did we even use snow plows last year? I don't remember. I seem to remember it was kind of light, but huge cost for very unpredictable usage.
Pickups.
Mm-hmm.
It would be good to see
True, fair.
what those cities and towns that are.
I mean, even the state does most of their plowing through contractors. DPW has a huge number of pieces of equipment, but that's just the foundation of their service. They contract out everything. They also pay a lot more. But
If you want to speak to Mr. Fink before you leave, Mr. Perro, you're more than welcome to. you want to speak to Mr. Fink, I know you had your hand up. You can speak. He's right. You can talk to him privately if you like. And you can talk to Mr. Fink privately, the commissioner, if you like. And if you want. I know you had a question, so he can answer your question.
Chairman, what was the last?
Wait, you can talk to him, but we want to know the answer and what the question is. What's going on there?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we've already.
Yeah, just let him sidebar with the what?
Go in the fucking hallway, pal.
Yeah, I did.
It's already done.
Okay. Okay. Next up is
Yeah, nothing crazy.
9.15B, transmission.
They stopped calling Eric
for
acting city manager.
Inspection
That's
service
about
in
it.
Department of Public Works aimed at finding solutions for
We
dealing
did
with
catch
rats
the
and
whole
rodents, trash
DOJ
and other
thing, though,
nuisance
right?
Issues.
Yeah, Saints, you know
St.
about that,
Paul's.
right?
Thank you. I think I was the one that put the update forward, and I know other district councils asked me to do this. So I have a couple questions to the commissioner. We can just. So I was reviewing the report, and it appears to me that
sweater doesn't really make any sense.
implement some of these protocols and proposed actions. We have seen a
It doesn't
does
look
she.
warm.
some of the complaints that are filed. Can you just give us an overview
With her
of
hairstyle, though, she
what
does
you
kind of
think is
look like a
working
mound
and
of a
what is not
person.
working? And also, too, I do appreciate the interactive map, but can you just tell me, like, is this up here at the top of the map? It looks like there's a lot of congestion. Is that the burn code area? And is this down here where there's a lot of dots, the main south area? If we can, and that's on page 3 of 9. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Through the chair. Yeah, I mean, I think what's been working well has been really making sure that the infrastructure projects and construction projects are doing some rodent control, rodent inspections prior to that. So we're trying to keep any of those burrows from being disturbed, from those rats in those areas going out in the community. So we're making sure that those are taken care of, those are exterminated. That's working well. A lot of the education.
Hellraiser,
stuff
that
has
would be an
been working.
attachment on the agenda.
We're able to get to the property owners when there's an issue, provide them with the educational material, talk to some of the neighbors, make sure that they understand what the issues are. Those seem to be working, well. As
That
much
would
as
be
we can.
19
There's still
or
a long way to go on
915B
the education
on the
component
agenda.
of this, but we're going to continue to do that anytime we see any uptick in any of these areas. As far as the map goes, I haven't delved into this map in particular in terms of sort of looking at it street by street. This is sort of a general. You can see that it follows a lot of the transportation corridors. It follows a lot of the housing in some of those areas, but it is, there are concentrations, there are pockets.
Boston was just named the most rat-infested city in the country again. So
And also
surprising that they beat New York.
they have the last couple of years. It has a lot to do with construction projects. Same thing we're seeing here. The rats are always there. They just used to be happily underground with Mo, and now they're on the surface with the rest of us.
Making sure that they are getting rat control exterminators in place.
Through the chair. So I know of one case, but I'm not sure if there are others, that a property owner has not.
Did not. He's
go along with the recommendations.
Menino found it,
The rats.
and
I, because they feed the birds, so they feed
Oh.
the rats.
Yep.
And if we had chickens in the city, that would be another whole rat infested problem. But
You said that very matter of factly.
that there's people are being accepting that they can't use their bird feeder.
Their
in
competition
areas where
for her
there's
as a weasel.
infestation of rats. Would you feel, through education, obviously.
It's a small concrete thing that she can do something with and about that isn't politically directed. So it's something that she can pin her cap on that ticks the "I'm not just a Republican" box.
And all of the people that are like so low information, but into complaining on Facebook and into complaining to her are like, there's so many rats now. There's too many rats in this city. And then that like it's like a thing that nobody has control over, and like they think that they can magically solve. So it's a perfect issue for her.
both that behavior as well as trying to think forward when we start talking about chickens and some of those other things to make sure that our approach when we
Yeah,
look at that
that's
particular,
this is exactly what it is. It's that
possibility,
they're
we're
moving up
looking
the
at
hills
what that's
now
gonna mean in terms of
into
rats
the
and how do we
nicer
deal with that
neighborhoods,
make sure that
and
that doesn't become more of a problem.
So through the chair that you just mentioned that.
I'm going to be taking up falconry to alleviate that problem in at least one of the nicer neighborhoods.
When that.
Good.
Falconry's pretty awesome.
Seems
It
like
is.
That would naturally.
Good for rat
Have you
control
ever
too.
gone out with one or?
Nope. Just starting the process.
Just at a neighborhood meeting like a couple.
On
weeks
my
ago,
honeymoon, we went to England and we were in the moors and the south east of England, and we got to actually go out with falcons, dogs, and ferrets to do a hunt for some rabbits. Didn't catch anything, but I mean, we were in the middle of a golf course essentially, so we weren't going to catch anything. But
did you catch Trump?
Because I don't want that to be
no, he
Friggin'
wasn't
guy.
a thing then. He
Oh.
wasn't a political thing then, at least.
I think it's a great.
Yeah, we have an amazing hawk that lives in the huge tree. We have the tree in our yard is like one of the tallest trees in the neighborhood, and there's a huge red-tailed hawk that just sits at the top of it and like
Councilor Toby?
screeches all the time.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for this report. I would like to see this.
If you got
committee,
licensed as a
along with
apprentice
that,
falconer,
possibly
one of your
the,
tasks would be going to capture that
actually
hawk and make it your own.
Same time period.
Well, that's a complicated issue for me because while I would like to enjoy the hawk on a more personal level, its spirit and freedom are part of what I enjoy about it so much. So it would essentially be destroying the thing I love about it. So it's a tough issue, you know.
Yeah.
But I did buy a net gun.
Hotspots
So
were as hard as they were. And then the other thing is, I'm just, what's the difference between a curbside work order and a nuisance work order?
Sure. Through the chair, the curbside work order is typically
yeah,
when someone
Donna
picks
hates
up the
chickens
trash
because
early,
she's
that
just
is a
seen
DPW
movies with
issue.
like racist depictions of
The
people
nuisance
riding
issue
a
is
bus
typically on the
in
private
a
property.
different
That's where
country
inspection
where there's
services
chickens all
steps in
over it, and
and
she's
goes
like,
through
"Oh,
that.
that's gross. I don't want that
All
here."
right, that's helpful. All right, I look forward to having
Doesn't surprise me.
discussion about this in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question. Sorry, to the chair, to the commission. How many people do we have working nuisance currently right now?
Commissioner?
Yeah, through the chair. We have about 11 inspectors. So again, there's not a dedicated person that deals with nuisance or just with rats, but all of the inspectors deal with all of those issues. So in any given area, we have inspectors that are doing that.
Perfect.
Okay, because I thought I heard through the chair to the commissioner at a neighborhood meeting that we were down to like 2 nuisance.
All of our inspectors are dealing with a nuisance. There may be 2 that were formerly dedicated to nuisance, but
All
of them
city
are-
employees have been deputized
They all have to
nuisance
deal with all the
officers.
different complaints that come in.
That's why
Everyone that
Peter
works,
Dunn looks so tired back there. He's been out just handing out nuisance tickets all day.
every single person that works for the city is a nuisance. So
Out there really making sure
they
that
have
they're putting
some
in traffic, they're
expertise.
doing what they need to do.
She does. Sarai looks so
Sure.
fucking cool
So
right
first of
now.
all, on
Yes.
construction and demolition projects, those are
Incredible.
requirements that we get our.
If she doesn't pull out a revolver by the end of the night, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Or hear me out, an electric
As
guitar.
far as the construction site itself, those typically.
I'd take acoustic at this point. If she whipped out a ukulele, I would be satisfied with that.
I think we're
If,
seeing.
yeah,
would
if it's
turn-
acoustic,
I'd
it
turn the
has
volume
to be
down.
If it's acoustic, it has to be 12 string.
Just on a construction site, there's not a lot of food sources. So once that construction has started and the activity has started, at that point, they have already provided that abatement material to us.
And through the chair to
The image of her like
manager, one of the concerns
pulling
that
out
I
a guitar,
heard repeatedly
putting
in,
her foot up on the desk,
neighborhood meetings
and then
and
starting to
about
sing
the
"Dead or
putting
Alive."
out of trash, and as they're talking about this today, as the commissioner mentioned, putting out a trash early. I mean, I called one in today that I think they put on the trash like last night, right? It's not until tomorrow that it's being picked up. So what are
It was
some,
hurry up.
We're really struggling in many neighborhoods seeing this, and this is really, really problematic because animals are getting in, not just rodents, but other animals, and then it's just a mess. And to be honest, it's not being picked up properly. When they do come and pick it up, they're gonna just get the bag. Whatever's broken is gonna stay there, and it's just a problem by the time it gets picked up. So just, I guess, looking at, do we have a plan and looking to address some of these, concerns in regards to people putting out these bags way too early? I mean, it's not even like the night before.
Brendan, how's that tattoo healing?
It's really itchy right now, Brian. I'm sorry to be scratching and probably annoying somebody, but
No.
yeah.
They can all screw.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council. Yes, that's part of the.
I lost so much blood during last week's live stream.
Sanitation.
It was really. I'm surprised I made it home.
They're doing their
It was
rounds.
just soaked with plasma.
Folks are not doing that at the time. Part of also.
We did have to carry you out of the building at the end of the night.
Oh goodness,
You were
terrible.
You were throwing up all over the sidewalk. It was crazy. Oh no, wait, that wasn't you.
That was not me.
And so we're going to continue to make sure that they're paying attention to that. And
We've always been having this conversation, man.
If
Always.
the situation is not addressed, sometimes we send inspectors to go back and even pick that trash out itself because it's been staying there. Oftentimes, too, if it's consistent, we also apply a violation to the owner because it becomes, like you mentioned, a nuisance to the neighborhood.
Thank you. I'd like to recommend, and I'm sure that if you talk to the different district.
Apparently, it's snowing right now. Do we know how rats do in snow?
Or at some point, all the council
They love it. They
I
love
was just
snow.
outside smoking a cigarette, and there's not snowing near me.
Especially if we can maybe
Very well.
target some of the areas that we've received.
Okay,
It's not
Travis.
snowing on the west side currently, as far as I can tell. At least not in Union Square.
This is Snow Watch 2022.
You guys are all in the low country over there.
I'm
You guys
just
do it
on the
with, like,
wrong side of Airport Hill.
up in the heights here.
That there's folks out Tuesday during the day to see who's actually
Supposedly
taking
it's
trash
snowing.
out, because
I
we're gonna
can't see.
it.
I'm
We're
stuck
gonna
in the
see it out
basement.
there. We're gonna see it out there. Maybe begin to educate.
Rivera does have chronic migraine issues. I've had that discussion with her in the past.
Like if you put your trash
Huh.
out prior
That could be
to,
it.
these are some of the reasons.
We should talk to her about
These are some of
mushrooms.
the problems that it's causing. This is some of the reasons why you should wait.
Yeah.
Some sort of informational flyer that can get out there. And then, obviously, if we have repeat offenders.
Why
we can
snow
put a
bats?
violation, But I think education.
Rats could have snow angels too.
Because right now, I understand with the staffing, we're more reactive than
It's true.
proactive because we're complaint driven.
After Dawn is done with them, they're all going to be angels.
We're dealing with this. I would request that we
Brendan, to your point, with Colorado legalizing mushrooms, do you think
Yeah.
we have that on the agenda soon?
Oh, yeah.
It's
I
already
mean,
been
it'll
on the
probably
agenda.
statewide. I mean, for decriminalization and then legalization. Yeah, we're not too far behind. I mean, it's really cool if you talk to people on a national level that the roadmap that was laid out by weed legalization. I mean, it was just so bomb-proof in the way that it went forward. That yeah, states are doing their own polling. It's the reason why you're starting to see local like non-binding ballot initiatives pop up and whatnot. It's the same thing that was done. I think at Worcester we had done at least 2 non-binding ballot initiatives before the state movement really kicked off, just because we're a really good bellwether for the state overall. But yeah, I would totally expect it within probably the next 5 to 10 years, at a maximum 10 years.
I would love it. I would truly.
You've got
truly love
tons
it.
of people in the medical community starting to ask for it as well too, which is I think going to help a lot compared to weed.
Thank you.
Ketamine is a crazy one because I mean that's the one that the DEA was supposed to reschedule this past summer for clinical use. But I mean that's another similar thing. You've got everyone from the VA down to local police departments asking for ketamine to be used as a first-round drug in dealing with PTSD from a therapy perspective.
More inspectors or something like that through the chair. Is that right?
Fascinating. If mushrooms became legal, I probably wouldn't smoke as much weed as I do.
Yeah. The other thing that's neat too, though, and I mean, it's still to see like how calculated things are. I mean, like Colorado basically legalized everything but LSD because they were cognizant enough of the stigmas that are still attached, and so it'll be piecemeal as to what actually gets legalized and when.
With regards to various inspections. And my question to the chair here is,
I'm really like,
matter.
I would love to explore that space because I have so many health issues, like I want to wait for there to be more research in terms of like how much of what kind does what.
There's plenty out there. I mean, the nice thing about most hallucinogens is that there's no real LD50. So like you know, the big concern is always with mental health issues. It's obviously a huge problem for folks that have predispositions to psychotic breaks and what have you. But
follow up.
I mean, as much as I love the idea of weed legalization, I would totally, people are going to get mad at me. I'd totally support the idea of it not being legal for anyone under the age of 25 for just that reason. I mean, it's pretty tragic when you do encounter somebody that started experiencing, say schizophrenia, but as a teenager, as opposed to in their mid 20s. When you're a teenager, you're close enough to an age where you probably had an imaginary friend, and hearing voices isn't the weirdest thing that you've experienced that week. Whereas as a young adult, you're more likely to be able to recognize that there's something wrong. Pretty sad when you see that go by the wayside. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, granted, I'm on the other side of 25, so I'm even more for it. But I think a 25 limit is a good idea. Studies show that a premature brain gets affected differently than a fully mature brain.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's stuff we've talked about here as well, too. I would also totally be in favor that we wouldn't hire cops under the age of 30 for the same reason, right? Like, there are just certain things that a combination of life experience and a mature brain pays dividends.
And once we have the registry up and running, then we will start the inspection.
I took mushrooms when I was 21.
The rental registry.
So it's going to take a little while.
That's why she's growling.
Additional inspectors.
I'm like,
what are we
she's
on
growling.
rental registry?
What's going on the stream that we're missing?
We've got to make sure that we have all of the.
Bill, what did you say about taking mushrooms when you were 21?
I took mushrooms when I was 21, and I took way too much because I didn't know what I was doing. And I went to a show at the Wang Theater, and completely forgot who I was or where I was.
Yeah.
And apparently, I took off all of my clothes and ran through the Boston Common singing all of Juicy by Biggie Smalls. And a homeless guy was laughing at me the entire time. So yeah, mushrooms can be serious, but doing a little bit of mushrooms is wicked fun.
A tablet and they're
back in the mid 90s when they used to have Lollapalooza at that old decommissioned Navy base in Rhode Island. I was doling out tabs of acid to all my friends that were down there, and an undercover cop rolled up like right at the end of the tailgate of the pickup truck that I was sitting in, and I popped a full 10 strip. And it was kind of like this weird moment because the two guys that rolled up on us, they just kind of looked at me like, shit, that just happened. And they slowly drove away. And it was almost as quickly, like my brain just slowly started to melt out of my body. I remember nothing from that day. I don't have any stories about homeless people or singing songs on Boston Common I know nothing. Yeah. It's just,
I don't have a memory of it either. It was what was repeated back to me by my friend who was trying to take care of me. I trust that he's right. I don't think he's fucking with me.
Prior administration, very much interested in the teleworking.
I did ketamine at the dentist. It was the best day of my life.
That being said, as we approach budget season,
felt pretty amazing mentally ever since, to be honest with you. So
tragedies involving some of the
that's it. I don't know. Ketamine's not.
I wouldn't do it if it wasn't literally administered by a doctor. But
yeah,
I had a great experience. Yeah, it was
a ketamine at a bar in Europe.
Horrible day for Jess. One amazing day for me.
Much governmental involvement. It seems a bit much at times, but
yeah, I've had non-full use of it.
Yeoman's
work, but that was not fun
to have the correct impact on this thing.
I got midazolam for my wisdom teeth. That was a magical experience. Midazolam and nitrous was a really good combo. That's something I wish I could have found, like a midazolam dealer back in the 90s, but.
I've never even heard that word before.
Yeah, that sounds like a D&D spell.
It's a dentist thing.
Midazolism.
I think it lines up with Versed in the scope of stuff that'll snow you.
So people have questions. I'm sure that our city assessor can answer them.
They were talking about rats, Bill.
From what y'all were talking about, the drug stuff on top of the registry, the things that came up in that like little mini discussion that they had about what the schedule would be for an inspector, which would be starting at the office, waiting for a call to come in, and then going out to said call, and then going back to the office. Makes absolutely no sense from actually getting inspections done. Because the estimates they gave were based on 9 units a day getting inspected. And it would still take them 5 years to get through the entire thing if they had inspectors fully hired and all working at that rate. it would take 5 years to get everything inspected. My units have never been inspected. I've never even once been contacted to get inspected, even though legally they were supposed to have inspected them already.
Wow.
I reached out to them and they were just like, we were in there to they were checking one of our permits for construction stuff, and that counted apparently.
When I was in
Jack, I have not tried salvia, but I did grow a salvia plant from a cutting once. It was the Hoffman strain, and it was an absolutely beautiful plant. I kept tented. It was awesome. I was looking forward to using it. Came home from work one day, and it was nothing but a 3 foot tall stem because my dog had gone through and stripped every leaf off of it and consumed the entire plant. That dog lived a very long and fruitful life, but I like to imagine that he experienced the best 15 minutes of his existence while I was at work.
Yeah,
probably whatever a dog version of God is. I'm sure he hung out with him for 15 minutes. It was.
Did your dog get super into Tool after that? He's like, man, you were just like listening to 46 and 2, man. Like, you just like think about it, it's like really like freaks you out.
Salvia was really big when I was in college, up in Vermont, but like I never tried it. I just was the babysitter for people who were on it. And most of my babysitting of people who were on it was making sure they didn't fall off the bed and hit their head on the nightstand.
Yeah, my dog didn't move a lot anyways at the time. He was probably just ate the plant, laid down like he normally would, had a really solid 15 minutes, and then went back to doing nothing.
Ties. Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Finance items 9.35A through E, 9.636A through N, 9.37A through F, 9.38 through C, and 9.39A is the motion to advertise. Councilor Hajjat.
Sorry, I'd just like to pull out 9.36.
This DOJ thing is like kind of wind in my sails.
So everything except
for real. Like for the past, like this whole like election cycle, I just like really had struggled to bring myself to give a shit about, you know, any of it, you know, like, and then this is like, oh shit, this is actually really cool. Yeah.
It's weird. It doesn't feel the election itself is weird because it's close to a best case scenario, honestly.
Right.
You know, when it felt up in the air. And I do want to say that during the stream, this is, I mean, it's recorded. You can go look back. We kind of did correctly call what was going to happen, that the polls were underrepresenting the exact group of people that put it in the correct direction. I also do want to say that the differences in voting, in, you know, the losses for Republicans and a lot of the races throughout the country are less than the difference in COVID death rates between Republicans and Democrats. So they unvaxxed themselves out of power.
That's so sick.
But it's weird that even with like honestly a good outcome, no matter where the things actually finally land, it still feels like cynical a little bit about the whole thing this time. Anyways, I had a really hard time like engaging with it in general, and I'm still having a hard time seeing like how the positives.
I mean, like,
through the
local stuff,
it was like
amazing, and this is like you said, this is actually something to be.
Donation of $1,000 to the fire department.
It's weird to say excited about, but like,
because I'm not familiar with.
Well, it's like
item,
like looking at it through the lens of like things substantively changing or getting better. It's like, all right, the election was like good in that regard. It was okay, but like this could be like an actual like moment where people start thinking about the cops differently if it's articulated right, you know?
Yes.
And that's just such a huge thing, like a huge problem in the community is that people can't really think like critically about the cops without thinking that they're just being like Antifa about it, you know?
Right.
Like, oh, I don't want to be like Antifa. I'm never going to like actually think about what it is the cops do. You know, I'm just gonna keep drinking the thin blue line potion.
Benefits from the city in terms of
Worcester is really bad with that. Really conservative in that regard.
That project.
Thank you, Mr. John. And through the chair,
I'm
do
Oh,
we
seeing
know
100%.
snow now over here.
what happens with the tax increment?
Yeah, we're getting
exemption?
reports from
Is this by
Matthew.
cause
Know that
or
there are
sell,
flurries
or
in
is it
downtown.
typical for
Oh, boy.
negotiation, or?
Thankfully,
Through the
there's two
chair
plow
to the
drivers at
councilor,
City Hall, so all the
I think
councilors will
as
make it
the whole
home
council
or
knows,
to the
way
Boynton
mechanics
safely.
work of tax increment exemption is that there's really no benefit.
Fun fact: the
being
Boynton
provided
doesn't
to
close
the
down
project
during snow
until
emergencies.
they
No.
make that
I was
investment
actually
no.
sitting at the Boynton one day when the
Taxes,
state
the way that
police
works
came
is
in
a
to make them
partial
shut down
forgiveness of those
because they
taxes once that
were still
investment is
open. And it was
completed.
that year that
I
we
just
got like
wanted
8 feet of
to
snow.
make
It
sure
was
everybody
really
was
awkward to have
aware
like
of
a state trooper trying to explain to a
but to
bartender. It's
your
like, no, you got to
question,
lock the doors.
that tax increment exemption does not run with
Oh,
the property
is Jack breaking news
until
here?
that is also that
I
investment is
mean,
made. So we have had some
this is the
examples
fun
of
part about
commercial
this
TIFs or
time
residential TIFs
period
where
is
those
like
properties have been
there's so many
sold
wild
and
rumors
the
going
benefit
around,
and that benefit does run
and none
with
of
the
it's
new
Nice.
true
owner.
yet.
But
You know,
that
Yeah.
does
but
not
that would be
happen
fun.
in the case of
Like
Schrodinger's
situation
election.
like this. I think in the
understanding that
example
that
you
might
gave
not
would be if they
happen.
were
That
to
would be fun if
potentially
that
sell the
happened.
property before they make that investment.
Yeah,
and complete the
until
project, it would
until
not,
they are confronted
necessarily be
with
inherited by
like
the
the
buyer. That would be an
consequences of
entirely
policing.
new
Then
negotiation because the
it's
project details could be
specifically
completely different, and
targeting
so we would
them
have that
and not
negotiation with
a
any
systemic
buyer if they
issue.
were seeking that benefit.
Right.
Mr. Dunn, and just to make sure my interest in this particular
And if you're
question
a
is because it's the same
party with a
story.
voter base of mostly
We're expecting to have $100,000 in
middle
state
class
federal
to upper
housing
middle
trust
class property owners,
as we know, every
how many
single dollar counts
bad
right now. So
interactions
if the
with
agreement was
police
that
are you
payment
gonna
gets
have?
made
Like
at the end of the
the
project,
people who
we're assuming that if
experience
we
the
don't
brunt
go
of
forward with the project,
like
we don't
the just like
actually get that money.
the
Through the chair,
violence
that's
of it are people that don't
And my last
vote.
question
You know,
related to that,
Yeah.
just because somebody was asking me today,
That are
is
kept from voting
if
very often.
kept from
say, for
voting.
example, the project is no longer
Just don't vote as
happening,
much.
pull
I don't
out and
know.
they
It's
sell,
like
For a
bond
myriad
credit,
of issues. Yeah, myriad issues.
and
Yeah.
right
does that
because
get
you're
used by the city?
Through the
disincentivized from
chair,
it.
we
You
haven't
know,
been
Yeah.
making any payments to them because
That's
was
what people
really
are talking.
shouldn't.
I was seeing a lot of talking
tax
points
increment
about how
exemption is a
like
partial forgiveness of
Georgia
taxes that would be
when
due to us.
you
I
know
will mention,
for
just
Stacey Abrams, she
aware of
lost a
this,
lot of turnout
dynamic with
from
that
her
property,
last race,
if folks were
and
looking at maybe like
they're
the
looking
vendor
at the
type
overall
register
turnout
of
in
the city
the
of Worcester. We do have a
race as
municipal
compared to
lease at that
the last
property
midterm
that
was
took
like a
Mass Hire
huge
Career
drop
Center is
off
there,
in
and
voting,
they
and people are like, well,
inherited
people
that
didn't come
lease
out and
when they
vote,
bought
and
it
that's what
from the
happens when you
police
don't come out and vote. It's like
former owner.
there's
So
so
we
much
do
voter
make
suppression
these
happening in
payments in
Georgia
accordance with that
that
lease
Yeah.
that they inherited.
that's like
Thank you.
that is Brian Kemp won probably based on the fact that
Thank you,
they
Mr.
like
Chair. At
changed
first, I
the
want
voting
to
block in that state,
publicly
and
state
it's
that
the same thing that happened in
my
Florida
office,
as well. Did
was
huge,
in that
great
building
numbers in
before
Florida
former,
after
tenant,
so much fucking around
in the
with
building.
the electorate.
And I can tell you
So
that,
Right,
that's
right.
you know,
the
it's easy, you
repairs
know,
that
people
were
talk
needed
about
just to
turnout
the
and
building
don't think
stay as
about
it was were
like they always. I think
expensive.
people always think about it as like
And a Mass Live article
purposeful,
regarding
like
this
or
facility,
like you
it
know
appears that
active non-voting,
the
and a lot
company
of
has
times
had
it's
several
through
other
lack of
issues
choice,
where
through lack
Right,
of
right.
opportunity.
not done well with other developments. So I'm a little bit
And
concerned about moving forward.
the issue
So,
in Worcester about the lack of
and I
voting
hope
in
that
municipal
they do
elections
our due diligence if they
has
do
really
continue
nothing to do with that.
stay on top of them.
It's just
Right.
like
Certainly
what
appreciate
it really is like
reading, some of the other issues that they had. in
no
the
one
past.
is making a compelling case
And,
for
it was also
why participating
so just to stay on
in
top of
this
that.
supposedly
Thank you
democratic
very much.
society is worth it for you. What are
Okay.
you going to get out of it? What is going to actually, so it's
Yeah.
a hard that message doesn't reach a lot of people, I feel like.
No, and I think that's part of what is, we're seeing small changes in that. I think a little bit where like we're starting to see good outcomes because people are seeing that there are achievable outcomes, know,
Mr. Russell?
adding a tell, adding to the city council. Those were achievable changes that have a marked effect on people's lives. The CPA, the same thing. Like I was so confident that the CPA wasn't going to pass because I'm so used to voting here in the state and just seeing things like that not pass. Question 1 was the same deal. I was like, well, it's all well and good to say that Massachusetts is, you know, super progressive, but these things always become disappointing. But for whatever reason, this time they seemed achievable to people and they actually came out and voted for them.
Well, they're given the option. I mean, that's like, I feel like Historically, a local election cycle is going to be a choice between, do we want cops in schools or school resource officers? Go.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
You're
yeah.
telling like a lot of people that like, we're just not interested in anything you have to say.
Here we go.
Right, and the people where that this is an important thought I haven't really thought of.
They're
before.
taking the Eric Batista thing now.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Negotiated contract for about 2 years, subject to negotiation. Appointing Eric Batista as city permanent manager. And also we have one more. We have 19K. Custody manager, city clerk with the chief of staff, the council, and other appropriate stakeholders to explore options for developing community conversations with all 5 of the council districts to showcase the next city manager, the conversations from information concerning community needs, and shape the city visions to ensure the credibility of the next candidate as city manager is not undermined. Okay, so I'll just get down.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fucking tough to watch.
Mr. Chairman,
This is such a good example of why
I know there's
no one
4
bothers to
orders
give a
there.
shit.
We have limitations on speaking. I just want to make sure before you take the floor or leave your seat that we're able to discuss a couple of these separately. Thank you.
And like Christian's just trying so hard to carve out like changes through process in this like sham.
Mayor Petty?
And it sucks to
Thank
see.
you,
You know?
Madam Chair, and I think everybody for coming out tonight, much appreciated. And from the last meeting also, all the input. Again, I want to thank the MO
Can
committee
confirm
for the work.
snow is slippery. There's
I'm gonna go
enough
see if it's snowing out here.
population for Yenni to fall down the stairs.
Batista should be the
Okay.
city manager.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Has definitely has
I
a lot of
slipped
qualifications.
on Tara's leash.
He has great handle of all the
Okay,
issues.
really, one of those spots did
For-
completely just vacate Joe's head.
for some permanency here in the community.
Good. They maybe got taken care of.
Some community groups.
They're talking about the
Involved
Batista
in the
thing
business
now.
community here in the city of Worcester. And I think it's time you've earned this, and I think you're going to make a wonderful city manager. And, so I will support my order to make you the city manager. With that said, though, if this passes, then we have to go into contract negotiations, which will take several weeks to do. So in the meantime, I think on the order of Council King, talking about how you go about in the community input. I know you've been to a number of neighborhood meetings, and I think you continue to do so going forward, so people get to know you better if they haven't already do. I think a lot of people have met you in the
Neighborhood
community.
watch meetings
I'd
are
like to see
not
that
the
continue.
community.
But also,
I do not
next few
understand how to
weeks,
get that into his head.
I don't know if we can start with we can talk about the 5 districts. But I think that might be a lot at first. Let's see if we can do. I'd like to do at least one community meeting after we pass you a city manager. So I'm clear on that. And
So
also maybe a Zoom meeting too. So
people are mad that there wasn't a community input before he got hired. So we're gonna have community input directly after he gets hired.
here in the city of Worcester.
Simultaneous with the Worcester Now Next project that's also not getting enough
I know you've
attention
been
for
out there.
anything.
You're gonna
By the
continue
way,
to go out in
fill out the
public.
survey. I will
Met
give you
you,
the link
Yes.
again.
And I think you've done a wonderful job getting in front of people. With that said, I also ask you maybe
The
in
survey is
draft
fairly
form
useless.
We need to
but
bring on someone from a city government
and goals
that like actually works and have them watch this shit with us. That would be like someone from like maybe like Cambridge or something.
And look at the how we're going to.
Because like Worcester like is a fucking a master class.
Cambridge.
No, I'm saying someone who,
No,
from
she
a.
growled. Sorry, I thought I was muted.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Because like Worcester is so interesting in how bad they are at this, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, just what he's
how
talking
obviously.
about right now. It's like, I understand people are really like looking for public discussion and all that. So let's do that after we order him to be.
I think that's important.
Like, it's just such like fucking bullshit.
We're sleeping here for 10 years.
Like,
over 10
it could.
years now.
It's literally like it's not corruption, but it's just the product of like a culture around City Hall that bends towards corruption and like self-interest and just not treating this as a democratic body, but just as like a
Reasons are very stated.
petty fiefdom.
And I don't think we're going to find anybody better. You've earned it. And,
What
so
a
I'm gonna
fucking
support you as a city manager.
high praise. I don't think we could find anybody better.
But I will never find out because I
We have
won't
these other
search.
Motions, we can discuss those tonight, take the votes on those, and we'll go from there. But I think some community involvement is necessary. As we,
But you're
it's
gonna
not
put
even
him in. It's not community involvement. It's seeing how people feel about a decision you already made.
holidays and things coming up next week. And
It's
Like-
more of a community introduction than a community involvement.
Yes.
You know what's interesting to think about and what's useful to think about is Joe Petty appointed Batista back in whenever, April or whatever. And it really was a foregone conclusion from that point. So everything that's happened up to this has just been between this and the mayor making that speech has been like just useless, right?
It's been, and you know, the worst part about it has been, it's been like active lying. Like you're pretending that you aren't doing something that you're doing and daring us to challenge you on it.
Right. It is getting to that point where, like, if we're doing a good enough job, like showing what they're actually doing, then they kind of have to own up to it. And will they? Right?
Yeah.
Like, will they take the mask off a little bit?
I rise
sorry.
to support for all the reasons that the mayor supported the orders.
I rise to
And
say
let me
ditto.
just tell you that I said before that we did all support doing a search, but as time went on,
And we didn't do
we
it
only had
and
one,
stopped it from happening.
company respond to the RFP, and then it was sent out again, and we only had one company respond to an RFP. And now it's several months later. We're going to be over a year. If the RFP was awarded, it would take at least 3 months. So, the city needs to have somebody at the helm who is able to provide consistent leadership with authority.
Was there something wrong
I
with
think
that one
that's
company, by
really
the way?
important. And I will say that there's been no backroom deals, as has been alleged. I think we've all been pretty public.
The whole thing operates as a backroom deal.
And
These decisions are made before it ever reaches the public.
all of the successful
That's the definition.
programs that
Come
have been
on.
going on, Eric Batista has been part of that planning as a member of the former manager's staff. He has been there.
Just for fun, someone should take a screenshot of Anthony Petroni saying that we should have done a
And
search and
he
submit
knows
that to
what's
the
going
DOJ
on.
file.
Let's
Just
face it, he grew up here. The fact remains that he is incredibly bright, he's articulate, he's thoughtful, and he knows what's happening in
There's
the
no
city.
way to read what Kate Toomey's doing besides pledging fealty.
For someone
Like this is what like a lesser lord would say in a medieval court, right?
before there would be a trust factor.
Oh, my king will do a great job ruling the
We
king.
actually, moving forward,
She's
should we
dressed
be able
like
to
for a funeral
provide,
because this is the end of her
an
political
offer
career.
to Mr. Batista as
Hell yeah.
permanent city manager. I don't have a problem. I think we should be talking to the public about it, what their expectations are, what his expectations are as well. I think that's great. But I will say that we need to move, and we need to move now, because there are an awful lot of moving parts in the city.
Can
and
she
we need
move?
to have somebody
Who
has
do you
that
think
authority
Joe Petty can actually
I am the
consulted
city
before
manager,
appointing
and we're
Batista?
moving forward on this.
Dan
along with
Rassicot.
Listening to our board, my bosses, our city council.
a bust of
Rassicot
Pushkin.
doesn't fucking
working
care, so
together to create, continued,
They put Joe in a room with a
success
bust of
for our
Pushkin,
city.
and they
So,
hashed it out together.
Without any hesitation, I certainly support hiring Mr. Batista as.
Kate Toomey hasn't said one tangible thing that the city manager would do with the position.
Council King, followed by Council Rose. Council
We
Rose.
really
Sorry, what were
gotta
you saying?
move. We wasted so much time.
When she talks about things
thank you,
like she
Mr.
doesn't
Chairman.
believe in conspiracies or backroom deals, Kate is one of those people that I think of a good analogy. You know, how, like you run into somebody that like a hand-to-hand drug deal could be happening right in front of them, and like they don't notice it, or somebody that's like really surprised when they find out that like swingers exist, or that like sometimes people have orgies. It's because you don't get invited to those things, right? So it's a complete surprise to you.
Right.
She's the person that she genuinely doesn't believe in things like backroom
Yeah,
deals.
that's such a good observation.
Because she's never been invited into the room because
Wow.
everyone knows that if
I
you
love
did,
that
she would just
observation.
go out and tell everybody what she just heard. So she's like a really good soldier because she doesn't
And
know
wouldn't
what she
that just
doesn't
be
know.
Any current or future city manager.
right? And like, where would you want that person if you were trying to inoculate the cops from self-reflection or criticism than as the chair of the public safety committee, right?
As long as you say nice
Like
things about them,
that,
they're
she's
just
the perfect person.
What
Yeah.
I will say is that Council Russell
Like,
was very
wow, that's so interesting. Yeah, like she could see like the cops pass like fucking bricks of cocaine back and forth to each other right in front of her and be like, oh, they must just be collecting evidence, you know?
this body, including myself.
They're building a snow fort for children. Look how lovely.
Yeah.
Eric, born and raised in the city, went to high school in the city, knows the city, worked under.
I saw Jack
City
say
Manager
something
Bryan
earlier
through a
about
very difficult recession.
Rose not running. Where'd you
Worked
get
through
that?
With Ed Augustus through
Because
COVID.
I'd been hearing the
Worked with
opposite.
many people
So.
through,
Oh,
incredible development here in the
well,
city.
my feed on the rumor mill is that he's not.
Resume speaks for itself.
Okay.
He said
I will
something he
trust
said
the
to
combined rumor mill of you and Jack over me. Because
yeah, but something he said last week made me think that
list.
he like I don't know.
He could have changed his mind since the last time since I heard last but I would like it if he does. I think that he's someone that can be pulled along very easily.
Yep.
And
Like, he's not going to be he's not going to generate like bold ideas, but he can get behind them, you know.
Public safety, and the list goes on and on and on. It's arguably one of the most difficult jobs that you can
Shaun Rose
actually think of or even name. And as he's growing in this role, the last thing that I want for him, for Eric, is for anybody to suggest that
you know what's cool that I just thought about?
Next to his
some
name,
rumor
for whatever he didn't
some
earn
people
this
going up
because he
against
didn't go through
Russell.
this process. And so
Great.
for me, thinking about the
Love that.
search process is I again believe that he would have risen to the
If
top
no
of
one
that.
runs in D2, I'll do it at the last
A
minute.
month from now, 2
and
months from now,
just
3
do a
months from
lazy,
now, members
like
in and
sort of
around the
stunt,
community and the
just
I have
to
a plan. I
put up a fight.
have a
Imagine
theory
you
for
do it as a stunt and actually get elected.
and say, you know,
Oh, that would be awful. I would hate that.
Goodbye,
Stick
Bill.
with the DOJ gig.
See your sanity later.
So I just want to lay my cards on the table.
I would hate that
as
so
somebody
much.
thinking around this
Oh man.
process. We said that we were going to do it. We voted unanimously, maybe minus Council Russell, to move forward with the process. I'm sticking to my word, and I'm sticking to my confidence and my appreciation for process and the fact that I genuinely believe that he would have risen to the top in this process, hands down, unequivocally. So just again, want to lay my cards on the table as to my thinking and rationale around this, just sticking to my word and following through on what we said that we were originally going to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
See, that's Rose getting pulled along, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. Like, that's progress. That's actual progress. Heading
Thank you, Mr.
into
Chairman.
an election where we could actually get a majority of like decent people.
Just wanted to begin by
Right?
saying that I
It's not outside the realm of
certainly, as I
possibility.
said last week,
Yeah.
appreciate the community coming out
And then Eric's gonna have such a hard time.
verbalizing their support for Eric Batista as city manager. As I also stated, a process is extremely important, a thorough process. This is a process. We have the right as a body to vote any way we want, and that's democracy. That being said, you know, as chairman of municipal operations and legislative affairs, I want to thank my vice
That's
chair,
true, Jack.
George Russell, and colleague Shaun Rose, Councilor Rose, for all of the work that was done over the summer and beyond. We finalized
With
the contract
like a progressive majority on the city council,
in August.
it would really be
we
like
made sure that
City Hall
request for
versus city
proposals went
council.
out with respect
And
to a search firm twice.
when has that
Those came
happened,
back at the
right?
end of August, and
That's
we were
really
ready to
cool.
move forward if this body so
That's how you can
chose.
like really
It
expose
did not choose to move forward throughout
the
month of
underlying
September
problems.
or October. And finally, the last time we met, we moved forward with making the decision that we would not move forward with my motion to continue with a national search. as the mayor mentioned, contract negotiations could take weeks. There's attorneys involved, there's folks involved, and that's the reality of that. And so here we are. My particular order that I want to speak on, 19K, requesting the mayor and the clerk work with chief of staff of the city council, is essentially to bring together the council, the office of the mayor, and appropriate stakeholders to explore
Senator-elect
options
Kennedy
for
mentioned that
conducting
last week. That
community
sounded like there was an
conversations.
effort to
I'd like to amend that
be fielding candidates. And
to read that said conversation
Yeah.
should collect information concerning community needs and shape the city's vision to ensure
It was kneecapped.
The credibility of the next city manager is not undermined. And the only piece I'd like I like this in its entirety. The amendment that I would propose would be that instead of showcasing the city manager, to engage with the next city manager. That would be
there. You fixed it.
It's good to hear, Mr. Chairman.
Definitely won't be a
the mayor
showcase anymore.
Is in agreement with what I've been proposing.
It's like, what can you
pushing for
do?
some time, which is
without a majority,
we
what can you do?
actually do have a process. I know there were some comments earlier about applications. There's
You just
been
gotta
no
sit back
application
and watch it
received from the
happen.
City of Worcester. There's been no application put out there. That's not on the table. Hence, we don't have a resume. Hence, we don't have these things.
We don't have a resume.
So make no mistake about it. There's been no.
Oh, they hired the next city
applying or
manager
to
without a
apply
fucking
for the
resume.
position. There's been verbal assertions. There's been verbal support, etc. That being said, the reason that I made the motion last week, which was unfortunately held for 2 weeks, is that when you think of what the search firm does, it's a lot of work. You're talking about meeting with department heads on the record, taking information of what worked with the last administration, what could work better, what the needs are, putting that in a public document for the council, for the public, transparency. It also involves engaging issue-based focus groups that are related to nonprofit leadership and community, affordable housing, seniors, students, homeless folks, homeless shelter providers, racial justice organizations, environmental and climate folks.
I would love to
again,
see the
public
city do an
schools,
actual
parents,
retrospective.
the arts community,
scrum
transportation
style.
advocates, faith-based folks,
And Batista is
tenant
a
councils and
certified
tenant
Scrum Master,
rights
just
and
like I
landlord
am.
rights, disability
The whole
communities,
project management
neighborhood
methodology, and
associations throughout
one
the
of the
city, our
major things
immigrant
is
community, all of those
consistently
things
looking back and
on
reviewing
the
stuff
record.
and making sure that
And
things
those
are
folks
what
are
went right, what
polled,
went
they're
wrong, what
surveyed,
we do
they're met
better.
with. For what purpose? They're
I think
also
he has stepped away from that
would meet with
mentality,
the
though,
counselors,
unfortunately.
get an idea of what their thoughts are with regards to this particular position. They will meet with the office of the mayor.
That's
and
exactly
take a
what's
look at
going
what's
on.
been done in the past evaluations and things of that nature. So why is that
He
important?
gave a whole
Well, as the
presentation
manager,
to
the mayor referenced, it's
chamber
important that
I went to
we have
about
a
Scrum,
rubric,
what Scrum is,
we have
how
a
they were
way
using it in City Hall,
to effectively
and stuff like I wanna say 6 years
evaluate
ago.
the next city manager. And it
I was
allows
at that
for
too. Yeah.
a
That was-
transparent,
You were?
accountable
There was like
process.
15
A
people in the
transparent,
room.
accountable process.
Yeah, I'm pretty
that
sure I
everyone
was
can
there.
Take a look at.
Okay.
I wrote about that. I
and
was
it
like, this is
shapes
a
the
this is
parameters
interesting.
of the position.
Yeah, it was one of those like
It
little
also gives the
internal meetings
opportunity,
at the
which is
chamber.
why I initially used the word showcase.
Oh no, I was at one
for
at
the
City
city
Hall.
manager to
So
say,
it was
hey,
Oh yeah, no, this
different-
was this was
different
just a
riff on the
little
same thing.
in the chamber building.
Hey, here's my
thing.
resume. Hey, here's what I've done. Here's what I could do if given the opportunity.
Yeah,
And
that's
see
an
how
important
that
point. He
balances
has not said what he would or could do
chamber-based process
if given the
and the
opportunity. He has
needs
not
of our
outlined any
community and the
goals
expectations of the elected
for
body.
his tenure.
That process
Gio, I don't want to
has
die.
not occurred.
That's
It's
such so
important for us
frustrating.
to
Bad
have
idea.
that process. National search or not. I believe last week we voted down the national search. Doesn't mean we can't have a process. And I was hoping over the last 2 weeks, this body, the council, would work with the office of the mayor to come up with such a process. I maintain that that's necessary. I'd indicated in brief conversation last week with the mayor that if that sort of thing happens, I'd love to get to a unanimous vote, perhaps a unanimous vote on this the next city manager and Eric Batista. Without that process, to go into executive session, to negotiate a contract, without even having that engagement in public, is a challenge. It's a challenge. And, you know, the expectation is that we do the best, we do our due diligence. This is our job. We're oversight for the city manager. We're oversight for the city. You know, we have the Department of Justice coming in now, as I've recently learned, right? We have oversight requirements. We need to know from the city manager what those oversight will be of all of our departments. And to do so after appointment is a challenge. When I'm not particularly, as I mentioned, interested in Ed Augustus 2.0 or Michael Bryan 2.0. I'd love to see Eric Batista as if when he's voted the next city manager to be that city manager. And what happens when you have that sort of process? And
yeah, that was the first TRJ mentioned of the meeting.
City managers don't know anybody.
Where are we?
Doesn't know half
2.5
the
hours?
Doesn't know them. Allow them, as happened with the superintendent, the opportunity to be all they can be for the city that they love. And we know Eric loves the city of Worcester. I have a personal affinity and affection for Mr. Batista, which I'll always have. And this is business, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you this. I wish things had been handled differently by a number of folks. I'm not without fault myself, but a number of folks here, as the mayor, also respect everybody. But it's created various points of contention within the Latino community itself, within the Black community, within our community at large. I can tell you that I've been pulled in all different directions. I've had folks in the Latino community tell me that councilors of color who voted for a process are really about rhetoric. I'm an elected official of color, the first Black man ever elected citywide. My entire life is about equity and lens. It's not about rhetoric. It's real life experience lived and fought for. My record speaks for itself. We've had folks in the Black community tell me that I just want to appoint Mr. Batista because it's a large voting block and perhaps you have other career aspirations. I've had folks in the non-people of color community say, well, you only want a person of color. You don't want anyone else. I've had women say, well, what about a female candidate? How come we're not looking at all aspects of this? Those are the points of contention as well in our community. And as I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, last week, I think there's a way we can get to a unanimous vote. I believe that way is through a engaged community process where we do speak to folks. I'm not necessarily married to going to 5 city council districts. I know that we have Zoom, we have other things where we can do stuff. I would have loved the opportunity to have had the endorsement of this body, and we would have resolved that and have a plan for you right now. But I was held 2 weeks ago. To move forward and come up with some sort of a plan without the endorsement of this body is just too difficult. I appreciate the work that Eric Batista has done.
Is he gonna hold
this?
this?
Again,
This is
you know,
this
things
is
could have been,
King's doing a really good job.
folks
right
could have
now.
been more helpful from him from the last administration when they left. And yes, someone from the city, our first permanent Latino city manager, I'm the one who made those comments when we named him acting city manager, is extremely important. And this process of folks coming to advocate for him again should have happened at the conclusion of a complete and thorough process. That's the challenging piece. That's the challenging piece, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly
a couple more minutes on
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly believe that the process should absolutely continue. It's necessary, you know, and it's not about perception. It's about making sure that we move forward. And remember, when you talk about inequity. You talk about equal opportunity.
It is about perception, though.
It's about process and setting precedent.
Yeah.
We're fortunate to have a candidate of color. We're fortunate. We don't know if 2 months, 2 years, 20 years from now, this particular potential candidate, because there's been no applications, but stated candidate for permanent city manager will continue to be interested.
It's
And
not
when
even a
that process is
popularity
completed,
contest.
if there is
It's not
no
a
one
contest of any kind.
who is of a diverse community, and we set
I don't
this
know what's on my
precedent,
jacket shoulder.
and we do what's been done
Your
over
hair.
the years, you'll end up what you've always ended up with. That's what you'll end up with.
I really wish I could see who he's talking to. He's definitely speaking to somebody either on the council or in the audience.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Jose Rivera.
As I'll wrap up right now.
It's Jose Rivera. He's challenging
Lots
him.
of contention on this council.
Bare knuckle, you think?
We have an opportunity to get this right. And I would propose that we do exactly that. I'm of the mindset to make sure that we have
Yeah, Petty's in the other
some
direction.
more time to do exactly that.
Someone in the
and that
gallery.
will, dictate, the rest of the orders. And I'm speaking on 19K. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? Council Rivera?
I don't
Was
want
that
to
on the
repeat much
reporter?
what's been said, but I feel compelled to be able to stand, and I'm going to tell you the reason why, Mr. Chairman, is because one of my major concerns is that, is that we've meshed these things, we've meshed these items all together. And if we're voting for process, somehow that is interpreted as an anti-Eric Batista vote. And that is a very erroneous vote. I mean, I think if I would ask, can you give me 5 things, everybody who's pro or coming and saying, if I could say, can you give me 5 things that can pop out of his resume, would you be able to name it? And maybe most people probably wouldn't. They're just kind of like, I could tell you I can. I'm very proud to be able to say, because let me tell you, who stands before us is a highly qualified individual. Our whole budget system, as I mentioned before, I'm sure he could say, you're welcome, right? Thank you for that. Like the way his administration, his administrative structuring, amazing. The way that he revamped and looked at the structure of taking a look at youth violence and how we've seen a significant reduction and being able to kind of really look at collaboration.
You're choosing to listen to Trump over Rivera? Okay, I'm not entirely sure about your sanity there, Jack.
Way more entertaining. I got him going on in the background too.
Worcester. There's a number of different things that
I'm listening to his words, but her visual. It's a perfect marriage.
There you go.
That sounds very disturbing. Work on and do. This isn't a I'm pro or against. That there's somehow, right? And what really, really upsets me is that somehow people forget that there's not just me, but there's a number of people on this council that have dedicated their lives to equity, that have dedicated their lives, that have sacrificed, and that have been part and have had to kind of take the hits, have taken hits. Our families have taken hits because we've stood for what is right, because we've stood for what is not popular. And all of a sudden now, because we are advocating for the same thing that we've advocated all of this time, because it isn't convenient, we're somehow not doing something equitable, that we're missing an opportunity. No, we're not missing an opportunity.
She lost me.
What we're not doing is what we don't want
I was
to do,
following
is
for
set
a while.
ourselves up. So we're dealing with a school, with a superintendent issue that we had a few years ago. Yes, I'm going to say it right now.
There's a really good
And we
beat
all
style
were-
character.
And not only
in
were we
Survivor.
suffering as a community, but our kids suffered greatly
as a
for what was
satire.
done for many years. And it just recently got rectified.
Look at John.
And you were setting a bad precedent. In a few years, we're going to see. And when this happens,
Just dreaming about the
we're
Mai
gonna have
Tai
it
he's going to
thrown
have
back in
after
our
the end of the
faces.
election.
But
He's like, oh, my edible kicked
clear
in.
today. I want it clear today. This is, I'm going to speak for myself, but I know I speak to colleagues because I've had an opportunity to work with some of my colleagues here on this council. on equity,
Oh yeah, I totally see
on
that.
social justice. I'm making sure that what we're trying to do is be consistent, that we don't talk out about both sides of our mouth, that we don't say one thing one day and then we flip-flop to something else. Because I know for myself, I'm not a flip-flopper. At least you can say for me, you're going to get something consistent. And I think that that's a message that a lot of us want to say. We have
I, for
always
one, am
said we
wearing
want to make
flip-flops
sure
tonight.
that there's no separation between government and community. There was no, that we make sure that people feel like their voices are heard. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're voting for. When we're voting for this item here on 19E, it's not about voting. It wasn't about voting against.
Well then, with
I'm
that
sorry,
tweet.
not 19E. When we're voting for, there's been so much change. When we're voting for these items here, it wasn't because we're voting against 19H. It wasn't because we're voting against Eric Batista. We're actually voting because we want to make sure
Dude,
that
I
we
can't
have a
take
community
this.
process. That
If we
community
gave every
feels like
member of the
they're
council a
heard.
1,000 milligram
Because
Death
there's so
Star and
much,
locked the doors,
there's
what do
so
you think
much
this
that
stream
we've
would look
heard
like?
regarding our community,
Oh, it'd
especially
be
in
awesome.
marginalized communities, that they feel like
Survivor
they
would be
don't have
like,
a
no,
voice,
what?
that they don't
Fuck
have
it.
an active voice.
No,
If they
I vote
do,
no.
it doesn't really matter, that they can say, that they can talk, but it doesn't matter. And then we want to kind of engage them. We want to get higher voting. We want people to vote. We want people to be engaged. But then when they do, they feel, well, it's not what's the point? It still doesn't matter. So I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear in the community. Definitely, there's two separate items here, right?
I know, she's going on too
Do
long
I look
here. It's
in
okay.
wanting to see someone like Eric Batista as the city manager? Of course, because I've seen him for the past 10 years. I know the work, and I could probably say, and I'll invite anyone, sit down with me and acting city manager Eric Batista. We could definitely talk about the work that's been done, and I know the challenges that
Why
he
would you
has
talk
faced
so
here.
long
He
about
won't
something
say
that's
it,
been
but I can
decided?
say it. I've seen the challenges that he's faced
You know?
within this chamber. You saw that
She has feels
racial
about
equity
this.
audit. We know many of us have lived that. Many of us have lived that. That's why we know it's true.
Do you have feels,
So
Tara?
it's really important for us to understand that we separate. Because let me tell you, this has brought great division. It's brought division among the Latino community. It's brought division between Latino and Blacks. It's brought division in a community. And it's very sad that it's gotten to that point. It's not about just difference of opinion. There's been a lot of finger pointing and a lot of erroneous and wrong and misinformation that's out there. And so I want to make it clear that what we're voting today is to make sure that you all continue to have an active and present voice, that as we sit at these council chairs, that we sit here with these nameplates as council, but we answer to this community. I answer to my district. I answer to
Survivor
the
Very,
city.
you know what makes her a good satire is that
important
like
that
she
as I
just
sit
wants
here, it
to
is not just my
do
voice
what
that
the
is
old
heard,
boys
that is
club
theirs.
is
That's what I
doing, but
wanted to
she's
make sure
being
that we have
pressured
clear
by
today.
a base that
And
she
that there's no
needs to be
misunderstanding on that.
better than she is.
Would I support having a candidate? And I think it's
Yeah,
a bit
there's been a
unfair
couple
because
of
we don't need to give him a leg up. If you
big
know his
shifts in the
resume,
past
if you
couple
know the quality
years,
of work that he's
just of
presented,
people
let me
being
tell
like,
you,
yeah,
he was
we
going
want
to
to take
shine,
her
but he
out
was
if
never
she doesn't
given that
shape up.
opportunity.
And
He
I think
himself
she
put out a
finally
public
realized
statement, but
that
somehow
fairly
we know
recently
better than he himself that wanted,
that she
that's looking for
could
this
be
position.
primaried next cycle.
Again, we're telling a man of color what he
And that would
should
be
and
super
shouldn't
interesting to
do and
see.
where he should go and how he
Primarying
should say it
Survivor
and
Vera
what
from the left.
No.
It's
Look at what his resume, look at what
that would
he's
be
done.
very
And you know
interesting.
what? He would have outshined. But we'll never know that that was a possibility. And I feel that this is a cloud that's always going to hang unfairly over his head. And again, we see an opportunity for a person of color to come in, shining star, shining bright, shining bright like the star that he is.
Wrap it up, Rivera.
But that's going to get clouded because of all this,
You're
situation
just repeating
that
yourself
we put.
for like a fourth time
And that's
now.
unfair. That's unfair for him to be able to come in.
You know how you know whose side Batista's
because of
on
this cloud.
is like
So I wanted
if
to make
he
sure that
gave
we
a shit
have that
about the
information out,
process
that
at
this
all,
information is
he
out
could
in the
just be like,
community,
"Oh,
because
I'm
what
not going
we've
to do
had
it
to,
until you put me through
kind
the
of hear
process."
in the rhetoric,
You know,
there's a lot of false
Which somebody
information.
should
I think
have
it's important to make sure that we
asked him
clarify that.
directly.
Thank you.
And obviously, he's never going to put himself in a position to
yeah, right. He
answer
doesn't
that
have
question.
to.
Yeah, but somebody should have, like somebody on this council should have put him in a position to answer
so
that
that we
question.
don't have to repeat too many things. It is disappointing that we are choosing to skip
Donald Trump
steps.
is taking the stage in
For
Mar-a-Lago.
me, I experienced a 0 to 100 with this topic. Coming, after your announcement on the radio show, Mayor Petty, to where we are now, it just felt, oof. In the chaos,
Dude,
that's
2
where
is amazing.
misinformation happens. That's where division happens. That's where, you know, someone who could have been a candidate is now, you know, where you're at without having your own voice. And that's where community voice is lost as well. And so I'm very disappointed. And I can't express that enough. But, you know, we're going to 0 to 100. I hope that we could at least count in 5s or 10s and actually follow a process, you know. And so I would like to vote to hold 19H, 19I, and 19J. I believe these are separate items, as mentioned by Councillor Sarai Rivera and Councillor Christian King, is that they are separate to me. And that, you know, I think 19K is about a community process. And in this desperate 0 to 100, I am going to advocate desperately to have community voice involved in this. If we can't even start that before we start voting on the other things, I don't even know what we are representing, because
That's great
didn't
messaging.
have
That's
anything to
awesome.
say. Are we arrogant to think that we know everything about the community, their visions, their voices, what they want? I've been called arrogant on this council floor, and I look back at you all and ask, are you that arrogant to not even put in this order first and then penned the other 3 orders? Is that I think unless we do 19K, we're arrogant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sick.
Anybody else, or you want us to take the vote, or you want to council member council?
It's crazy to just see someone
So,
say what they
Mr.
mean.
Chairman, just for clarification, is this held?
Especially
No,
if
we
you're
need-
as fortunate
we need
as me and
4
you
votes
have
to
Proud to Be an
hold those
American
items
playing
so
in the
people-
background. That's
People have the opportunity to speak, so we can hold those after if nobody else wants to speak, or you have the opportunity to speak if you want.
Okay. So,
19K
Mr.
is the one
Chairman,
about
the
the
last time we
conversations in the
met,
community.
I stood here and spoke.
This sweater
in
is
favor
slightly more
of
absurd than
supporting
Glorio's sweater.
Eric Batista as our new city manager.
Why would anyone-
sci-fi monk.
That as we
Why would
look
anyone
at,
knit a
you know,
short sleeve
there's
sweater?
lots of things that have
See,
been
I
said
just see
tonight.
eggplant.
In terms
Why would
of
anyone have a
Eric
short sleeve
Batista.
eggplant?
I really truly believe that if this man didn't want this job, he wouldn't be
Why
sitting
is
in the
George
chair
leaning into
that
the
he's
frame?
sitting in
Get out of here,
right
George.
now. It was
Back in
clear
your hole.
to all of us, I believe, that Eric wanted and
He heard
does
eggplant
want
and
to
got
be
excited
the
for a
leader
Parmesan.
of the city of Worcester. There were many of us back some time ago who talked about the process. And yes, there were those of
To
us
be honest,
who
the whole
voted for
short
the
sleeve sweater
process.
thing
And I think
is
that we talked
not
about
even
the process
like
a couple of
their
weeks ago.
fault.
And
This is a
we
thing that's
talked,
happening in
and the
stores right now.
community did talk.
I went looking
Because
for
as I
sweaters.
said a couple of weeks
And the sweaters I
ago,
found
many of
were either
people who
long
stood
sleeve but crop top,
behind the
or long in the torso but
bench
short-ish,
here
at
and
least
spoke.
sleeve.
And
I was
those
very
folks
confused.
were all
sorry, she's
community
saying that
leaders who came before us and
the
took
community
time
did
out to come
speak
and say to
because
us that
some
they
people came
believe
and made public
in Eric.
comments.
Yeah,
Some people that
it's
are personal
Eric's
friends of
resume,
his came and
talk
made
about
public
that
comments.
there's no paperwork that's been submitted. And I guess that
what
that
she's
is
doing is literally like she's just
there's many of
putting out a
us in
revisionist
this
history
chamber
Yeah.
that
that like
know
makes her
Eric's
feel good
resume
about it.
and know what he's done. And as I stated a couple of weeks ago, there was nobody who walked people through
Columbus
the
came
budget
over
better
and liberated
than
the savages,
somebody
that
like
sort of
Eric
thing.
Batista. Prior
Do you
to
know, I just
him,
got
there was
rid
a
of
lot
one
of
of
people who
those
just didn't even
in my last
understand the
cleanout.
budget.
It was from the early 2000s.
For somebody like me who represents a
was
district
perfect.
that, quite
For
frankly,
the early 2000s.
had not been
the
served
sleeveless
for a
sweater
long
with the hood.
time as far as the youth in District 2. I said
I
2
feel
weeks
like
ago
she's
about the
trying to
kids
take
at
that
Belmont
revisionist
Street
aspect
Community
of
School.
things
The kids at Belmont Street
and
Community School had not seen
convince
anything from this city
her
of Worcester
voters.
until Eric Batista got
Like
involved when I had
group
asked him
that
to.
that no,
The
like
kids
this is
on
how
the east side
how
did
it
not
happened.
have Red
It
Worcester.
feels
As
almost
everybody
like
continues to talk about equity,
the
there
ones who
was
are
no
saying
equity
like,
for the kids
no, this is,
on
we
the
don't need
east
to do
side.
this process
But
because
Eric
he's
worked with
known,
myself and worked with
but he's
our
not
previous
known
city manager.
in this role.
We all talked about our
Well,
website
he's
and
known to
how
the people that matter to them,
it was
right?
not user friendly, and there were so
And they
many
don't
things
like.
that we couldn't access on
It might
that
even be that they don't
webpage.
even conceive of their head
Today we
like what a
have
real
pretty
public
darn
process
good
would be like.
website, and that was
They're
through
just
the
like,
efforts of our
you know,
current
in their
acting
circle of
city
people that they
manager.
consider to be the people that matter, they have
For
informal
someone who,
conversations,
as
and like
I
that's
look
the
at
extent of
in
it.
today, looking over the tax
That's why I think two's
documents that were
messaging about
submitted to
being
us, and it's
arrogant
interesting
is
because the
really
top 10
effective,
taxpayers, as you
because
look at them,
that is
they're
what
in
it is. They're just like, fuck you, me and my friends are getting what we want, you know?
District 2 has
Just like, it's a
very
fiefdom.
unique
And that's what she's saying when she's like,
set of
my district has been
circumstances in
underinvested
terms
in.
of,
It's because
as
she
I
didn't
always
get
say, the
one of
economic
the projects she
entity
wanted or
of the
something.
city because
She's
of
just like
all the
competing for
businesses.
power with the
And
other
so
people.
many
It's like
developers have
petty.
asked over the last several months,
Feudal
is this
lords.
guy going to be the guy that I'm going to be negotiating with in a few months? Or is this something that I should hold off and wait and see? We have a lot of unfilled positions in the city, and we can't fill some of these positions, as I talked about a couple of weeks ago, because people
you're
don't
not
want to
paying
go to
enough.
work for somebody who may not be there.
Not because of that.
Whether it's a month or whether it's 2
Yeah,
months.
like
And again, I
who the
stand
fuck
here
does she
proud
think
to say, as someone who
like
represents my district,
they're taking
I
a job
stand
based
here
on
and I've
like if
stood
the
here
manager was going to
before
stick
to
around?
talk about the reasons why I believe Eric is
This
the
is like a
guy. And as
masterclass
we
in being
talk about
incoherent on purpose.
you know, he's the guy,
Like
he's
if
the
you put your thoughts
great
through like a
guy.
random shuffler,
I
you
know
probably
a
couldn't
lot of
make it
people
more
have
random
said
than
to
this.
me,
Yeah.
then why are we going to go through the process? If
Honestly, I
ultimately
see
he
a big
is the guy,
similarity
then
in
why
what
are we going
Mayor
to
Carlson
take
and that
the city's
side of
taxpayer
things
monies?
is
And
doing
why is it that we
versus what a
don't, at
lot
this
of
particular
the
time,
dinos in
take the
Congress.
opportunity to hire somebody who
That's
is
a really
born,
good observation.
raised, educated
Just like
in this city, someone who,
what it's
just
doing
got
is like
married a
you're
couple of years ago and made a decision to buy a home in the city of Worcester
rationalizing how to
and
not
raise
have
a
power and not
family
use it.
here
You know,
in the
as long
city
as
of
you're getting
Worcester.
personally
And
benefited.
again, tonight we seen the community come out and
Yeah,
say
like the
why
folks
they're
who go,
here
oh,
and
we're
why
creating
they're
jobs.
supporting Eric Batista.
How are
And
you
these
creating
all
them? By
people
building
who
tanks that the
represent
military doesn't want.
different communities here that are
Like
with
generals
us
are literally
tonight.
saying, we
So
do not want
again,
any
as
more of
I've
these
said
tanks.
a couple of
But the
weeks
Congress
ago,
people are
as
going,
I said,
but jobs.
a few more
Right.
weeks
It's like
prior
that
to
kind of
that.
disconnect I'm seeing.
And I
Yeah.
said from the
And like
beginning
proving that
that
they're
Eric
not
would be I
Antifa
would be supporting to run the city of Worcester.
Antifa
So
defund the police
my
people
vote
by
is
giving
to
the cops
certainly
so much fucking money.
make
You know?
Eric Batista city manager of the city of Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bergman?
Mr. Chairman, I suspect a number of these items are likely to get held, so I'll be brief, anticipating there'll be another week or so to talk about them. But
Who's
with
the
respect
person
to my
sitting in the
vote,
middle of the
I'm
room?
not going to repeat what I said last
Reporter
week.
from Mass Live.
Sit there before.
I'll still be voting to support. Mr.
She's the
Reporters used to do that.
Yeah, she's the reporter from Mass Live.
Something I think is important. I think there's been a lot of conversation about somehow we're
It's a really uncomfortable place to sit. I did it a couple times. I
supporting
really didn't like it.
Almost 100,000 people are registered to vote. Of those, about 15%, unfortunately.
What city councils like to do with reporters is like befriend them and like try to win them over to their like little petty camp. It's really interesting to experience.
Everything that happens in the city of Worcester. That's democracy. So it's our decision to appoint a city manager. It's clearly in our charter, and it's clearly the democratic way. If the voters don't like our decision, well, there's an election coming up.
Yeah, there is.
To vote for other people.
Yeah, there is, Mo.
Yeah.
We're not
Guess
skirting
what,
our
dude?
responsibilities. Quite the opposite. This is our
You
responsibility.
just mansplained your demise.
They're trying to put it out to a search committee.
It's my responsibility to have had
certain
lied to you.
stakeholders is skirting our responsibility. And I certainly want to address that by saying I couldn't disagree more. I'd also say that I disagree with the notion that somehow somebody, and I've said this last week, that somebody who's come up through the system deserves to be treated less than somebody from the outside, because I think there's some, and I've heard
Dude,
it
that's
tonight,
such a bad
some
faith
sort of
argument.
direction that others like
That's
to
such a
take.
scumbag lawyer kind of argument to make.
And we're about to
Oh
do
my
a lot.
God.
I've said this before. I'll go on record saying it. You know, I respect the new superintendent, City of Worcester. I'm sure she'll do a great job. But I think all things being equal, somebody who's come up the ranks.
I'm having some weird feels about the outfit Mo's wearing.
Because otherwise you don't.
And how small his hands look with the red tie and the ill-fitting blue suit.
We're going to look elsewhere. And I'm not
Here's
going to
the
do
thing
that.
about him saying
Mo
also,
DeSantis.
Well, my vote's gonna be whatever happens
No.
tonight.
Mo
Or what
Trump.
comes to go.
Yeah.
The head almost.
Okay, because I don't think.
the thing about him
don't
saying
think
all
that's
things being
that's
equal, a
the word.
person that's from the
So,
city is,
I don't have any issue,
better.
and I think it's a
How
good
can
idea
things
for
be
the
equal when you haven't
details
looked
of
for
it.
anybody else?
But as
Like
an at-large
all things are
council,
not
I do have
equal
concerns
because
with the
there's
word
no
and any other appropriate
the other
stakeholder.
side doesn't
Yeah.
exist of that
Who are
equation.
The appropriate stakeholder.
And you went out of your way to make it so. You know,
Yeah.
I'm concerned about
to resist every attempt to get in the way of that, of there just
Yeah.
being one choice
but to the
that was
exclusion of
chosen
everybody else.
completely in private.
You know, we're talking
You know?
about
Gerardo,
transparency and backroom deals
look
and
at
all
Shiana
that.
losing
What does
losing
appropriate
this city council
stakeholders
race
mean?
before he
Because
even gets
I'll
into
make
it.
a motion to go
What's she
forward.
doing?
Mo is
That
absolutely
wording.
right.
I can't
Get the
support
fuck
that
out of
boy.
here,
because I
dude.
suspect I know what it means, and it needs to be transparent. And I'm not going to vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion would be to remove the language and any other appropriate stakeholder when we vote on 19K.
Dude, the clapping, oh my God. So I got a story. When they renewed Benina's contract the last time,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all of
Just
the building
wanted to,
principals filled
I
the
wasn't
gallery
planning on
and
speaking because
all
I've made
stood
myself
as if
very
on
clear in
cue to
private
applaud
and
it.
public conversations.
It
But
was
what I
like
heard Councilor King
a
mention
straight up demonstration of like fealty to a
appropriate
feudal lord. It was
stakeholders,
crazy.
everybody from housing, from homelessness, from racial justice, from
He
economic
keeps threatening to
development.
run against
I
Cipro,
just
and
want to
he'll
make
get
a
fucking
point with climate
stomped, and he
justice,
better not
environment,
run.
in neighborhood groups. I just
He'll get
heard
primaried out or
Councilor King
preliminary.
mention
Yeah.
a whole list of comprehensive representatives, community voices that actually have not been at the table. So I take offense at that comment that was just made. I just want to add also that developers are not the only people, entities that are should be wondering who the next city manager is. So thank you.
Whoa,
Also,
short and sweet.
I certainly respect my colleague's comments.
Wait,
I'm not suggesting you have to-
Guillermo, did Donald Trump
What
just
I'm
walk out to Les
suggesting is who
Mis? Do you hear the
decides
people
who's-
sing?
That's
No.
the
Can
problem.
someone confirm?
He did not. He's been speaking for 20 minutes now.
Chief of staff of the
No, well,
council.
this was like 10
And
minutes ago. The
prior to
tweet
anybody
happened.
else,
Like, did he walk out to that song?
No, he didn't. He walked out to
Okay.
I'm proud to be an American. That's what I was referring earlier when Tu was speaking.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support of Eric Batista for the next city manager. And one of the things that I do as a counselor at large is that I do a lot of listening. And I think that you guys see me out there in the
Oh my God.
groups, doing things all the time, interacting.
The
Doing
character studies,
Come to
the
me and
fucking
they say-
character studies going on
and
tonight.
overwhelmingly, the people that
Dude,
elected
Donna
me,
Calorio is a fucking
people that I
cartoon.
represent, the city, they've told me, majority, that Eric Batista is the person they want as the next city manager.
You don't
And they
listen to
don't
Dude,
people
fuck
that
off.
disagree
Go to
with
the
you.
city common and
That's
ask
so-
them if they
I'm
know who
listening.
Eric Batista
That's
is.
what
Yeah.
I
Let's start
listen,
there.
and that's
Go to a gas
what I'm-
station and ask them if they know who Eric Batista is.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Council Russell.
They probably wouldn't even
Chairman,
know who
I,
Colorio is.
rise just because I.
No, absolutely not.
Because my ass hurts and I'm tired of sitting.
And my vote will be the same.
My watch
vote it is.
beeped at me and said it's time to move.
Mr. Chairman, I rise just to give everyone a look at how cool I am with this suit.
Give Eric.
Gotta get my steps in.
Contract or thereabouts. And the
And I
same
get
vote that
to
I
play Inception with
about
myself.
a few weeks ago when it
It's
was held in
unfortunate
Washington.
to be wearing a suit of this color when you can so easily be compared to Colonel Sanders.
We have to make a decision.
While wearing a
in this
shirt
city
of the same color.
and in this city council.
Yeah.
And that
He
decision
looks like he's dressed in a burlap bag.
is whether we as a council
He's got some sort of lime green T-shirt underneath there. It looks like though.
are
That's
gonna
a
roll
little.
up our sleeves and work
Lime,
together.
a safety yellow
to
V-neck.
benefit the people that live here.
Well, it's snowing tonight, Brian.
That includes a community.
Never be too safe. Safety first.
community Stakeholders. Community
The
stakeholders in
Mo's
my eyes
comments about working your way up through the ranks.
Who moved here
I
yesterday.
I
or
find
these-
that to be like
it
really,
might also be
really
people that
gross
have been
in the
here
sense
3 or
that
4 generations.
I feel that's the way the least capable members of our community protect themselves by pretending as though the outside world doesn't exist. It's really easy to continue saying that this is the greatest city in the world. We've got the greatest congressman in the country, or whatever, like you want to say. That's just silly, objective nonsense. By just ignoring that the rest of the world exists.
Right, and it's like the conceit there is that you can't acknowledge that every other city has ranks that you have to rise through. Right? It's like if they're coming from somewhere else, they haven't risen through the ranks. It's like, no, if they're qualified to be a city manager of a city this size, they've risen through plenty ranks. You know?
All sorts of ranks.
People fundamentally misunderstand our system of government in this city. They think that city manager equals mayor, and it's not. It's not it's not supposed to be a political position. It's supposed to be a bean counter. It's supposed to be an actual, like, you know, it's supposed to be a functional position. We need a professional city manager.
Let me just say, like, to build off of that, to care about the
for a second time, I
equity of it, or like the racial aspect is like kind of a conceit that it's very political, right?
Sure.
Inherently, like
that means that you include everybody, and you're not excluding anyone, and that everybody gets to come to the table. And I think that is something that
and that's the really big problem. And I don't think strong mayor would fix that problem. It's the same culture operating within two different systems.
Other people who felt that they
honestly,
and I just want to say that
I don't know how I feel about charter change. I'm not.
And
I haven't processed it enough to really have a strong opinion about it, but the issue that I see a lot of people that are talking about it, that what they want to address would be addressed by the city council wielding its power instead of changing the whole system.
That's the point I've been trying to make with Worcester Sucks, is that like it's not a bad system. They're just not doing it.
That we need to.
They're just not doing the system.
To each other.
Yeah.
So like if you give
this is yes, of course
they're just not going to do any system, right?
Pushing for a system change forward versus pushing for fixing a system, which doesn't necessarily mean a system change. It could just be fixing what we currently have and resetting it. But there's still a lot of things in the charter that we need to fix.
Want to talk about
there's
for sure.
no prescribed way to select a city manager. We could add that in there. There's no way to remove a city councilor. We could add that in there. There's like a lot of like little things that need to be fixed regardless of Plan E versus strong mayor.
Shaun Rose and
we could add ranked choice voting.
I thought we were doing some of these separately. It seems like
or star. I like star.
I think the more interesting experiment than charter change is getting a majority of people that want to do this shit differently and seeing how it gets done differently.
If we're talking,
we should just start our own government.
This is such a good
I just want to reiterate, like,
line.
we already have
that's so good.
Neighborhood meetings. I have several of them a month. I think that's the best.
Dude, that's fucking brilliant.
That's exactly
awesome.
it.
Tweet
that's a great observation.
Can you tweet that so I can retweet it?
People want to make a list.
Yeah.
I feel like it's an appropriate time to point out too that in 2016, when we sat next to each other in the same office, Kate Toomey is the first person I ever heard utter the words "All lives matter" when she was speaking to
of course,
everybody being a part of the conversation and overemphasizing that the entire city needs to be heard. It fits just in perfectly with what Matt is saying too. She just wants nice. It doesn't want anything to do with kind at all.
Yeah.
With regards to the community process,
she's not inherently
community
kind.
Process, Mr. Chairman, isn't simply hearing from the community. We have an acting city manager who's been muted. He hasn't been given the opportunity to hear his voice on these matters.
So,
he's been muted
in terms of like
process,
the prospect of King running for mayor,
to speak,
he really has
his
like
expertise and
the argument to make, like
mentioned behind closed doors, but in the public. That's important.
Like if he messages it right, he is the guy who's gone up the hardest against the process, the way that Mayor Petty wants to do things.
Necessarily,
you know, his record of doing that is very strong. He's been really aggressive about it. He's gotten kind of lost in the sauce a couple times, but like he's shown that he wants to change this place fundamentally.
To not be
Um,
prescriptive to allow
and he's been there the
for
longest, so I really
engagement.
think he'd be a good
I
person to run.
mentioned, as was alluded to or inferred or intimated, any specific organizations. So I attempted to try to allow the process to unfold. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, we could have been having this discussion for 2 weeks and been ready to move forward today, perhaps. I believe, as mentioned previously, that we could perhaps get to a unanimous vote. Failure to do so once again will leave a city manager beholden to a segment of the council. So as regards to this proposed concerns regarding language,
Anyone in the stream or the chat feel motivated to write this meeting up in a Worcester Sucks fashion?
I was trying not to be.
Because there's so much to get into, but I really want to focus on DOJ
That,
and like
those stakeholders include but not be limited to
there's just so it's just so good.
residents,
I don't know.
nonprofit.
So if anyone wants to, I pay.
Nose goes.
Housing providers.
No, you don't have to. It's not like a enforcing you situation.
Disability community.
I don't understand how you pump out stuff so quickly. I do not get it. It would
Oh,
take
I don't feel like I'm pumping us up
weeks,
quickly at all.
2 to 3 weeks to write how much you write in a cohesive way.
Leaders
Yeah.
and advocates.
Well, I took an Adderall today, so that helped.
Our arts community, faith-based community, transportation advocates, housing.
But dude, being like an Uber driver for writers fucking is not the best all the time. It's like, oh, dude, I have to put up content all the time, or I'm gonna like lose relevance, and even if I have nothing to say, and I'm like, wait, that's super stupid. I shouldn't do that. And I was like, fuck. I have panic attacks.
Let's
It's
unmute.
tough, dude. That's really
It's like when I worked at a traditional paper, I could just phone it in a couple times, you know. Just write a story that was assigned to me and be like, yeah, it looks like a story. Cool, good. Didn't say anything important, but you know, fine.
I wasn't around when city manager Augustus was opponent. I wasn't around for Mulford or O'Brien. And this is important. This process is important. I believe we can get to a close to unanimous, if not unanimous vote. And you know what? The work of this, Mr. Chairman, that I just outlined,
Wanting it to get to a unanimous vote kind of feels like capitulation to me, where you should just let the vote stand and then run on it.
To do.
I don't know.
We're gonna have to.
That's what I think.
He's trying to appeal to their like
what it is.
nature,
Right? But it's inherently insecure.
Yeah.
You know, when you could just be like, I wanted to do this different. Here's the record that shows that I wanted to. Yeah.
Moving forward together, Mr. Chairman.
Unlike most of the council, believe
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
what I say.
The items that Councilor King is referring to, that is what the suggestion is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, is that his recommendation is to have these neighborhood meetings or community meetings before we take a vote of the city manager or after we take a vote? Because I, for one,
These meetings, man, like
last month,
they would have been good. They're not good anymore.
So
No.
my suggestion is
We're just dragging it out for dragging it out's sake.
Kind of hilarious too. The how everybody on the council is super focused on this like call for community meetings. Like it's like they don't even realize that Eric's job is to be the city manager, and like being in the community is not that big of a deal. It's not like he's busy working a make-believe secretary job at some state pension fund or what have you, and has to go to Boston every day for no obvious reason. Like, I mean, if to bang out 5 district meetings, that's like a day. Carve out an hour. That's 5 of your 8-hour workday. Like, I'm sure you can pick a day. Maybe make it a Saturday if you want to be friendly to everyone.
But I really think
Pick 3 neighborhood bars and 2 childhood birthday parties.
Yeah, right.
We'll be done.
While we're doing this, or if we're going to make the decision that we are to make.
Good summary, Mo.
Yeah, that is a pretty good summary. You want to write Worcester's X piece?
Print that.
So be
Yeah.
it. Let's start a process, because if there isn't 6 or more votes here on the council floor, let's find out now. And let's get this done, because this city government needs stability.
I agree with Russell on that. Just take the vote.
And I think I was talking to the clerk, we can have a schedule for the meetings for next Tuesday on the council calendar. I'm working with you and the city council. Councilor Rivera?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilor Osuna. I mean, I think at this point, I think we see the writing on the wall. We kind of see where the votes are. I think that we need to kind of begin to move forward. I think this is really
You've known that for like a month.
acting city manager about these
Jesus.
That's so funny how
you
she
know,
fucking
this
flip flopped,
rhetoric of back and
unforced.
forth
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
should have never started.
No,
from
but
the
at the
beginning.
same
It should have
time,
just
it's like,
done what we were
I
going
mean,
to do
just
from
the
the beginning.
conversations
But
I was
now at
having
this
with the
point
talent
of
though,
back and
they're
forth,
just
we need to
basically like,
figure
can we
out how
just
we
finish this freaking
work,
thing and get back to the
move
issues that
forward,
actually matter that we
and
can
begin to
actually
Yeah,
impact
right.
anything on? Because this is a
Yeah.
foregone conclusion we're just delaying and delaying and delaying on.
I know
Understand
that
you've
you know
lost.
that
Yeah.
work with us was in district. I think that we need to stop being.
And start
you know,
thinking
I
about,
don't wanna-
you know,
I could definitely respect people's opinion, but we need to kind of like not get into like semantics about one thing or another. Of course, there's many of us that have worked.
She'd be running
inclusively
from
with all
everybody.
different groups. There's others to be able to
She
know.
wouldn't
I
even
know
just be
my
standing there
district,
smiling. She'd have her
I
tail
have
tucked behind her
meetings-
legs, pissing
I have
herself.
meetings
Went out
often,
in
and
public.
we think
My dog
about
is
it,
not
like,
running for
care
mayor.
Who's present and who isn't.
Has your dog tried salvia?
So we really are so concerned with
No,
inclusivity,
but as that I
think
can't
people
even
are
walk her
needed.
from my house
So,
one
with
block
that
over
being
to
said, I think,
June
I
Street
won't
without
vote
her
to hold this
tucking
because
tail
me, at
and
this
trying to
point,
yank me
I'm
back
writing
towards
on
the
this
house.
wall. I want to be able
That's
to kind of
how
move forward,
little
and I
she
also
likes
feel like
people
this
in
whole thing has been
traffic.
a level of disrespect
No.
to Batista. I mean, not what we've been advocating for, but at this point
She was
now,
found
we
on a
need to figure out
construction
how
site
we
during
come
construction
together as a
demolition stuff, so
community
she's got a
and try to move
lot of
forward.
fear issues.
So we have a motion.
Yeah. She's my
to
Russian mail
hold
order dog. She came from
19H,
Sochi during when they were
19I,
demolishing the
19J.
Olympic sites.
We need 4 votes to hold it. So we'll do a roll call.
All right, so it just needs to be King and Rose voting to hold
No.
it.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
She
Councilor
would be
King?
cute.
Yes.
She would
Councilor
be
Merrill
cute as a mayor.
Carlson?
No.
She'd be able to
Councilor
tell
Nguyen?
everyone's bullshitting.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
There you go.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No.
Mr. Mayor, the motion to hold fails.
Okay.
Sean, you should have voted to hold it.
Councilor Agia, King, and Nguyen.
Okay, so we can take one item at a time on these items, take a vote. So the first one is the city council.
At least they got to the point where they're voting right now.
Next permanent city manager. We take a roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
No.
Me and Seth, Mom, just write it in your style. That'd be sick.
Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yeah, we already did that.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, for the record, it's Councilor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty that voted to suspend the search.
Reconsideration, please.
Motion to reconsider.
You okay?
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Okay, next item is the city council. City of Worcester does hereby appoint Eric Batista as the next permanent city manager of the city of Worcester. A roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
No.
Councilor
Why are you
King?
yelling?
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor
Fucking
Nguyen?
calm down, dude.
No.
Councilor Rivera?
Well, someone just increased the
Councilor
volume
Rose?
slightly. That
Yes.
might be the perception of
Councilor
yelling.
Russell? Yes.
And
Councilor
it seems
Toomey?
forceful.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Motion for reconsideration, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion for reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
Oh, there goes
For
Toomey,
the record,
clapping
so-
along with the audience.
Anybody in the room? So yes, we're Councilor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, Rivera, Rose, Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Okay, we have a motion for reconsideration.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Agia?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Okay. Next item is that the City Council Worcester hereby recess an executive session. That's next meeting immediately following the conclusion of the City Council agenda for the purpose of negotiating a contract for about 2 years or subject to negotiation. Appoint the city manager as the city's permanent city manager. So I guess we can have executive session next week. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification. Would you like to have it after the meeting or before the meeting? If you want to schedule the meeting earlier, depending on.
What?
Maybe
Why would
For
they do it
the,
next week?
Chairman.
I have no.
For the executive session.
After.
To
Right, but they're
do
gonna do it next week?
negotiations.
Nobody can.
Well, it can't be tonight.
In either event, I'll be virtual next
What?
week.
Okay. I don't know why not.
Okay, so
It's-
as a reason, roll call.
That's just the
Councilor Bergman?
thing. I
Yes.
think it has to be a
Councilor Gloria?
scheduled.
Yes.
You have to give
Councilor
2 days notice of any
Councilor
executive
King?
session
Yes.
stuff.
What was on the agenda?
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next item is 19K as amended, which was a list of people, but I think what it means is the whole community is invited.
Was it a 6-5 vote? We're sure on that?
That's all I'm asking.
How about at the end, put in all stakeholders? How's that?
I think it was-
I think that's what it was, right?
I think it was 7-4.
Yeah. My audio was cutting out.
I'm with Yenni. I believe it was
And at the end of
7-4.
that, all
Okay.
stakeholders. Is that okay? Is amended?
Yeah, because Rose and Rivera
Okay,
both
and the
voted
other thing was
for.
changing from showcase
Yeah, I
to
know it
engage.
definitely wasn't 6-5.
That was it. Sorry.
It could have been 8-3.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Um,
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Batista.
It's like dour. Like they did it in such a fucking shitty way. It's dour.
Goddamn.
You want to say anything? Mr.
Well, so it's over. That's.
To the chair.
Oh,
to the
God.
council. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to the further discussions and negotiations, but also with the rest of the council and the community. Again, I know it's been a very intense process, a lot of conversations, a lot of communications, a lot of people.
What process?
Both sides of the story. And I look forward to kind of sharing my thoughts, my ideas, my vision.
So are you going to this meeting and heckling him?
What I think the city is moving
When are you
towards,
going to do that?
the city deserves
Are they going to do the meeting?
in the next 2 to 3 years. Again, to me, it's an honor and a privilege to take this role. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'll tell you what I'm going to do later.
At least he's not grandstanding about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. I mean, he's got it sealed up.
I think we left
On my
off
screen.
on
Oh, it's not on my
King's
screen.
Daughters.
I'm like, what the heck is
10A
going
to
on with the
10O,
wall
motion
behind
to
me? And I
adopt
keep looking
the
here and there's
approval
nothing
of
here.
the
It's a dot on my screen.
We're on order.
Oh.
A.
It's like a
Kept
fly or
seeing me look
something.
backwards. There's nothing.
Council
I'm just
Javier.
confused.
Request the council provide council with a report.
Bill,
pertaining
what's
to
the
make of number
likely
of
salary
multifamily
range for
properties
Eric?
units
Will they
above that have been purchased
will he have to be
220?
above?
21 to
But does he have to be above Superintendent
many
Moneras, or do they typically look at that separately?
and how many have
I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't know.
I
Just
think he
thinking-
would end up negotiating for higher then, even if it's just like a symbolic $1,000 more.
Yeah, right.
Property owners that have participated in any other city landlord incentive programs. Another challenges or barriers property owners have.
Oh, God. That's just fucking.
Oh, this is a good one. I want to listen to this one.
I've been thinking a lot about this order, obviously, because not only of the excellent reporting by Sam Turkin of the WGBH, but because those stories really do reflect what's really happening in our community. And so I want to use the time that I have to really highlight some things that I think are impactful, are real. There's real people behind them. And for those of you who don't like numbers, you can ignore this. The Tenant Opportunity to Purchase
Oh, I love you.
Coalition, which is a statewide coalition of housing experts and advocates. They
There was
discussed
another one about
how
housing. that was
sorry.
investors
earlier,
are
Yeah.
affecting gateway communities like ours. So they took a look at all
about the
gateway
emergency housing
communities,
fund.
and
Sorry.
all the sales of multifamily properties between 2019 or in the year of 2019. And I want to pull out some highlights of that research because I feel like we don't really talk enough about what's really happening in our community. So 2/3 of all these multifamily sales were all cash. So why that matters and why I'm starting with that is that all cash sales can happen way more quickly than anything that gets to be financed. Cash buyers are often unconcerned with condition of property, what's inside, what's outside, whether there's lead paint, toxic materials, or what the current rents are. Half of these sales were private or what's called off-market. So these are sales done by or without brokers, and so unknown to members of the public, including local planners and housing officials. 70% of these off-market sales were all cash. So what we know about these trends from gateway communities is that the cities and the gateway communities that have the most pronounced evidence of these trends in their communities tend to be those with more than half of the housing stock as rental, which is Worcester. More than
Yes,
half
it
of the
has been,
population
Gio.
Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and with the highest percentage of rent burdened households. If you're a family in the city of Worcester right now, you know exactly what that means. You're rent burdened, and on top of that, now you are utility cost burdened by the ridiculous increases utilities costs that we've seen from National Grid and Eversource. So when they actually did a research and a little bit more digging into the 2019 sales in Worcester, here's what they found. 24 total sales. Again, we're talking about multi-family properties. So in total, that's 514 multi-family units bought in a single year, ranging from 6 units to 206 units. 267 of these were financed, 247 units bought in cash. 4 private sales, meaning no brokers involved, 2 unknown individuals, 7 LLCs and corporations, 10 they couldn't identify. Many of these sales from national investors, right? We have no idea who these people are. So basically, 1.9% of our multifamily housing stock was purchased in 2019. We have no idea what happened to these rents, how many of the residents were displaced or left on their own, how many have had their rents jacked up, and how many of these property owners are really taking care of their tenants. Hopefully they're not as bad as the owners of Mill Street apartments. And so when
Such a trip to hear a city councilor talk about something that matters.
Familiar pattern where these properties are getting bought. University Park, Union Hill, Institute Park, Webster Square, Vernon Hill, Green Island, Main Street, North Quincy Village, Hamilton, Institute Park. And so I want to paint a picture of what our residents are facing right now. In Worcester, the median income is roughly $51,000. 54% of our population rent. Why it's important? Well, because these are the folks that are bearing the brunt of equity investors. The majority of our people are paying upwards of 40% of their income on rent and utilities. This is what we call you're basically on your own if you're poor, disabled, fixed income, or you're a senior, or a family with kids. We know because those of us who follow trends know that the Zillow Observed Index since 2015 shows an $800 rent increase from $1,400 for a 2-bedroom apartment to now almost $1,877 as of August 2022. If you want to know how many of our residents are living in poverty, I'll tell you, 19% of them live in poverty. 69% single female household with school-aged children live in poverty, cannot even afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment. Almost 15% of our children under 5 years old. This really tugs at my heart as a mother and as someone who works with sheltered families. 15% of our children under 5 years old live in poverty. Let me be clear, the parents of those children cannot afford current rents. And if you are someone with disability, your situation isn't much better. So we know from recent research and national research that Black women are disproportionately being evicted. What's happening in Worcester? We have no idea. You know why?
Disability makes it so much worse.
We have to track all the people that do not go through eviction processes. But we have a pretty damn good idea that most of them are Black, brown tenants in a superheated market. This worries me that we're not only seeing the displacement of residents in this city, we are seeing a loss of naturally occurring affordable housing with disproportionate harm to people and communities in a real estate market that is running wild and unchecked. So why this order? Well, because we have no systemic way to study this data. Our city staff are busy with ARPA. They're stranded. I don't even know how much more they can, how much more energy they can put into things. But simply put, I'm not placing the blame on them. I'm placing the blame that throughout the years, we have had no systemic way to study this data, to look at all these sales, to see who's being impacted, and actually inform uniform policy based on these patterns. You know, I talk often a lot as what housing policy could look like. Well, we could have local rent stabilization, acquisition of properties that are being snatched by speculators, or anti-displacement measures. So I took the time to set the stage for what these property sales are looking like, what these patterns of the market are looking like, because the people that I talk to every day, whether they're in the district or throughout the city, are actually screaming for help. We just approved the rental registry. I understand that we need to give it time so our property owners can get used to it. Inspection and service can get their heads wrapped around how we're going to do this. I've talked to the Commissioner Spencer about this, and looking forward to having a conversation with you as well. We need to make sure that we're strengthening that registry by adding and mandating information on rent so that we can actually have an intelligent way to document all the rent increases. So I'm gonna also just mention that I know that throughout the years we've had various property and landlord incentive programs. Some of the property owners that I've spoken to, small scale property owners, tend to have some challenges with participating. I'd like to understand what are the barriers and what are how many actually units have those programs produced. So in closing, we need tools. We need everything at our disposal as the municipalities, elected leaders, to go beyond what we're doing. So just heard today, for example, in Lynn, Mayor Jared Nicholson announced the proposal to devote more than half of Lynn's remaining ARPA funding to affordable housing, including those funds to establish a rent stabilization program and rental vouchers for the most needy. I had a chance to talk to former Boston City Council Lydia Edwards, who embedded anti-displacement provisions in Boston zoning code to work with developers' multifamily units so that they're accountable to the community. And so I am really excited to see that at least we're doing our bare minimum with inclusionary zoning. Looking forward to that discussion.
I'm excited to see we're doing the bare minimum.
That we're placing the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, the rental patterns that we're seeing in the equity investors, issues that we're seeing in the community front and center. Thank you.
Councilor Russell, followed by Councilor Nguyen.
Madam Chair, I rise to support the item and the request for the information from the city administration. And I also want to be clear about my support for the item. I think the information is good to have. It's important to understand the market. I think
such a good line.
Because I work in that market on a regular basis. Not every day.
Joe, he disintegrated into a million different pieces of light because he finally fulfilled his final purpose and fucked the city over one more time. And now he's gone back to his own plane.
How to make it work.
Back to the astral plane where he belongs.
Oh my God, that was so disorienting, them adjusting that camera with the video file.
Yeah, it was.
Not to make it work by restricting
do it again.
savings, because that's what we're talking about in many occasions for these folks that are selling a property, whether it's their resident where they live now or an investment property that they've had for many years, and they're at a point in their lives where they're trying to retire.
There's a number of issues that are facing rent control being legal in Mass. I'd be happy to chat about it, but I think that that's a far larger discussion.
Yeah.
That's a state level issue that is mired in so much crap.
Yeah, it's really frustrating.
It's probably going to take at least 4 to 5 years before we can actually see any hope of it passing.
Yeah.
And it's got to happen through the state house, not the ballot.
The state should be doing everything we can to make it an incentive for owner occupants to be in those properties, something that I've argued for since the first day that I came into this chamber. I've always said that if you want to solve most of the issues in the neighborhoods, work to get owner occupied in 3-family properties.
We can't even get them to require insurance companies to not ban specific dog breeds. We're not going to get any movement on rent control.
Police officer on every corner. The way to
Yeah, I think it was originally, but it's because of how things have gotten set up, it's got to be approved by the legislature.
Can afford to buy, but that's by this city government and state government helping.
Second in rents, first in rats, 75th in fun things to do.
Doing it, not Madam Chair.
I mean, there's plenty of fun things to do. They've just made most of them largely illegal. Although, if you do want to duel someone, as long as the governor is present on Boston Common on a Saturday, you can duel them.
So important, and I'm so grateful to have a community activist.
I'll check in with Mara, but she has pretty strong gun views. So,
does the governor have to be there willingly?
Because
no provision states that.
So much
that actually came up at Friendsgiving on Sunday.
Many ways in which we know
we went and looked it up.
And people are being displaced, Worcester's being gentrified, you know, news articles are finally picking it up. And like, we have just so much qualitative data. And I don't know how many times people need to cry or how many times people need to spill out their story, how many people have to double up in houses, you know, how many elders have to bounce around through their children, and how many times we have to say the same stories over and over and over and over and over and over and over to really make change possible.
You missed everything.
You know, as someone who like believes in a lot of things that people tell us from the community, because, you know, I'm actually on the ground, you know, I think we need this quantitative data at this point, despite all the qualitative data we have. And so, you know, I just want to do a friendly amendment on this, which is to really also look into the zip codes and the demographics that is being displaced, evicted, or, you know, experiencing rent increases. I think that's super important.
We had a data analyst in the
when
city.
we look at these numbers, all these qualitative data that we keep bringing onto council, that we keep speaking into this space, I hope people will start believing it. I hope people will finally realize that, no, this is not just, you know, the left or the progressive. No, this is a reality. This is a reality of so many people. And until we actually meet these needs, it's going to keep coming up. And I don't want to keep hearing people cry over the housing and not having a stable place to live. And yes, I'm going to keep advocating for these things. And I'm so grateful for Councilor Hadjiai for bringing this up.
If we had a data analyst on staff,
yeah, I'd like to sign on to
do this.
Important.
Right.
The only thing that I would ask for, in addition to this, I know of respect to the rental registry and what
The
have
school department has one.
really like
That's it. It's the only data analyst in the city.
Again, how backlogged we are with regards to our property inspections. And it's not in order. I really need that.
Did Shaun Rose just ask for the check, or was he just signing on? I mean, I think he was signing on.
He said he was
I'll
signing
just
on.
forward
Yeah.
to the data and getting that to the appropriate committee for public hearing. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
thank
it
you.
would have to
So
be
this will go
created.
Administration, all in favor? So moved. Okay, 11B, request city manager review the city's leaf pickup policy to allow residents more time to put leaves out into the street. Councilor Toomey?
Sorry, it already snowed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure all of us have received phone calls from folks who
Wait, did they not vote on that?
had difficulty
Or
getting
did I
their
just miss
leaves
it?
out.
I think it was no one was opposed, so they just did like
Oh, okay.
all in
Fall
favor.
until maybe this week. And then the other aspect of it is,
Which is
when
kinda
someone
weird.
has gotten it out, they were fined. And so I think, you know, giving people an opportunity to
Oh
have a
man!
little bit more
All right,
time.
I think I gotta focus on
and
the
also to
DOJ story
kind of
and
take a look at
not
the
You're not
watch
going to
this from
listen
my
to
sanity.
Kate talk about leaves for another hour? Come on,
Yeah, oh
man.
my God!
their leaves
No,
out. I mean,
I
live in a neighborhood where
can't do it.
you have a
Let me check what
decent
other.
sized yard.
I'll come back later. But
you're trying to get the leaves out.
I've been up since 1:30 this morning, and I feel crazy right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this meeting on top of that just sounds like you are having a terrifying evening.
So it gives people more time to get
I need
them
some
out.
ketamine.
Notice.
What else is left in the
I think it will
agenda?
be easier for
This
people
is
to-
actually, this item is actually a really good example again of how self-insulating the city is. Like, people actually rake their fucking leaves, right? Like, you realize you can just mow them, right? Like you don't have to actually just scoop them up and move them into the street. You can just mow them, and then they kind of like mulch, and
You can leave them too.
Yeah, you
Which
can
is
just leave
far
them there.
more
It's fine.
healthy for for your.
Too much this year,
Yeah.
but I share colleague Councilor Toomey's.
All right, I'm going to take a 20-minute
yeah.
writing break. And
After
if
this
you
is the
guys
family health
decide to
center,
wrap
and
it
that's
up,
going to be another issue discussed
let me
deeply.
know.
Then there's
All right, later,
health
Bill.
insurance
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
So
Cool.
you got a bit.
Difficult to see the signs when they're posted. I know my
Yeah, you can leave your leaves.
2 years ago, they posted on a Thursday evening after daylight savings time. Never saw the sign.
Oh, did you hear that, Gar R?
Yeah.
Was that okay? That was my husband. They're playing D&D. He's the DM.
Hell yeah. The first time I heard it, I assumed that's what it was, but happy for the confirmation.
Come back twice and say rake it to the edge of the lawn until it's posted, and then come back a second time and put it into the street. It's not fair. It's not realistic. But lastly, and I think
I want
biggest
to.
reason why we need
Very
to
much
revisit
want
the
to.
issue policy next year is
One of the folks I follow on Twitter just said something about Trump mentioning that executing every drug dealer is part of his plan.
Nobody's even paying attention
Cool.
to the policy. I mean, you can't enforce the policy because nobody really buys into it.
Where's he going to get his speed from?
Clearly, there are drains, and Commissioner Fink is correct. We don't want to block the drains.
Apparently, Fox cut coverage
after daylight savings time.
Yeah, they went to
just put them out as long as you're not
they
blocking
they
the drains.
they letterbox or they picked, they put it in a window and had talking heads over it.
We're letting people put it on in the street, other than the drains, and I think we can work around that. Lastly, if there's a snowstorm, I guess that's another reason we don't want them on the street, because they interfere with snow. I've checked. I'm sure anybody can Google it while I'm talking or after. We've had one snowstorm in November in the last 10 years. And
Go to the
there's lots of
dentist.
experiences with snow.
Go to Gentle Dental in the trolley yard.
I don't
They'll
think
hook
snow
you up.
is a reason not to change the policy either. Realistically, it's not going to change.
Someone
this year.
text Mo and tell him it's snowing right now.
Next year, we can work with the commissioner and staff and try to create a policy that works for everybody. That's a little bit more realistic than I think this policy is. Thank you.
How about we street sweep on a regular basis, and it's not just about leaves?
My street is swept weekly, Yenni, so I'll be happy to let you know how lovely it is next time they come by.
Service Committee conduct a meeting allowing for a presentation from Family
It
Health
just
Center,
just
Worcester
boggles my
County
mind that they
community
don't
as to
street
the
sweep
status of
unless
a
it's
better
like
together
absolutely
strategic
necessary on most
go-forward
streets.
plan. Councilor Rivera.
On
Like
most
the main
streets, yeah.
thoroughfares,
My
they
street's
street
weekly.
sweep.
It's actually quite annoying. There's nothing worse than being in the middle of an engrossing television program and having a street sweeper come by very slowly.
Holding them accountable. Holding them accountable for more than continue to communicate with community to let us know what's happening, because they really have lacked.
Yeah,
They
I
really
get
don't
it. It
to
just
properly communicate with leadership, with community. So this is about holding them accountable to be able to come back.
It's a city
and share
cleanliness
with us
thing.
their plan, because that's been a big gap in this situation. Thank you.
Okay, so that we'll refer that to Public Health. All in favor? So moved. Okay, 11D. Request
if
city
we
manager
instead switched
report
over to doing an
on the
opposite
costs
side
associated
situation
with
where people could
offering
park on one
health
side of the street and
insurance
then the
for
other
those
side of the
who
street for both
leave
snow
and
and
test
street sweeping,
Councilor Rose.
Thank you,
that
Madam
would
Chair.
solve
I was
the ticketing
encouraged
problem
when Mr.
significantly.
Bagley is exploring this and looking into this. I
We should have
think as
street
we
vacuuming.
look to, recruit,
Just
Just
everyone
have
take,
someone go out and vacuum out from under each car.
benefit.
well, just the neighbors on just take turns with a Dyson. Just go out and.
Employees. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll sign on, Councilor King. Okay, so we will refer that to the city manager. All in favor? So moved. Okay, 11E, request city manager host a meeting with the task force on food insecurity.
We could tie little brooms to the rats.
Findings, outcomes, and ideas concerning how to address food insecurity in
I
the
like the
city.
street
Councilman
Roombas
Lennon.
because that's
Thank you,
actually a
Madam Chair.
thing that's been
For the
invented
past few
and is
years,
in
I've done
tests in a couple of
food
other
drive
cities
before
across the
Thanksgiving
country
to help
that I just
support
sent the information to the
families.
Department of the
Last year,
DPW
we had
folks
over
about.
300 and
I
something
am
families
just
that were
promising you now, the first time a street Roomba comes by my house, it will leave with a 3-foot long dildo attached to the top of it, and it will be awesome.
significant deficit. The amount of people who are reaching out to us to support them around food isn't meeting, we're not meeting the demand. And what that tells me is that the people who have historically or consistently
Hey, Worcester
donated
Local
to us
Cryptid.
year after year after year,
It's called a
are also
lawnmower.
are also having their own issues and their own hard time with inflation, and the list goes on and on. And so
Marty.
it would be nice to have this committee come forward and share some ideas on how we can become more creative around addressing food insecurity in our city. Like a good example is,
Oh wow, I
have
wasn't
a
expecting to
request
see
for
this
nearly
one so quickly.
250 individual families, and this point this year, Thanksgiving being next week, we're barely even at half that. And again, it's not because people are no longer generous or no longer or for whatever reason uncaring. I think that genuinely people overall are hurting right now. So it's something I want to learn how we can get a little bit more creative, or as we get into budget season, look at different funding or the potential to put this on the radar for potential grants or other resources. And I think this committee and the work that they're doing will help us create a pretty good blueprint for what that could look like, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, right, so that we'll refer that to the city manager. All in favor? So moved. Okay, request city manager request.
The Poland
Or report concerning-
missile issue. Not sure if everyone heard about it, but a Russian missile killed 2 people in Poland, just across the border from Ukraine. It has been determined to have probably not have been fired by Russia, which I think is them saying, "Hey, Russia, this is your warning. Don't do it again."
Neighborhood meetings we're in is how we're going to address, the speed on the streets and the issue of speed on the streets. In our last budget session,
Where are they proposing to say it came from then?
Well, it was a Russian missile.
Yeah.
So I think this is literally just them being like, "Hey, Russia, no, we're on your shit."
Kind of spinning our wheels.
Came from another dimension.
In a recent neighborhood meeting that I had, the issue of speed on the streets came up again.
Now the Star Forces of Evil song is stuck in my head. Thanks.
Being the liaison to someone, chronicling,
Do you know the show?
being taken to get there,
No.
and potentially
Okay.
timeline,
It's a Steven Universe level show. It's more recent than Steven Universe, though. So,
like, oh, we're hoping to get to this. So
do you know Steven Universe?
That we could
Okay.
say, she's working on it. Or this is what it looks like.
Star in the Forces of Evil. It's fantastic.
With various neighborhood groups and community stakeholders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been talking about safety, the traffic division, and
I could
will
eat
tell you
16,000
that,
pounds
they
of
also do
turkey
a
in one
phenomenal
day.
job with what
That's nothing.
The number of personnel that they have. And it's certainly, we see the need. We didn't have one for a while. We're very grateful that administration had supported expanding to bring them back. And now I think, with the data, I think we can certainly argue for the next budget, that we need to expand that, because traffic problems have been and will continue to be an issue in our city. The speeding has been horrific, and we know that accidents. I mean, we've talked about people who have lost their lives ad infinitum here, it seems, and we want to see some changes. I mean, I even filed an order to see if we could restrict or change the speed limits in some of our streets, especially those that are most problematic. So I support this, and I look forward to discussing the report and perhaps a comprehensive approach to this whole issue throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll refer this to the city manager.
Wow,
All in
yeah, they really
favor?
do look like they have
So moved.
beans.
11G, request city manager explore the feasibility of a municipal sponsored ride-sharing program like Numo in Newton, Mass. Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If my colleagues hadn't had an opportunity to jump online and take a look at this, I would certainly.
Yeah, let Rob
suggest that they
Liefeld
do. This is a very creative,
run every show.
sophisticated, concept around municipally. Imagine like a municipally operated Uber system. And what
I
it
would
do
much
is
rather us have
fill in
a
lot of the gaps where the WRTA can't get to. So right now, can you get from Main South into
what the hell are those systems
Patnack, or
called?
from Burncoat into Tatnack? It's a great opportunity to kind of bridge some of the gaps that the WRTA can't accomplish. There's grant funding towards it. It's a really, really good idea, and Newton is doing a really great job.
I always imagined loose bullets.
And so I'm just suggesting that we explore this a little bit. There's also an opportunity for folks who are disabled to not have to wait for a paratransit and to be able to get, to and from grocery stores and other ways and spaces and places that they ordinarily wouldn't be able to in certain circumstances. So it's a good gap. It's equity driven. It's funded federally and through some state funds. And so
Yeah, their friends have guns, so they're carrying them for them.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll send that to the city manager. All in favor? So moved. 11H, request city manager requests police chief provide sporadic traffic enforcement on Toronto Ave. Council Rose?
Yeah, Toronito Ave, this is a newly paved, well, it's not newly paved, it's been a couple of years now, Madam Chair, but.
Must have missed that one when she was talking to the majority of the city about our new city manager.
So when you take a left on Barry Road Extension, people are racing to Toronito to get in front of people, and it's a steep hill that goes rather deeply, and then it comes up with a really big incline. A lot of dogs, walkers, runners in that area of District 1, and it's something that I had requested speed hump for that we'll likely not see until the spring, given timelines. And to Councilor Chimley's point earlier around changing the speed.
Councilor Chimley.
I think this is kind of just a reference back to the traffic division. I think that there are a dozen streets in District 1 that we would love to have consistent enforcement in and around. We just don't have the manpower for it. We can change the speed limit to 1 mile an hour, but if we don't have people holding those folks who are going over the speed limit accountable, it just doesn't work. And this road is a perfect example of that. Newly paved, it's nice, it's great for the neighborhood, but now it's just becoming a little bit of a racetrack. So just requesting some sporadic enforcement here. This is something that's consistently been on my sporadic enforcement list. Lieutenant Walsh does a great job of accommodating me as best he can, and he's just really, really great. But this is something that is just getting more and more concerning in my district, this particular street, given it's newly paved and the concerns with the young people and so on here in this pocket of the district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll refer this to the city manager. All in favor? So moved. Okay, 11I, request city manager requests Assistant Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide electricity for the resilient tree in the Burncoat Triangle for the holidays. Councilor Rose?
Yes, a very popular landmark in the district, and folks are now looking at, as the holidays are coming, decorating it and putting lights on it. And it would be great if we could just get some assistance through the Parks Department to support this. Now, I will say that, Assistant Commissioner Rob Antonelli has just been magnificent about everything related to this triangle and all the different ideas and improvements that we have for it. And, if he has the bandwidth to be able to make this happen, and it will certainly make a number of people in that neighborhood very happy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we'll refer this to the city manager. All in favor? So moved. 11J, requests the city manager provide the city council with the.
I should be allowed to build a wicker man at the Burncoat Triangle.
Department headquarters, including roof and ceiling leaks.
Stick an old man in it.
And any other problem area with the cost estimate and timeline for repairs. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's pretty clear. The building is old. There's no question. And it's really very tired in many areas. And I think it's important that
Time banking. That's what I was looking for.
Quite some time, decades before.
It took me that long to Google my ideas enough to get to the actual word.
We have to do other things. I mean, one of the things I've talked about before is having a public safety.
Yes, Main South Mom, it's entirely up to this chat. Throw out some ideas. Who should the old man be?
Substations and precincts and all of that. So that could all be part of a conversation. But this is the here and now. And when I hear that the elevators have been broken for, I think, 3 or 4 weeks now in this building, I've received a number of calls and emails and text messages about the air ducts.
I don't know if it could be Gary Rosen. Pickleball's really on the come up right now.
Buckets underneath, water.
Silicon Valley's favorite new sport.
For that to be repaired, and so I think
Silicon Valley's not doing any sports right now.
To keep this
or
Fred
more.
Nathan, Mace's grandpa Fred Nathan could do it, but he would probably have a petition to get himself out of it
accessible
too quickly.
for folks too. I think would be a good start, and we can certainly take a look at identifying the most problematic areas and prioritizing them as well.
I'm down for that.
I mean, for an
We
elevator
do
to be
need
down for 4
monthly
weeks,
is fine. We
need to
need
replace
good
the elevator,
harvests
or
year
is it
round.
the parts, and so I think it's really important that
Maybe we could just have the Department of Justice lock the doors of the police headquarters, declare it a federal prison, and then it would be their responsibility to pay for the upgrades.
Look at the area where
Good stuff. That's some good thinking.
folks are detained. I think
Outside of the
that's
box,
also
Brian. You gotta think outside the
Well,
box.
inside of the box, really, when you
In
when
this
you
case,
get down right
inside of
to
a
it.
I
big
mean, the
old
building
brutalist
is
box.
falling apart.
That would be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Karmic.
Just from a building standpoint, it is falling apart.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, he's back.
He's
The-
shoving Donna out of the chair.
I just don't understand why
He
wouldn't this go
repixelated.
through just the normal budgeting process. I can't imagine, why it wouldn't be able to. And I would like to offer a friendly amendment, if possible, that if we wanted to look at buildings, that we should look at all city buildings. And so I'm down to vote for it if it says request city manager provide city council with an updated concerning the physical conditions of all buildings, including, all the things that you mentioned, but I don't see why it would not go through the budget like every other department.
I did see that.
Thank you. So this is a specific issue that has been fermenting, so to speak, for a long time. And I think it's important that we take a look at this now comprehensively. It will end up coming up in budget depending upon what happens, what the manager decides we have the money for. But I think it's important to start the discussion now and have it come back so that we understand what's happening. We certainly can take a look and have, I think there are reports on all other city buildings that we've had in the past, but these seem to be these issues with the police building.
Main South
seem
Mom,
to
there's
be
actually research that
escalated,
pushes back against that
as it ages. So
in terms of
get this done
over policing, under policing areas.
You want a separate motion on all city buildings?
Are you not willing to amend it to? No?
Wow.
Motion on that too. So we have two motions. One's request city manager, which is
I'm getting an
11J.
echo. Somebody,
To me, then we have
anybody else hearing that?
all city buildings in order. We send both
No.
those to the manager.
There's something there. Yeah.
Opposed, so ordered. 11K to 11M, adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
You two have headphones on, though. I don't.
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
Might be it.
King.
Let me try muting and see.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, that's it.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell. Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
All right.
Yes. 12A, transmit information communication to the following two vacancies on the library.
It's not doing it now though, so we might have caught it. Yeah.
Okay. It'll be December 6th.
I just dropped my volume down slightly. Sometimes there's like that little point where it no longer echoes it.
Yeah.
If you have have to. So make sure we get, and you should get some good candidates even from the last time. So motions to accept.
What do
All
you
those in
care
favor,
about
opposed,
candidates?
so ordered. Transmitting information communication of the past.
That's not your whole thing.
Homo chata.
Yum.
That's quite the subtitle.
Yum.
Sure. So that the MO, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on 13A, advertised proposed ordinance.
Chairman.
Councilor.
Just on the
Russell.
previous item, I'd just like to formally ask the administration, we had two home rule petitions in the State House. One was on this item and another one was on the financing of private street conversions. And that is stuck in the Senate. And I advocate to the administration to lobby to get that out of the Senate.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is advertised proposed ordinance upon report of the planning board upon petitioner Donald O'Neill. Involved properties 2 located at 1 Brussels Street to include the entire 50,000 square foot parcel designated as the Worcester Assessment Map as parcel MBL with the ML2 zoning district by changing the portion of the parcel designated. Recommend passage of the company proposed ordinance. So roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
I'm
Councilor
surprised
Calloria?
that
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
12B didn't get more fanfare.
Councilor Carlson?
That was the passing of
Councilor
the
Yes. Councilor Rivera?
the school committee
Councilor
districts.
Rose? Yes. Councilor Russell?
Interesting.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Of that, the
Report
home
from
rule
the Zone
petition at the state
Committee,
level.
13B and 13C, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Report of the Committee on Public Health and Human Services. We have 14A is motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 15A to 15X, motions to accept and to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 15Y to 15Z, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A to 16P, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Traffic and parking, 17A to 17E, advertised proposed ordinance. All those
All
in
handicap
favor?
parking spots.
Do we need a roll call on that? What? Yeah, the clerk doing a roll call?
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 18A to 18C, on a roll call.
These are salary ordinance amendments.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes. 19A, request the manager provide council with a report concerning the possibility of creating police precinct substations in various locations throughout the city, as well as other municipal services could be provided at those sites.
Which one is this, Mr. Chairman?
19A.
This is the stupid one, Councilor King.
Motion is to send it to the manager.
As it reads.
Okay. All those in
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor King?
again, to the administration, you could just recapitulate for me the most recent process of creating new precincts and new sectors from the Worcester Police Department. Chair.
Mr. Manager?
I really do enjoy
No,
hearing Kate get all
part of,
wrapped up in the definition of
analyzing
precinct.
some of the tactics, the police chief and his team decided to create a.
Eric
precinct
Fisher,
model
the
in which they now
my
capture
favorite
tactics,
Twitter meteorologist, says we might be getting a little bit of hail shortly.
and they're responsible for managing
Cool.
the staff within that precinct to the lieutenant, the sergeants, and all the officers are related to
1.5 inches of snow in Leicester.
responsibility. The captain is to manage accordingly on a day-to-day basis any shifts, movements, activity, so that they really own and are responsible for the day-to-day activities in those neighborhoods and those precincts that they're assigned to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that part of this came out of some of the discussions we had some time ago when I was at budget time looking into the responsiveness and the concerns about a lack of responsiveness on some of the calls that we're getting backlogged. And also, I remember Cole Valentine coming in and talking about and acknowledging those challenges at end of shift, et cetera. And this is a part of that solution. I don't see the necessity of this particular order. We just heard that they've created police precincts. I don't, understand any of this as it relates to that. We just did that, and I would ask through the chair to the administration, when did that process begin, and when did we start implementing the new model, precinct model by the Worcester PD?
Through the chair to the council, it's been about a year.
Okay. I think it's a bit premature to do that. I think we should get a routine report. I would like a report with an update regarding the new recently created policing precincts, an update regarding the efficacy of that. To my understanding, based on my communication with folks in Worcester PD, that's been an improvement in terms of the responsiveness and to folks. There's still room to improve. There's still concerns in different pockets about the degree to which police respond, and also like a report back on how long it takes for them to respond to the varying levels of calls. I would like that in the form of a report. That would be my motion. I don't think it makes sense to really go down this road and ask the police to once again a year later create new precincts and substations. At this time, a motion will be to file, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilor Toomey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is the third time that I've gotten up and said that this isn't changing the precinct model.
I love this part.
It's adding a substation to those areas. It's I've said it 3 times now. It's about adding a physical presence in the community, and actually could help keeping the police, giving them more time to be out in the district instead of having to go back to the station and having their presence known. And I think the city manager has spoken about this before, about the possibility of changing the setup. I mean, we have a centralized police station, and we really need to have our police officers.
I'm glad Bill's not wasting his time listening to this, at least.
And this will enable us to have a greater presence rather than back.
This
to the
is such
station.
drivel.
You're a little localized. You don't have all that driving around to do. And I think it's very clear. I'm not asking to reconfigure the precinct model that we have. I'm asking to take a look at providing an opportunity to have a physical.
Right, but let's look at what we're doing and assess what we're doing before we go changing it just because you want to change it.
Expand on that or not.
I think we can. So we have a motion to file that takes precedence. So the
Mr.
first
Chairman, I'd certainly be willing to consider removing or withdrawing that motion.
Okay.
If we eliminate the creating police precincts language and the other municipal services language, and that we add substations.
Is it really just that Kate is so stupid that she doesn't know that words have actual definitions and meanings?
Yes.
That would be my amendment.
Cool.
If that's not acceptable.
Whenever-
I hope we do this again next week.
Whenever that's the question, the answer is yes. Is it really that Kate is so stupid? Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
She is
Councilor Caloria?
No.
a fucking
Councilor
moron.
G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
It's your own order. What?
motion is referred to the city manager. Those in favor?
She just vote no on her own motion.
No on her own order?
Yeah, we did 19B. We did 19C.
See?
We're on
Fucking moron.
19B, which is concerning the city manager on the ad hoc. So we can file this. All those
That's
in favor,
extra,
please
even for
vote.
her.
Next one is Councilor Sarai Rivera. Request manager to provide council the report concerning the permitting process. Organizations and individuals must fall be granted the ability to use any form of application to conduct religious services and any other type of gathering in the highly populated residential area. No information relative to such a practice being prohibited. Councilor Rivera.
Yep, you heard the community speak tonight. This isn't about infringement on any type of religious freedom. This is about the amplification. This is about using amplification. So a lot of times it's on, there's blockage of there's a number of different issues. There's either blocking of sidewalks or there's using of different property. But one of the major complaints that we really have received has been about amplification. And so really, I just don't,
This is actually a pretty big issue over by me at almost every single neighborhood watch meeting from one of the Jewish religious facilities that's over here.
And so I really feel like, and I know, I know that the police gives out the permits and they're in a kind of a sticky situation. I understand, why police gives the permit out. I get that, but I think we need to take a look at our
All right,
policy. And I think
gang, I think I gotta take off. I'm falling asleep sitting up.
Whether it be religious organizations,
Is there anything else big coming up?
The issue of amplifications.
I'm okay if we should just call it a night.
I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, Bill wanted to see if they're gonna.
Oh
talk
wait,
about
no, we've got
DOJ stuff at all.
oversaturation of rooming houses, shelters, etc. as the next item,
week after week after week after week after week for years.
And then the rest is nothingness in Batista.
We've tried having conversations. We've tried reaching out to the different communities.
I too haven't really slept in 2 days, so I am completely okay with just,
not even from the area.
Accepting that Sarai has a great hat, probably has 2 Colt pythons under that smock she's wearing there, and
very frustrating.
And probably like a bandolier of pouches with loose bullets.
Yeah, it's got to be loose bullets. I'm telling you, it's loose bullets.
Do you want to stay on for like the homelessness one and then cut after that? Because I think the meeting actually might just end after that, but I'm not sure.
There, and that we can respect the importance.
Let me run the show. Oh gosh, no.
Oh, Georgeception.
Yeah, this could totally be the Yenni stream. I'm running the back end.
Again and again.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be so awkward. Me just talking at the screen.
Get the dog on.
That's why I never streamed before.
Yenni, this is your moment.
You live inside the internet. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, yeah.
I do live inside the internet. I live inside these yellow walls.
With dog, yes.
Yes, with dog.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it in your capable
with
hands.
Very sleepy dog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm about to do. I will.
Actually, we're at the order now.
Okay, I'll hang out for a second.
Equitable process of zoning, Councilor Rivera and Councilor Merrill Carlson.
I'm surprised the two of them both put this together.
We heard today some of the testimony. It's really hard.
Well, thank you, Mo.
Work on
Brian, if it's Sarai talking, you're probably should just go.
I'm already asleep. Baby.
It's already tomorrow.
And making sure that we're increasing,
when's the next meeting?
But yeah, it doesn't seem like this is going to be like an issue.
I got a call from an organization, and they said,
I think we
doesn't
are back
mean she won't talk for 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, it's her and Merrill Carlson. So it's the two of them. Of both
oh God, no, I'm out of
so
here.
It's gonna pass, and they're just gonna yammer.
I will. I'll see everybody next week.
Do we want to just call it?
Nah, this is the Yenni stream. I'm gonna be here in the background.
No, I want to go sleep too. I didn't sleep last night either.
We get a call and said, "Oh, there's definitely."
I love you all.
Good night,
do what
Brian.
you gotta do.
Sleep well.
I'll talk to you guys later.
That sweater is so stupid. Even walking around, it doesn't make any
scarf.
sense. No, not Sarai's. The Donna just walked by. I think it was Donna. It might have been Candy. It's hard to tell. They're both wearing dumb sweaters, similar colors.
For the other locations, but it just seems that it's constantly the same thing. When we look at the, the shelter right now, so this isn't about a NIMBY mentality, not at all.
This is about like when we were doing the whole zoning regarding cannabis.
Oh no, this is going to
no
be a
conversation
discussion
about that. I
thing.
mean,
She
it
just
was
said
very
NIMBY.
clear that we wanted to make
Yeah,
sure that
that's
this
what I'm
was
saying.
equitably
Friends,
redistributed,
if you want
that
to
it
call
wasn't
it,
that
I'm
we
with
were
you.
looking at that one community
If
or
you
one
gotta
district
keep
or one
going,
area
I'll
was
support you too.
overly saturated.
I'm okay with
That's all
sticking
we're
around
saying.
for the
We're
NIMBYing.
saying is, man, if we're really the heart of the Commonwealth, we need to make sure that we're equally distributing them out the city. This is about that we continue to have a form of
Because
segregation.
I'm going to hear about
because of
this one
race
at the
and
next
class.
neighborhood watch
And if we
meeting.
have this, and that we feel that we can
Or the next
continue to
time I
do
run
this
into
in one
Melissa outside
neighborhood.
my house.
Well, guess what? There are people that they're paying property taxes too, that they're living there too, that
Fair
they've been
deal.
living there.
I'm in the
for
back
We have a
lane.
CMHA shelter
families
that's
and having to deal
diagonal
with
to my property.
situations in their community.
And
That it's
a
something
couple
they're
of the
paying
people
attention to.
who go
And
through
it
there are
ends-
not exactly the nicest people in the world.
and it falls
They still need a
upon,
place to live,
you know,
but
I'm glad
they
that
also
I
need
had,
to, not throw onions over the
District
fence at her
Councilor
old dog.
Merle Carson,
That's
because
hilarious.
I know that
I was
you
not
know,
exactly
she
too
is
happy with
part of
that.
this,
I'm not saying you
They've
should be
like
happy with
literally
it, but
thrown
you
rocks
have
at
to
my
be able to.
house and like screamed at Tara to antagonize her into barking at them.
And I think again,
I mean, you don't have to like
But-
that somebody is throwing onions, but you have to appreciate that it is objectively hilarious that anyone would ever just pick up an onion and just whip it at somebody. Like that is, I don't want someone to get hit in the head with like an onion. And I know the
No,
dogs
they
can get
it
poisoned
was
by them, but
they were throwing it into her yard for the dog to try
would've
and
gotten a
poison the dog.
and there was a shelter in each
Because
of the
it literally
districts,
can kill dogs
and I
to
would
eat
have gotten a
onions.
call to say, hey,
It
I
gives them
think dogs should know
pancreatitis
better
like
too, though. And I love dogs. I have no, there's no room for
was
cats in my
already
heart, but I
kind of
feel
like
like we've been at this long enough where dogs should be aware of the things that if they eat, they're going to die.
this is what's
Every
happening
dog
in
I've
Greece,
had
what's
wants to
happening
eat
in
nothing
March,
more than chocolate,
be
right? Like,
okay.
and I've never seen a dog die of
not the
chocolate,
case.
but I've constantly been
It's not
told, hey,
like
the dog eats
You
chocolate.
have to have a
Who's dying?
lot of chocolate to die of
PTA was
chocolate
going
for a
up by
dog.
where the
It's
big
like
What's the LD50 on
pounds per
onions for
pound.
dogs?
that whole plaza over
I
there.
like
There was a
cigarettes.
whole, like,
You know,
revolt on
I know
that.
cigarettes are gonna kill me
Ace Project
someday.
Worcester
I
tried to
can't fault a
Ace
dog for
Project
wanting a
Worcester
little
was
chocolate.
built in the 80s doing like amazing work, and there was major
Like if they were just
issues.
throwing chocolate, I
And
would not have
so,
have as
like,
much of an
all of
issue.
a sudden, whenever
But like a dog
Garlic,
having
shallots, and leeks as well.
and there's
a
this is
tablespoon of
very
onion
frustrating.
can
It's
send them
very
into
frustrating. It's
pancreatitis and
also
die
difficult for these organizations
within like
because
days.
when these organizations go to
So
try to work
according to the
with
American
really
Kennel
bad.
Club, it's a 60 grams of onion per 20 kilogram of dog.
so the rooming
But I
houses
only
that
do
we have in
American
Michigan,
units, so I
rooming
have no
houses, some
idea what
rooming
that
houses
actually
that we
means.
have are just poor quality. It's trash. I mean,
But-
it's no one should.
But I mean, like, there's
quality
times
of
where
life
like
of
there
people
was
having to be
one of the
subjected to
moms there
to some of
had
these
mental
rooming
health
houses.
issues. She had a
The
3-year-old
majority
kid,
is
and she was letting the 3-year-old kid
nobody
run
would
back
want
and forth
any
across
of our
June
loved
Street.
ones
I
in
had to call the
these
police in because I wanted to make sure the 3-year-old was okay. I do that from the perspective of protecting the
so again, if
3-year-old
we had
and making sure
quality
that the
type
3-year-old's
rooming
okay.
houses, then
The
we would be
woman
okay with
who
that.
I'm talking about,
Then it's
no,
like
is
rooming
like
houses
calling in the
are neglected.
police
We
to
have
make sure that
our
the mother
we have
gets
our city,
arrested
our
for the
inspectional
3-year-old
services
being
having to
let
kind
out
of do
like this, and
property
they
management.
shouldn't be here, and they shouldn't be
Consider
on this side of the city, and
departments having to be
they
overly
stood in my
tasked.
driveway,
We're not holding these
Have
landlords
you tried throwing
responsible, or
onions
these
at the
are,
3-year-old when
the
it goes
court
just
system
before it
that
goes to
very
run across the
frustrating.
street?
We need to make sure that
that
when we're
might
doing
work
zoning,
Oh, yeah,
because
we're
3-year-olds are
3-year-olds.
very
looking at
curious,
we're
Yeah.
and
looking
if you
at
throw something
are
ball-like
we
in their direction,
implementing
Yeah, just like a dog.
affordable
It's going to
housing?
chase
This
after
is
it,
one of
probably
the
going
other
to try and
issues.
eat it.
One of the things that I
Yep.
worked in our district is that
Hope
there's
it'll
an
make it
empty lot
cry.
that's going out for bid,
Mhm.
that is going out for bid for affordable housing. But I'm finding that that's not happening in every district. It's mainly happening in only certain districts, but not happening in every district. Why is that? Why is that? Why are we looking at when there's if
but like
there's
every
lots in
neighborhood
3,
watch
if
meeting,
there's
she's there
lots in
complaining
5,
about
if there's
something
lot,
that they've
we need to
done,
be
and
able
I'm
to
just
put that
like,
for first-time home buyers, for affordable
when
type
there's an
housing.
actual issue, I
Women
bring it
for
up,
advocating in certain district.
and I bring it to the attention
We
of
need to be able to be
the
fair
police
and take a look at,
officer
is this
who
what level of
liaises with
segregation?
CMHA
You
for
know,
that particular issue.
I was at a meeting yesterday.
And that's it. But she
that,
just comes in and she
part of
bitches
named
and
South
moans the entire
Power and
meeting
Jonesboro
about
part of,
something that
District 2, we kind
those
of
people are not
combine
going to
in
be
there.
living there in
We're
2
talking about
weeks.
this anchor
It's a,
mission. But one of the
it's
things that was saddest
they
thing is
cycle
like when
out.
we look at even the way that we're even schools, even some of the schools that are in some of these areas, and how what a poor condition some of these buildings are. And I know that that's something that several of us counselors have talked
Mo
about this.
Bergman, if you could figure out motion
So
cap
again,
software,
we
we'll
need
bring
to
you
come up with a
on
plan
as Mo
that
Bergman.
we
You
are
could come
looking
talk to
at
the
how
audience.
we are
That'd be
distributing.
fantastic.
We were able to do this for cannabis. This is what I understand. We were able to have this whole conversation about for cannabis, but we can't talk about how we can't be fair So organizations are not struggling with NIMBY when they're trying to open up, that we're having
For anyone
equitable,
that's noticing Sean laughing every time Sarai mentions cannabis, he actually made a point over and over that if the rest of the districts didn't want dispensaries, he was more than happy to take all 15 of them in his district.
that we're not having an oversaturation. We have certain streets that have 4 rooming houses on
It's
them.
not a great parallel that she's making. Like, if I could have 15
And if they
dispensaries over
were,
in
like,
5, hell yeah. That's,
adequately run, okay, but
I'll-
that's
Yeah,
not the
I'll
case.
trade you 2
So
for
this
1
is an
package stores.
ongoing issue that we really need to begin to
I'm
put
in,
some
like, I
just
find
significant
myself
policies
annoyed that I have
and
to drive
ordinance
across the city
initiatives on these issues
because
as
there's
we move
no
forward. If
medical
we're able to do this, again,
dispensary
like I say,
near me.
cannabis,
Yeah.
this is about
Out in Tatnick.
quality of life and giving opportunities.
I
to
just drive
neighborhoods
up to
be able to not only survive. We're tired of being on
Botanist. I had
survival
to,
mode.
had to lean
It has
over and
been
look at the potato.
emotionally
The
draining.
one in
There are some
Shrewsbury?
meetings that we go to
No,
that it's just
up
we leave
by
there just like, oh
where the
my
movie
God,
theater was.
I cannot go one more
Oh.
week with having the
Yeah.
Are
same
y'all finding
complaint
prices
Best
at
prices.
situation that
Are you
the-
finding
our
that prices
residents,
medical
the
are
residents of the
worth
district
sticking
have to
with
keep
medical?
dealing with? It is unfair.
You know, Brendan,
It's inequitable, and it's
I definitely
was
get the
up until
savings
this year.
back.
change in our
Okay.
city regarding
I,
this.
like I never had a medical card. I tend to go to
Yes,
Bud's
Mr.
over on Gold
Chairman, I
Star,
think
and
that
like their
this order
prices and the deals that they're running
is
are getting to the
long
point where I find
know
it hard
that
to believe the medical
probably
side is going to be
for
able
the
to keep
city
up much longer.
manager and even for
You're
yourself
absolutely right.
and the
I
entire
don't think I will renew
administration.
this December.
This
The
is a
reason
real
I got it is just to
issue
avoid the
for
taxes. That's the
District
only
2.
price
As we
difference I
talk
really see
about
anymore is that it
Sure,
avoids
oversaturation,
taxes.
and we talk about rooming
But
houses.
I also wouldn't
There's
do
one
Buds purely
stretch
because of some
of
things that
Lincoln
I've
Street,
heard coming out of
one
there about
stretch
how they're
of
treating their
Lincoln Street.
employees.
Mhm.
And
That's
the
less than
quality of
half
the
a
stuff that's
mile
coming through
that
there.
has
They
27
there's a former employee
different
who was
rooming houses,
trying to
shelters,
they were posting on
and
one of the groups I'm
different
in about
organizations.
trying to find out how to report them
And
for
we continue to, and it
underweighting
is
things.
true, I
Mhm.
agree 1,000%.
So
We continue to want to put
I don't
the
know. Your mileage may
boots on
vary
the
with Buds, but
and
I don't choose
for
to
the
participate
folks
in
who
that.
are looking,
I'm pretty
but
specific
also
about what I
Buds are
buy,
in
and
the
that's
town.
really one of the
is
only
well
places
doing,
around here
they
that
figure that they don't
consistently
need to
carries
even
what I'm looking
talk
for.
to the people in the community
I stopped going to Good
anymore.
Chemistry too because I
And
was getting a lot of
again,
seeds from them.
there's a lot of people who live in these areas who
Good
have
Chemistry is
been
my
there,
preferred
and
vendor
a
at the
lot of
moment.
folks who,
I
quite
was going to
frankly, have
Resonate,
struggled to
but
buy their
I kind of
homes.
stopped with
And
that.
again, I'm going to refer to
I go to
Lincoln
Bud's
Street area
because they're kind of like the
because of the
fastest,
fact,
and I've
you
done
know,
work with them.
between Smock
Yeah.
and
They're
we have Spectrum
clearly
up
they've been
there,
on Seltzer
you
Time a whole
know,
bunch of
at the
times,
end
but
of,
it
you
is
know, right
not great
across
to
the
hear some
street
of the stuff
from
I've
the
heard.
school.
Yep.
And when we talk about,
I
you know,
really
in the
don't.
North
I mean,
Street
plant
area,
material
in the
pretty
Channing
rare
Street
for me
area,
these
and the
days,
Sturgis
and like
Street area,
there's only
and the
one
Windsor
strain
Street
that I
area.
really go
I
after when
could
it comes to
go
plant
on
material, and I
endlessly
got a guy.
about how
That's like
many
Which one?
different
Jack
programs
Herrera.
are in that one little
Yeah,
Sure.
none of the
stretch
places
of
around
Lincoln
here do
Street.
that.
And
They
I
don't
think
do
You'll
the
find
my
it.
basics.
colleagues
You'll
Jack
find Jack
Herrera,
why
Herrera,
is
and that's
but it's
one of the
why
not.
reasons I
is
stick
it
to
that
Buds.
it's
They
good enough
also tend to
for D2?
heavily
And
stock
why
with
is it that
Pax
it's
Era
good enough
pods,
for D4?
and
And again,
when it
it
comes
has
to
absolutely
vapes, the
nothing
Pax
to
Era is
do
really
with
the only
the
thing I mess with,
NIMBY
and
attitude.
Sure.
they
It's,
I
tend to
have the
carry.
PAX
quite
ones.
honestly,
Botanist
I
carries
think
them
it's
now.
an easy
They tend
way
to you
for a lot
have
of these
Jack
programs.
Herrera
They just
from
come in and they
via
think
strain
that,
at least
well, you already
once
have
every
so
month or so.
many, let's just put one more.
Is
And I
that
think that
distillate
the
or is
city
that
really does need to
uh,
do
When it's
live resin?
strain,
due diligence,
it's
and
I believe it's live
hope
resin
that
when they
we
do
will
it through
take a
when
look
they have
at
it through
this
strain.
because it's
I've found that
unfair to
distillate gives me a
people
headache,
that
but now
Yeah.
that
we're
I'm dating
trying to
somebody that
help.
doesn't enjoy the smell of
Because at
cannabis,
the end of
I
the
have gotten into
day,
live
there's
resin and
some
found
areas like in the
positive
Lincoln
results.
Street area, that there's some of those agencies, they're not providing services. And quite honestly, they're a problem house that the police are there all the time. And yet next door, you have people who are really trying to do the right thing and, you know, trying to get their lives back on track. So I absolutely, and I've had, and we've done the maps of where all of these different homes are and the different agencies and where they're located. And quite frankly,
It's pretty
they're
cool that
located
Candy
in
inspired
pretty
the
D2
trumpet
sure that-
sound.
Oh, sorry.
You're cool.
So I think it
I was
would
just
be,
making a joke
you
that
know,
Candy
really
inspired
great
the
if we
trumpet
as a
sound from
city could
Peanuts.
take a look at the zoning for a lot of these different programs.
What were you going to say, Yenni?
I'm pretty sure that Candy's only in this because people in the Lincoln Lincoln Street area are complaining that another complex is going there.
I think a large portion of.
I'm pretty sure she's coming at this from NIMBYism.
Suffers from the same issues. And it's true. It needs to be a conversation with the neighbors, conversation with the city. I can remember my real estate business long before I decided to run for city council. I had a social service agency that came in and wanted to buy a 2-family, and they were looking in the Grafton Hill, Vernon Hill area. And I said, well, why not the whole city? Why aren't we looking across the city? And we successfully placed them on June Street. And it was done by communication with the neighbors, communication with the program. And
Successfully outside of your district.
And it's an important part.
Yeah, he's actually talking about the building that I'm talking about.
To include District 3 in that discussion.
Okay, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to sign on to this order. I do want to say that there is a base quality of life that, frankly, people deserve. And I've seen some of the interiors of some of these places that it's subhuman, the conditions that are there. And so I think, along with our rental registry, certainly that will certainly stay on top of that. But we also, so there's the commercial properties and there's also the Dover amendment with the nonprofit folks that run some of the programs and housing. And I will tell you that regardless of whether it's Dover, again, it's the basic human right.
Dover amendment's also not a required
and that's really
adherence.
Has nothing
it's
to
a
do
suggestion.
With whether or not they're there or how they got there, or they can just go there anyway because they don't need to talk to the community. The issue is they're not providing a quality living environment, and they're impacting the people that are there. They're impacting the community at large, and I think it's incredibly important that everybody be held to the same standard. And I give my colleagues props for filing this order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to also sign on to this. Councilor Carlson referenced, saturation, particularly on Lincoln Street, and we're very much failing that way. And I can certainly, appreciate Councilor Rivera's frustration, because there are times when you just leave those meetings and you just feel like, as your job as, an elected official and serving your constituency, you feel really helpless. And I think spreading this out and being more thoughtful about what that looks like will go a long way. And, District 1 gets a little bit of kind of a tongue-in-cheek sometimes, where it's like, oh, this would never happen on, Salisbury Street, whatever it may be. Well, District 1 actually does have a number of group homes and well-run, entities, rooming houses and things and that. So I do look forward to this report to see where we can really be thoughtful about,
the problem is a lot of it can't go up in District 1 because there's not the proximity to bus lines or services. And there's no zoning for it to allow that either.
Some of that load,
especially the west side of District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to applaud my 2 colleagues for putting this on, because this is a very, very important issue that I think will be very helpful, when we're thinking about, supporting individuals who are vulnerable populations or communities of color or whatever it may be. This is like an area that I think is ready and ripe for some creative change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor Hadjia.
We totally agree with everything that everybody said here. Just want to remind folks that every time we try to put any sort of shelters or anything in any areas of the city, we're met with hostile resistance, even if it's a family shelter. I only mention that to say that if
this one around the corner from me is a family shelter.
Equitable zoning is the right way to describe it. Then I hope everybody on this council votes when and if there's a proposal to eliminate single family zoning. That would actually make things very easy.
That's my counselor.
Not only allow for equitable distribution of quality services and shelters or rooming houses, it would allow us to actually have more housing options beyond shelters and rooming homes. So I'm just putting that out there because
She's
there
awesome.
isn't a magic bullet to making this happen. It would require an actual zoning change, and single family zoning is the number one reason why we have segregated housing in the city. So thank you, Councilor Rivera and Councilor Mero Cousin.
Okay, so I send this to the manager. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've gone around in circles about this for many terms now, where I've been on the council, and we often end up with our surrounding communities need to do more. Our surrounding communities need to be more. We need to figure this thing out. I certainly think that integrated communities best serve the city, but it's also important to remember that, as mentioned with the Dover Amendment, we can't also discriminate from some of these services that come into the city. We are a hub. We are the second largest city in New England. We have top-notch medical services, mental health treatment options. Our public transit is more accessible than in other areas. And equitable zoning and integrated communities is really the end game here. And, you know, when you think about, as mentioned, looking at expanding zoning options is the way I'll term it, you know, to be more variable in our single family communities and things of that nature. It's going to require a real vote here as it relates to those sorts of changes. I certainly look forward to a report, you know, on all of this, but we need to really think about what a completely integrated community will look like. I'd like to see, as an offer of a friendly amendment, is again what's been achieved.
Who was the first to start this friendly amendment term?
Is successful in
I want hostile amendments.
Yeah, I want like persnickety amendment.
And demographics where this sort of challenge, you know, not necessarily just here in these United States, but elsewhere. What works? I think that one of the things I always
petty
look forward
amendments
to is being provided that information. So we can
Did I miss anything good?
Just a little friendly amendment.
Outside of, you know, let's just look at other districts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So send that as
an amusing amendment. Come on, alliteration, people.
What was the amendment?
Of course, the manager provide counsel with an
I'll be honest, I got stoned. Yeah, I'm pretty much zoned out to this whole thing.
That's the TDI, Council Rivera.
One of the things that we've seen is there was really a lot of work, and there was a request that was put out.
I've really just been thinking about pizza for the last 30, 40 minutes, and I've got no idea what they're talking about anymore. I would love to know what's going on with those safety cones back in the hallway there, though.
Oh, we should interview them. You want to send Shaun to see if they'll get on the show?
Yeah, if we could get Shaun to interview those two safety cones and the plant adjacent, I think we'd get a much better sense of what's going on in Chambers tonight.
Council Bergman.
We should also interview the Inception TV.
I didn't realize 10A was bunched together with the other alphabetical numbers in 10. I wanted to talk about 10A.
We can have a motion to reconsider.
Roar?
Roll call.
Wait, is this actually going to work?
And that came from the Economic Development Committee, I believe. There it is. Request the CMA to create a working task force to explore the possibility of crafting a draft ordinance to enable residents to keep and raise chickens. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Hajier?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could you explain what we're reconsidering the vote?
Councilor Bergman, I went by this on 10A. He didn't get a chance to talk about it. He wants to talk about it.
Yes.
Oh, tell him no. Shut this shit down.
Yes, would love to have him talk.
It passed though, right?
Councilor
I've gotten so lost this meeting. I don't even remember if the chicken thing passed.
Yes.
Well, that's what we're going to now. It was bundled with some other items, and Mo wants to talk about chickens.
I know it's been a long night. I think we're
So it passed, but now he wants to talk about it.
and I'm really not going to oppose what it asked for, but ultimately, I don't believe this is something I could support. No, I have
Me,
nothing
you know,
against
famously
farming.
anti-chicken.
I think all of us probably have some degree of food to table produce. I certainly grow tomatoes and apple trees, and actually even have a fig tree. So I think it's important for people to grow their own products and have them on the table. It's healthier, it saves money, and certainly nowadays with costs of everything, certainly food is it's great if you can grow your own. I just don't think chickens are appropriate in the city of Worcester for a variety of reasons. We've had discussion after discussion tonight about the limitations we have on our code officials to do the rental registry. And in order for this to even
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did say food to table. Geo Hellraiser.
the residents of the city of Worcester, there would have to be sufficient inspectors to make sure, one, there are no roosters, because the few ordinances in Massachusetts that allow
You do realize these inspections would not be done by the same kind of inspectors, right? These would be animal control going out.
spent some time.
This is a police thing
They're not exactly easy
for
to
inspections.
distinguish at a very early age. So now we need inspectors trained on knowing what's a rooster, what's a chicken, and we need people purchasing chickens without realizing
Mo,
whether or not
it's fairly easy to tell a chicken from a rooster.
every ordinance I've looked at in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, including
It's pretty obvious what a rooster versus a chicken is.
Well, I think he means. I mean, I'm not defending Mo. I think he means when they're chicks.
Fair.
Which is
Fair.
interesting. Do you know how you sex a chick?
I do not.
Yeah. So it's the size of their taint.
You can't
It is, yeah. That's how you. So I can't remember which is which, but between your male and female and most animals, the distance between reproductive organs and its anus, the taint, that is what determines the sex. So yeah, that's how you do your sexing.
There's got to be like millimeters or like quarter of inches.
Well, so to Mo's point, this is why we need experts. We can't just have people walking around all willy-nilly thinking they know.
Experts at that point.
They are experts, and
of the residents, I believe, have dogs. And
actually, so there's this is one of those like really.
Are
Yes,
you
also known as the
proposing we
grundle.
gender our chickens?
Mo is proposing that. I'm just saying that if we listen, I'm not going down that road at all. There's a lot of contemporary research about shrinking taints in humans and concerns that this is one of the indicators of increasing in infertility.
I mean, in all seriousness, if coyotes could vote, they'd all be voting for this ordinance because Worcester has.
If coyotes could vote,
Somerville does. But
I have, some of you know my wife, so you can follow up on this on your own. I have a coyote that is, it is bigger than normal. I know we like to talk about coy dogs and the potential of coy wolves. That has been hanging around my backyard like midday. It's on trash day, and I've decided I'm trying to lure this coyote into my basement.
Is this the one you sent us a video of like last week?
That's exactly the one. It's probably rabid. It does not look healthy. Someone took a big chunk out of its back, but it is a mean-looking dog. Yeah, well, listen, I want to go back to the beginning, and I want to form a relationship and a bond with this dog.
Take it to Tufts first, please.
No, I'm going to take it to Mo's house on a chain. I'm going to get it licensed, and I'm just going to walk around with it.
I will.
Just make sure you don't get bitten because rabies protocol is a bitch.
Yeah.
Ow, does that hurt?
I'll be fine. If I get bit, I'll just fill my pockets with rocks and wander off into the pond. We'll be okay.
The Economic Development Subcommittee probably did a lot of.
I will be sad with your family when we mourn your loss.
It'll be hilarious, though.
Oh, he's recognizing that it's animal control, at least.
And they're not in favor of this. I can tell you that. And
well, no, of course they're not in favor of this. There's two of them. Because y'all axed one of their people.
So this passed already, meaning we could have chickens in the city.
Stuck how we're getting
Correct.
But
But
now
now
we're
it's getting
reconsidering.
reconsidered.
a group or a task force of experts, in the field of.
So this may actually be a reconsideration that matters.
Not having enough inspectors and being too dense and having too much density and rats and coyotes and so on.
I know some
71
folks that I used to
localities
do pet care stuff with who had to go through the rabies protocol stuff after getting bitten, and it is not 100% lethal anymore as long as it is caught fast enough.
Here in the city of Worcester.
I had a friend back in high school who had a bat in his house, and then nobody got bit, but his mom freaked out and sent them all to go get the rabies vaccine, the rabies protocol. And on the second shot, he passed out and pissed himself.
Oh, cool.
Exploring the potential.
That's actually pretty normal.
They're gnarly shots, as I understand it.
And then bringing it,
Yeah, I don't want that.
to us.
They're extremely painful.
I do want a wolf living in my basement, though. So, I mean, this is a risk I'm going to have to take.
Simply bringing people
I mean,
together.
Yeah, it is, Gio.
As long as we didn't mess up that thing with McGovern, right? Like, your son's going to move out soon, so you're going to have a new room.
Yeah, he can live in the house. That might be where the Falcon goes, though.
Potential to mitigate.
Oh, I need to see the sitcom of the Coy Wolf and the Falcon.
I'm in support of this. It came through unanimously.
Well, one will be on a chain, the other will be on my hand.
We had some really terrific.
They're both on chains, technically, usually.
A little leash, yeah.
That would be 1 million views on
People
TikTok.
who've been around to different, localities, municipalities, exploring what their, the pros and cons and challenges.
I have friends that could make a
Falcon.
webcomic of it.
The Falcon can ride the wolf. Falcon and wolf are friends.
Premature to start speaking about like the ability of our inspection. We don't even know. We don't have any assessment from these.
I low-key love this.
And these other individuals who came.
And it's
forward
more
and
interesting than whatever Sean Rose is talking about.
We voted on this.
He's talking about chicken experts.
Prior to, reconsidering, and it was unanimous here in this body. I'd like to see that be the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I want to refer that. I'm sorry, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Main South Mom, that's a valid point, but I would not be. I'd not want to be the one to try and convince Mo that he's not an expert.
To keep and raise chickens. I've been consistent with that. I think we can get there get to a draft ordinance prior to a group task force. I don't think one should be dependent upon the other. I think we can get a draft ordinance from the city solicitor in short order that would then be provided to the task force. I don't know that we need to wait to establish a task force to then have the city manager.
I'd much rather use the whole Animorphs method of things.
But I will say, this conversation.
Animorphs has a new graphic novel series that that's being made.
What I'm hearing about.
It's actually pretty awesome.
Over involvement.
My nephew got them in the mail randomly.
As I sit here and hear about vermin and rats and coyotes, and we have folks, as mentioned, fig trees, those figs fall on the ground. We grow vegetables and plants in our gardens that attract vermin and rats and what have you.
He's asking about the covers of the Animorphs.
Here and how?
Mo is growing figs at his house. He claimed.
Somerville 2 days ago, way more dense than this. Boston.
It's not the climate for that. You've got to do a whole shit ton of stuff to get that to stay alive over the winter.
Maybe he brings them inside.
So send that back to
Maybe.
the manager. I'm going to get a report. Nobody has to agree with it or agree, but Council Russell.
I just had a suggestion for the suggestion box that when this is worked on in this group, maybe they want to consider things like special permits or case by case basis, just so that, just as a suggestion, the suggestion box. And if the coyote could vote, the coyote at 11 o'clock would vote to adjourn.
I agree with that coyote.
Okay, so I'm going to send that to the manager, and then we're going to be under suspension. I just have a couple items. Just real quick.
Good Lord,
I just
everyone
wanna
else
thank
wants
Alex Arriaga and the whole team for the Veterans Weekend. I thought he did a great job. The cemeteries look good, and the places of the monuments look good. Another thing, I was going to do this at the beginning of the meeting. I didn't do it. I should have done it. Maybe just stand for a moment of silence for Paul Ford. Paul Ford, and if you know Paul Ford, he's a person who gave a lot of time to the city of Worcester's organization, to 365 City Organization, when he suffered a loss over 10 years ago. And he gave a lot back to make Worcester a happier place. And do a quick moment of silence for Mr. Ford. Thank you. And he has his big fundraiser and his wife planned for this Saturday night. Okay, Council Merrill Carlson, followed by Council King.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that everybody has read in the newspaper and seen on the news about all the talk in the Canal District, about all the different businesses closing. And
I wasn't sure which way she was going to go with that.
It's coming across as a real negative instead of that, you know, a couple of those businesses were sold, new owners are going into those businesses, as well as a couple of the owners sold their buildings because at this time they
Nice
could
attempt to
make
spin,
a
Candy.
substantial
Nice
profit.
attempt to spin there.
I think that we as a city, as a suggestion, I think that we should be going down there and
There was
meeting
one mention
with the
earlier
businesses
about the
in
DOJ
Canal
thing by
District,
King, like as an
to
aside,
have that
tiny
conversation
comment.
and quite frankly, figure out how it is that we're going to stop all of this negative press that's taken place. Because I have gotten endless calls by the businesses as well as all of the different news media outlets and interviewing with them this week. So I think it's really important to continue with the success down there. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, you know, and I hate to stand here tonight and say this, but obviously today there was an issue in the city that yourself, Mr. Chairman, as well as the manager attended. The Department of Justice came in today. And I think it's really sad, quite honestly, when this council finds out about that through the newspaper and through somebody calling.
They only found out 30 minutes before.
That's kind of the point, Candy.
Someone ping Bill.
Yeah, I've been texting him.
I know that things happen, but I'm standing here tonight and I'm asking for this city manager to do a much better job in notifying the rest of this council. I understand that things happen and they happen quickly.
I was asking a few people this offline today.
I was totally taken off guard.
I'm getting the sense that this body, pretty much everyone in this room, doesn't really understand what it means to have a Department of Justice investigation of this scale taking place.
Oh, for sure.
That like Candy's speaking right now, she's speaking like someone who doesn't realize that in essence she's a part of this investigation as
I'll take some
the body that governs, the body that oversees public safety.
Before the meeting was over.
Yeah, exactly.
And we try to.
And we typically don't give people who are under investigation, even if it's just loosely associated by way of a body, a heads up that they're under investigation.
Yeah, Bill said that too. Like about, he straight up asked, "Hey, what set off this investigation?" And they told him, "Telling you that will wreck the investigation." So it's no surprise that they only got 45 minutes headed up, and even that's generous.
No, they got 30.
It was a 30. They said 45 during the meeting when I was listening.
I heard 30, but it may have been a different notice amount.
I would like to see in the future.
I tuned into the meeting like halfway through it, so
in the meetings to
I don't know when they said you're 45 or my 30. So
sure, we deleted the recording because we didn't feel right leaving it up after they very specifically said they didn't record their meeting.
What I will say is that I learned about it through press release from the DOJ, and in doing my research, it became clear to me we are the second city in New England, the second city in Massachusetts to have the Department of Justice come in and look at our law enforcement operations, procedures, and policies. It's clear that this investigation.
Did the DOJ come into Boston, or is he referencing Springfield?
Springfield.
Including articles, media articles, complaints that are filed, public information. It's my understanding the Department of Justice will work with the Attorney General and the Attorney General-elect in regards to all of this. And we know that the results of some of the work that the DOJ has engaged in has improved municipalities constitutionally in law enforcement response policy and procedure. Springfield's the other city, if I didn't mention it, who has been through this process.
Thanks, Christian.
And I certainly think that our police department is well known for heroism. Our police department is well known for selfless sacrifice and showing up. But there's been questions, Mr. Chairman. There's been questions over the course of time, number of articles, a number of concerns, a number of constituents reaching out, in addition to all the good things that are done. And in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, this is a direct result of lack of oversight by us as a council, our public safety committee, our administration. We have been able to kind of take this sort of action independently. The Department of Justice wouldn't be here, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's something to giggle about. I've long proposed and supported
just
civilian
looked right
people
to
with
me.
subpoena powers, filed orders related to that, asked for evidence-based research, what works, what doesn't work. We know that sometimes commissions work. We've never received any documentation from the administration on those orders that were unanimously supported by this body some years ago. And I think that when we're on protracted litigation, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to some of the allegations, false and true, that come when our folks are doing their public service and keeping us safe, I think that this particular thing will end very well for us. I think it'll be highlighted what the Worcester Police Department does very well. What do we do on a mediocre level? And I think it will also show us and inform us policy, procedure, and areas that we need to improve, Mr. Chairman. Something that has not happened from this council. We've had repeatedly decisions. And my whole thing is this: as a regional vice president of a union, as someone who works in state government, who works on policy, procedure, and public safety, what I'll say is this, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to litigation, sometimes we as a body cannot speak out upon it because it's under litigation. This federal oversight will cut through some of that. This federal oversight, Mr. Chairman, which is led by Rachel Rollins, who has the utmost pedigree of integrity and ethics, I think will go a long way. I think that in my work, as I mentioned, when you have an issue or a number of concerns regarding public safety and how it's meted out in force and excessive force or not enough force, whatever the case might be, and when we're found to be wanting as a city, we lose a lawsuit. We have issues with promotions. We lose lawsuits. Folks, not confessions, but when folks, where there's issues with, how folks end up confessing to the police or what have you, that when we have situations like the beer garden, where false allegations were made, false reports, that we have a tangible report back to this body, to our public safety committee, that needs to do more than just rubber stamping and asking for money. We need to have and know How is that?
Oh, I want Kate to speak so badly.
Out monies, millions of dollars.
I can't wait for her to do so.
Okay, perhaps there was a mistake.
Tara's
Perhaps
leaving the room.
officer thought that this was the procedure and policy.
Apparently.
Perhaps it was intentional. Whatever it might be, there has to be a tangible policy and training adjustment related to it, or we're going to pay again. So I think this will cut through that. Then when you talk about the fight about civilian review, we need an outside look. This is going to take a look at
Tara, my dog,
internal affairs and how they look at concerns brought to the city. You know, we will be able to cut through that with this federal probe, because it's hard to kind of understand as an elected official how it is.
All for you, Mo.
What basis, how frequent does it happen that the internal affairs makes a decision that everything's good, this is training, this is this and that, but yet we're paying millions of dollars on the other end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, what I'd like to see is really, I'd like to make an order that
Agreed.
Given my expectation that this, we're fully in cooperation. I hope all my colleagues cooperate with this process as well. That we certainly post prominently on our city website, Mr. Chairman, the directions to contact the Department of Justice via email at community.wpd@usdoj.gov with the toll-free number 888-221-6023, so individuals can report civil rights violations regarding this particular thing or additional matters using the Civil Rights Division's reporting portal and where it's available.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Chairman, the additional order that I'd like to have is a report back around what the process the DOJ uses to determine. My understanding is that they do a pre-investigation, and then it's a decision is made whether or not to continue to move forward. I would like a report back so we actually know as an elected body what that process looks like. And if they not going to share with us the specifics, that's fine. What is the process in general? So we have context for understanding, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the results of this.
That's what the 4 o'clock meeting was about.
City well. Thank you.
Thank you. So send those to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have to rise. Basically, I do want to say that I look forward to the results of this.
No, you don't, Kate.
City,
no, you don't at all.
The police department will be working together collaboratively on this and in full cooperation. And I look forward to that. Because things have happened in the past, doesn't mean they're happening now. And I think that will come out as well. And there have been changes in policy that have happened because of discussion. So one thing I will say is that I'm a little concerned about the transparency of this, because I too saw this on social media before I heard it. And
as the head of that committee, you should have knew about this long ahead of time, right?
Number one. And number two, I was unaware that there was a public
I
meeting,
had to mute because I didn't want to kill everyone's ears.
This afternoon at 4 o'clock. Did any of you know about that? I didn't. How transparent is this process if there are people that knew about it and went to
It's the DOJ. It's not transparent.
I think that.
Remember the beginning of this meeting when we were talking about transparency and process for a city manager? This woman needs to go fuck herself.
To the manager and the mayor.
We met from 11:45 to after 1 o'clock.
Okay. So then we heard from you in the shortly after that.
Correct.
Right?
And we sent an email to all of you. Yes.
Right. And then there was a meeting that was held today at 4 o'clock online on Zoom.
Yeah, I'll let the manager address it too, but let's be very clear. The DOJ and the Attorney General is going to do what they're going to do. vote.
Well, I hear that,
and
but
they're not
that's-
going to give us notice. They're not going to, unless if they have public meetings, they're going to have their own meetings, you know?
This was a community meeting, Mr.
Right.
Chair.
I don't know. It's not my,
It's what I'm reading from a community meeting regarding the United States investigation of the Worcester Police Department, Tuesday, November 15th at 4 p.m. on Zoom.
this is just the process
Yes,
they're going through.
operated by this
I mean, they're gonna
federal
have more
government.
community meetings.
Kate didn't cover
certainly
the
hope so,
supremacy
and I would
clause
ask
when
that,
it came to fourth grade.
They be told that it would be great if we could have an opportunity to have another meeting.
No,
I don't think there was a lot of time allowed.
You'll be able to give your statements under in a deposition, like a normal person who's under investigation.
And there's conversations and things that people just don't understand what happened. There's very limited information in terms of what we have,
right?
What they provided. We didn't even know what the meeting was for. We didn't know what the meeting was for.
Right.
They called
Because
us
it's the
into a meeting.
DOJ.
We went into the meeting, and in the meeting, they said, this is the press release that's going out now. And they distributed out a press release before we even left the building. The press release was distributed. How could we give a heads up to our staff or to even to council on what's happening on the context of what's going on when the press release was announced while we're in the meeting? And we didn't even know what the meeting was for. And included as part of that meeting, they discussed that there are going to be a significant number of neighborhood meetings and discussions with residents. And then the next thing we know, the same thing you found out, I found out there was a flyer of a 4 o'clock meeting. We didn't know about it. They didn't tell us in the meeting either.
I actually don't hate this tone if this is how he wants to start talking to these people.
Now that he's got the job, I'm kind of digging it.
I am just surprised that he's going there.
Right.
That's how I found out.
No, and I.
It's 11 o'clock. Shut that lady up. Go, Eric.
A lot of assumptions that people start targeting without even calling me to ask me those questions to really know what happened. That hasn't happened. There's only two counselors who called me to ask me what, and I explained to both of them.
Well, I did make a call. I didn't talk to you,
Okay,
but I did
but
make a call.
we just wrap it up then.
The bottom line is what I'm saying is I'm not arguing and saying that I'm not saying anything negative.
I'm saying I'm going to have to lick
But
a
I'm just
lot of
saying the
boots to make
process
this
that
go
they
away.
Have is not really equitable because there were people who attended that meeting who on Zoom.
We were there.
Over 60 of us.
We were there, Kate.
They did it. So, I mean, I just think it's important.
I
that
guess
do
we
that.
care
And
more about this
I
city,
also have
Kate.
to say that, you know, I don't appreciate being told that I do nothing but rubber stamp and just support blindly.
Which you do.
It's not true.
In between licking boots or polishing them with your tongue, I guess is what the proper nomenclature would be.
Okay, we wrap this up. You spoke for 10 minutes. I give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For a report.
I don't think this process is a travesty. I think there's a benefit to the community if we don't have electeds in those meetings, if we don't have, any sort of, presence that would inhibit participation with the Department of Justice. I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for us as well. I look forward to learning about what that process is through the administration. I'm quite confident that will be provided to us. But by no stretch is this a travesty. We're moving in the right direction, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anybody else? Council Toomey, I don't think you rubber stamp either. So with that, we will motion to adjourn.
Well,
Nice
that was
little
fun.
last minute burn.
Nobody wants to make Kate go to bed sad. Well, I don't know, Travis.
Did they even just vote to adjourn, or did they just adjourn?
I think it was just implied. It was an implied adjournment.
Joe just ended it. Yeah, there's a lot more discussions to be had, but not for tonight. Join us early next week, and we'll cover everything.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for sticking around, Travis and Yenni. Appreciate it, and everyone who was actually sticking around in the comments. It's much
You're all the
appreciated.
best.
It's sad that Bryan was weak tonight and couldn't hang with us, but we will forgive him. We'll move forward, and we'll reconvene next Tuesday.
Everybody make sure to read Bill's piece once he puts it out. There's going to be really interesting shit coming.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Bye.